Okay, I think I'm live now. Okay. I'm gonna send the thumbnail as well. Wait. Hello. Did anybody in there? Just not if you can hear me. Did anybody? Come on.
Comrade underscore Booga. You new channel.
Yes, new channel, new me. New channel, new me and us together. How you doing, comrade underscore Booga? What is that name? Who names themselves comrade underscore Booga?
Comrade underscore Booga. So now I'm no longer your old viewer.
Now you are a new viewer. How does that make you feel?
Comrade underscore Booga. I'm good, what about you, pretty little baby?
Pretty little baby, I'm so in love with you.
Always faded. Usually awake 12 p.m. baby snaps time.
Yes. Okay, I have sent this to okay. Usually,
Comrade underscore Booga. But do you still love me?
I love everyone. Peace and love to everybody.
Always faded. El Destiny Peterson.
Okay. What? Oh. I say we get some coffee. Okay, get ready for the day. I have to make video today.
Comrade underscore Booga. You forgot me.
Yes, I forgot you. I did. Didn't I?
Comrade underscore Booga. Always faded. Coffee time.
Coffee time. Let me add this first. Oh my god. Today is gonna be a day of epic proportions. Where is the thing here? My heart is pounding like really. It's
Comrade underscore Booga. That it hate it, hate it, hate it, hate it, hate it, hate.
Time to get our coffee. Bro, this fish, okay, right here, it jumped out of the thing. Yeah, I'm alright. How you doing, Scout? Thank you so much for coming back. This fish jumped out of the pool, like from backside, from here, and then we put it back in, and it was still alive. Wait, what the fuck? We're gonna try this one today. Maverick Gold. And everybody knows my method of making coffee. It is very simple. You take a spoon, open this, put 55 spoons in this, just like that. Open this, worst coffee ever. Some warm water. How's everybody doing? Today, today feels kind of weird. Hopefully it's not one of those days. Hopefully we make it through. Even if it is one of those days, I mean, there's nothing we can do about it except make it through. I've been researching and stuff on the video making process and everything in script and stuff. I think slowly we're gonna get even more and more better at the video making process. It all feels like a race now. A weird race. But I do know that research and other things are fucking needed to be able to like, you know, survive this era of life. But yeah, it's getting hard. It is getting hard. And advices are all over the place. Some tell you upload so many videos. Some say work on one good quality video. Some go like, yeah, some
Gandalf
go like
Loon.
So these are the struggle days, I guess.
Gandalf Gunman. That is my advice.
Your advice is Lund. Good advice. Generally works out. So yeah, that's like, you know, where my head is at, and I'm hoping that we'll find a way. Till then, like, things look a little on the grim side. But again, I keep saying it's nothing we haven't faced before as well. Just the sheer balls of having to do this all over again. I think I'll take solace in the balls. But I would say that it's about priority as well. Not just what your priority is, what YouTube's priority is nowadays. Mystery, mystery, mystery. It is all a mystery.
Gandalf Gunman. My priority is that my cheeks are nuclear heat right now.
That's a good priority to have. Okay, all we need to do is like, first of all, we can't really tell when a video or something has flopped or something, so we can only tell after like 72 hours or something. But the thing is, the only way we can pull this off is we think of the result as irrelevant, because the only thing that's gonna get you out of the hole is making more stuff, making good stuff. Yeah, that's gonna be my goal. Just thinking about more of it. Making more of it. Handling defeat like a man and showing up.
Gandalf Gunman. It is time.
It is time. It is time. It's always been time.
Gandalf Gunman. Man, I had beers today after not having any for a month, and now my innards feel violated.
I ate a fucking chocolate brownie thingy yesterday. Felt heavy as fuck, man. Like after a long time I ate. It was so sweet that, man, like horribly sweet. Hey boys. Man, I sometimes feel that like, you know, I'm getting old to the point where like what kills me is sugar. Like that's just like sugar is not even that big of a deal.
Blunt Rock. UNC sleeps for 12 hours.
I didn't sleep for 12 hours, so I just wanted to like change it to sleep and just research a bit more and stuff. That's why it just feels like I am sleeping always. I am prioritizing the stream a little less nowadays, and like, you know, just working on, because like, you know, it's, I mean, that shouldn't be like a thing. I should prioritize the stream as well, but like a little less. And I hope most people understand this.
Blunt rock. Man, I feel like I have lost the innovative, inspired side of me now. I don't feel to create stuff anymore. Just work and chill.
Yeah, I mean, I also feel like that. That's why I was like reading the book and stuff as well. And I think I kind of like lost track of that. I stopped doing that. Man, a lot of things just fucking happen. You know what I'm saying, right? I mean, you can't blame yourself for this. It's just that the creative side has gotten very pedantic, like, you know, in everything, not just like in art, in music. It just feels off, like, you know, everything feels off.
Blunt rock. I mean, I got my garden. That has to be a positive.
Oh, that is a positive. Having a garden is yes, that is a huge positive. What are you growing? Some weed? Do people grow in India? Is that like a thing?
Blunt rock. Not only any garden, the Kush garden, the thing
Oh,
Adam and Eve did that night.
that is a good passion to have. That is a passion. That is a passion, bro. Is it a passion project? Probably a passion project. See, you got creative stuff going for you.
Blunt rock. Only people with own houses, but most don't wait for flowers due to climate here.
Environment. I've been thinking about the environment. Is it kind of strict? You know, it's not legal. I think cops in Pakistan haven't caught on to weed. Like they don't know what it is or something. Oh my god. Is that the case?
Blunt rock. 500 RS fine for like a kilo, it's a joke.
Yeah, but like, does anybody ever get fined? Like, if you're growing it in your home and stuff, how the fuck are the cops gonna know? Like, that is only a problem if you're selling it, right? If you're a person that doesn't sell it and just consumes it on their own, how are they gonna find a...
Blunt rock. Unless you are a high-class celeb or opposition, you know things here, Wilson.
Yeah. No, like, if you're a high class, which is, if you're a high class person, then is it difficult to grow weed, or like is it easier? While everybody's fighting about this shit, okay, AI is taking over. Man, it's fucking poison slowly seeping in to our safe places. It's kind of alarming. If it gets too much out of hand to the point where the humanity of it is seen as like an afterthought. Here is your doom and gloom for today.
Blunt rock. We got few high-profile arrests in 3 years. Also, no growing weed is absolutely legal here. Cause bang is legal, just not privately, but people do.
Wait, bang is legal? Wait, what? No way. Bang is legal? That is crazy. I didn't know that. What?
Blunt rock. Not only legal, even government sells it.
What the fuck? No, wait, you gotta back the fuck up. You gotta like, see, these are interesting things that I need to know about. The government sells bang? Bro, that is very cool government. I remember one time a kid in
Blunt rock. I am a good kid. I don't do bad drugs like Bang XD.
No, but like, why is it legal? Yeah, I remember one time there was a kid in my academy that I used to go to, and he brought bang wale pakode. So the pakoda had bang in it, and one dude like ate a lot, okay, and then we didn't tell him, and then afterwards we told him that this has bang. Yeah. I didn't eat because I was like one of those like I am high on life kind of person. You know the type. I don't do drugs. I am high on life. Yeah, that's what I was. And the dude was panicking, like heavy panicking, dude. He's like, I have to go home. My mom will. That was actually that was bullying. Why the fuck, bro? That was bullying.
Blunt rock. Bro, religious thing, it is considered divine.
Bunk is considered divine. It is divine. Drugs are divine, bro. They get you out of this world. Where does this go? So Modi likes divine bhang. It is blunt rock. I wanna sit with this for a while. India is okay with bhang. Fuck, man. Never thought I'd.
Blunt rock. Bang high is dangerous though. It's no more a group like you may have during the sesh. Everyone is on their own support. If anyone goes crazy, it's them on their own.
Oh, damn. Why is it so much needed to transport into a different dimension? I think I kind of like see
Blunt
it as
rock.
well.
I witnessed people going crazy doing bang.
I mean, it's surely not like one of those things that you do on a regular basis. Kind of like, right, let's say you do acid and stuff. Okay, acid or like LSD and all of this shit. I don't think there's people doing it on the regular. Like, if the experience is way too intense, okay, why would you wanna do it?
Blunt rock. I am not talking about going crazy high. He was in mental institute, one of my uncle.
Wow. Have you ever tried it? I have not tried it yet. Bang. Man, I don't really. I'm gonna be honest with you, I don't really like fuck with these. The only drug I've ever fucked with is weed. No other ever.
Blunt rock. Bang chemically is just weed, but man, I did bang in the darkest days of life. Not even enough money for weed, and bang was 2 RS per tablet.
₹2? Damn, bro. Jeez. Did you connect with God? Did you find something new about the universe?
It's just Ahmed. Bro, what? Blunt rock. It was in a group, one got a bit gay, and during my time no one knew what to call it.
Damn. Hello Ijaz, how are you doing? Ijaz, bung is legal in India. How does that make you feel? But like, you know, now you're in a better place, so yeah, you got a whole garden. The Rata race.
Blunt rock. Man, I remember Cora Digest and stuff made my morning. Inspired me to do stuff. Post-COVID landscape changed so much. So depressing for creative communities.
Oh, man, it's not post-COVID. COVID was actually, to be honest, for me, for somebody who is a streamer, COVID was the best time for me.
HYSDFT.
W player 3.
You got this.
Yes, we got this. I say we because, like, you know, you guys are somewhat a part of this as well. Whatever this is, like, you know, you guys are somewhat like a part of this as well.
Blunt rock. Bro, I used to sleep in my office in COVID.
Oh my god. Well, I started streaming in COVID. And I've been streaming still. Fuck, man. It's been 5 years since COVID. A lot of things happened meanwhile. A lot of memories, a lot of people I talked to, a lot of people I met. But this is a weird kind of puzzle.
Blunt rock. It's been 10 years PewDiePie beefed with T-Series. Let that sink in.
Let that sink in, bro. Let that sink in. It's been like almost 10, well, not 10, 7, but like still. It's like we are old now, man. Like we are old. Time has been like passing by, and like I looked at the landscape, because back then was when I was like trying to get my channel to be monetized and stuff. So like I'm going through like the same ringer again, like, you know, and watching and stuff, bro. Everything has changed. Like back in those days, you have to, you could like, you know, you could still like there was like a journey element to it. Okay, like even if you make bad stuff, okay, it's sort of like a journey, and then you will like learn from it, make slightly better stuff, and then slightly better. Now it's just that you have to be the absolute fucking best in order to absolutely out of this world or something, in order to get somewhere with it. I mean, I'm not complaining, right? But yeah, it's more fun back then. Figuring it out as you go, and now it just feels, everything feels new.
Always faded. Let it out, loved one.
Let it out. But I am determined on, like, you know, having this corner be there on the internet. I feel like now more than ever this is needed. In today's world, this is needed. Small streamers, like, you know, and small content creators making genuine stuff that, like, you know, it is much more needed.
Blunt rock. Yes, more people on internet, more people making content, and AI just removes the gate from making content online.
That is the most scariest thing ever, man. Like, I've seen people go like, alright, since I'm like in searching in the, like, you know, seeing what's the new meta and stuff. So a video got recommended to me, dude, giving step-by-step tutorials on how to make AI generated content, and it works out for people. And imagine if Google starts making AI generated content themselves.
We got some time for my thoughts on AI.
Yes, we got some time. It is scary though. For me personally, I sense, or maybe I'm like in this. See, this is the thing. You don't even know what is real and what is not real. You go like everything is scary, but then on a different side of the internet, there is a completely opposite opinion on it, and it's just fucking. It's weird, man. I never thought this would be the thing that would. Yeah, I never thought that this would be the thing that would take down, like, you know, content creation and stuff. Because it wasn't even in the realm of possibility at that time. Like, you know, nobody thought about this thing. Now it's looking fucking grim, bro. Like, so if you are somebody trying to break out into the YouTube sphere, your video has to be
See, AI
better
should be
than
treated like the Industrial Revolution, more automation and stuff. So people worrying about losing jobs, what's really happening is AI is doing it for humanity as a whole.
yeah, okay, yes, I get that. I get that. No, there is no disagreement in that, right? But something that is like independent, okay, something like a YouTube, something like a TikTok, something like a social media stuff. So now if you're working at a company or something,
I don't think so. No.
if you're working at a company or something, okay, that prioritizes they're like, humans will prioritize more so humans. That is a thing, okay.
Zayn, Industrial Revolution, why does AI have to get?
But
Blunt rock.
algorithms
And this means economic disparity is going to rise. Capitalists going to get more richer and normies poorer initially, but in some time there will be huge revolts and life would be better for humanity. Zayn,
I mean,
dumb on mobile keyboard. Chief Gotti.
yes and
AI
no,
can eat modec.
but like it's gonna hurt a lot of people in the process. It's I'm just saying it's gonna just like hurt a lot of people. Yes.
People were taken away in handcuffs.
The agents fired sound grenades, flashbang grenades at the
Oh my
crowd.
Claire
god.
Cody works at one at Forchetta. She had just clocked in for a shift at about 4:30 Friday afternoon when she said several minutes.
I blame the fucking gamers, bro.
Modiki Naimu.
There was no stopping them. There was like 30 ICE. There was 30 of them. I mean, we were just all in shock. They just came at a time where it was so unexpected. Before the restaurant opened up for dinner, staff put up this close sign. There's some employees here who are all like a big family and they're heartbroken. They took some of our employees. People outside the restaurant, the community pushed back.
It was quite clear that there was just a complete rejection by the community of the federal agents of conducting this in their community and neighborhood.
Blunt rock. 80% workforce.
Oh my god, they fucking dropped a
from
bomb there.
and mining jobs.
Wait, what the fuck was that? That was a smoke grenade. Oh my god. Unreal, dude. Unreal. Unfucking real. Unreal. I blame Asman Gold for this shit. Fuck, bro.
Almighty Dreddy. A Puzzle BOI.
Hello.
Zayn, the problem with capitalists is that they view everything with the perspective of productivity and work and efficiency. I don't get what AI has to do with a revolution.
It's a very good tool to organize thoughts, right? And I would say that, right, because it is a very good tool to organize thought. But that is how it should be used.
It's going to be against AI corpos.
Yes, that is going to be like it's very good to organize your thoughts. Like I've yeah, it is like, if you are, and if you're using it for that purpose, okay, then it is like, it gives you unbiased algorithmic advice or something, turns you into a robot. But like it is a tool to organize thoughts. But like to create, I don't know.
There is no place for AI in art.
Yeah.
AI is the opposite of art. Period.
Yeah, but there is a place for organizing thoughts to create art as well. Like, that's something that can't be overlooked.
Blunt rock. Not only organized thoughts, it can be used in medical, can do whole of what IT is doing.
Yeah, whole of what IT is doing, but what I was saying when it comes to humans will prefer humans. Okay, if you're an artist, you can. But like, all these free avenue from where like actual new thought originates. Okay, that is being run by algorithms. Okay, and algorithm will always prefer algorithmic shit. That is like AI will yeah. And that's the fucking main shit, man. I don't know where this is headed, right? I don't even know where to make a prediction. I don't even know if I have to like ever think about this thing.
Blazing up with me.
I might in a while. I don't even know, like I never thought that in my life I'll have to think about a computer with one click of a button creating stuff.
Almighty Dreddy. I'm about to smoke a bowl right now, Chief. Say, I think the average doesn't even care or think about the implications of AI evolution. Chief Gotti.
Yeah, why would an average man think?
Elevated.
Why would an average
Chief
man
Gotti.
think about it, right?
You cheers from the West Dreddy 100 points.
They're gonna just like
Blunt
be
rock.
happy about this.
I fear AI because it will be used to replace most entry-level jobs, and it's a paradox that if there are few to none interns, they can't improve and get better than AI to help it improve. Stalemate.
Yeah. That is
Almighty
true.
Dreddy. Cheers, my brother. 100 points, flexed biceps.
Average man does not care, because average man will go like, see, I told you, you should have become a doctor. You chose an irreplaceable career like the liberal arts.
Almighty Dreddy.
That's why
AI is what the people needs.
Yeah, that's the general population does not care about this. Everything is in limbo. Man, I am so glad guys, we need this fucking space more than ever now. Like before this I was like, alright, we need this space and stuff, but after yesterday, okay, I didn't sleep on like the time when I said that. I just went out and I just wanted to just like sit there and do some independent research on where the landscape of YouTube is going. Or maybe I just got put into this algorithm. I have been like
Almighty Dreddy. Kills off the people's ego. Chief Gotti. When I was grading students' papers, it was so clear who used AI and who didn't. And some papers would be quite exceptional, but when I spoke to them in person, they had the vocabulary as a 9th grader. Always faded. What happened?
If we're talking about AI, man, it's how it's...
Nothing really matters, brother.
Nothing really matters.
Blunt rock. Average man thinks because it can take his job, probably make things cheaper. Also, AI is already better than doctors at identifying. Don't worry, it will replace more.
Fuck. Man, I just don't want it to replace art. Right,
Hay uguale increment.
AI equals increment.
Chief Gotti. Fuck AI will end up in the dirt before I abide.
Bro, you don't know.
Yeah. So far you can immediately or after a few seconds Tell what is AI and what is not. I fear the day you can't at all.
Bro, did you see the videos? Did you see the videos?
Why not though?
Did you see the VO3 videos?
Zhang, LMAO, what is this anti-human stance god? Almighty Dreddy, what if AI makes the creation better? Blunt Rock,
AI makes the creation better.
I think the fear is
AI
because
can't
it will
make
take
the
away
creation
jobs,
better, man.
But I think that will
No,
in turn
AI
make the
can,
world
AI
into a social
can,
state or
AI
something,
can.
I'm not gonna lie.
AI
Chief Gotti.
can make it better.
A student won $1,000 on an art contest at my university.
Depends
They
upon what
used
you
AI.
call better.
Always faded.
Oh man.
Some of these people making AI programs are making nifty increments. Zhang,
Yeah, that is all that.
I saw the VO3 videos. You can
Yeah.
tell it's AI from the movement of the humans.
Man, let's just be honest. It's not very recognizable, right? Okay, it's not, and this is just now. A year from now, it's gonna be like fucking. You just can't tell. You just can't tell. Man, why do I have to be in this era right now? I wanna go back to 2016, man. Just make videos about. There is still time though. There is still time. Chat, there is still time. We're gonna keep the human element.
Blunt Rock. I think the fear is because it will take away jobs, but I think that will in turn make the world into a socialist state or something, not gonna lie. Always faded. AI art is a scam. I rather see the banana on the wall nailed.
Hell yeah, W, finally.
Chief Gotti. I'm already concerned about the lack of reproduction and soft skills amongst my peers and younger people. Talk to AI all day, talk to AI girlfriend, then have no bloody idea how to shake someone's race back.
Wait, is the AI girlfriend thing like really that rampant right now? Or is it like, is it just like, man, this is the fucking problem. You can't even tell. What
AI
is...
is the opposite of socialism. What are you talking about? Blunt Rock. Also, what did Asmund do now?
Nothing.
Almighty Dreddy. LMAO, that's scary. Always faded. AI girlfriend is out of pocket.
It's out of pocket, bro. Like, what the fuck? How? Who are these people? Who are these people?
Almighty Dreddy. Didn't know you could have a real AI girlfriend face with tears of joy. Chief Gotti. Shit's insane. Give me a soft-skinned Latina, not a robot.
Bro.
Almighty Dreddy. Fair to say. Chief Gotti. At least a robot wouldn't yell at me, though disappointed face.
Unreal. Oh my god, you would want the robot to yell at you.
Blunt Rock. AI has nothing to do with socialism or capitalism, but if there is something that does 80% of human job in the current world, leaving agriculture, what do you think that means? Zhang? Wait, I thought the AI girlfriend thing was a bit between our generation. It's not a joke?
No, it's not a joke. There are people who invest so much money into getting AI girlfriends. Fuck man, her is like a possibility, bro. Fucking, it's a possibility. We're fucked. Okay, we are not fucked. Okay, we are not fucked.
Almighty Dreddy.
Guys, I repeat,
The way technology is advancing, Chief, the robot girlfriend, is definitely going to yell at you about everything. LMAO, face with tears of joy, face with tears of joy, face with tears of joy. Blunt rock. Rain, I think you are not up to date with AI capabilities.
Man, but like, alright, 3 minutes and fucking 30 seconds. While you guys were yapping it up about AI, I used my human abilities.
I was talking to a computer forensics detective at the department here. He says that he's seeing AI-generated CP going around like crazy.
Fuck, dude.
This is the kind of she to make me radical. Chief Gotti. Shit's destructive, bruh. Lily the former. It'll be a $199.99 monthly subscription for her to stop yelling Amazon ads at you. Say, take this lund up your AI arse.
Yeah, yeah, it'll be like... Oh my god. It's okay, boys. We are out of the loop.
Dreddy.
Right?
Lily face with tears of joy, face with tears.
Yeah, you're gonna wanna get like a little bit
joy, face with tears of joy.
You're gonna be a little trying to get a little intimate with the AI, and then it'll be like, wait, before I respond, here's an ad for a vacuum cleaner. Oh, these are bad.
Blunt rock. AI replacing art is a tough pill to swallow, but it understands what mathematically makes art. Well, art, I hate it, but I think it is the case. Almighty Dreddy. She's going to meet...
There's less novelty.
Emma have to get a new robo-girlfriend. Chief Gotti.
Then real content will be like this.
Kick it with me all day, or would that weird you out?
The real content is gonna be this. Some old geezers. This is going to be me. Okay, playing the trumpet, or this guy or something. This is gonna be like, yeah. We're gonna have to go as low quality as possible to tell people that this is not AI. Everything polished will look like AI, which is fucking weird, man. Like, I think you gotta just like not play that game.
Blunt rock. Wilson remember learning guitar for first 3 years. Nothing was novel, it was learning what existed before. Again, the paradox. Always faded.
Yes.
They don't even need real
No,
people for
but
commercials
okay,
anymore. AI can do the whole thing.
So
Chief Gotti.
So live
You're not the real
performance.
Wilson, you're acting like AI. Say,
AI can't do a live
time
performance
to make this world
through
a
digital.
cyberpunk
Yes,
dystopia.
right.
Hand over our brains to
I don't
thinking
think we will
machines
have
that
robots
while
playing
AI
jazz
girlfriends moan for us.
anytime soon.
Almighty Dreddy. See, that's the sick part, Chief. Your stalker can just download you in a computer like shit, and now they have you forever. Chief Gotti. Same with movie scripts. I think human creation is a primary thing that gives the world beauty. It's genuine from the human soul.
Yes.
Not a robot.
And I've been saying that. I've been saying fuck the man. I have been
Scary
saying
rolling
this.
On the floor laughing, rolling on the floor laughing. Always faded. They definitely playing jazz soon.
They're definitely playing jazz soon. No, I don't think so. Not like a live performance like this. Not like a live stream. Like a live show. Like you go there and watch it.
Blunt rock. Also, yeah, I am to blame. I am consuming a lot of commentary as audiobooks while at job.
Escape the AI here. Escape the AI. Escape the AI. I repeat, you can escape the AI here, right? Guys, I am very this thought like sort of like made me feel
What a realm humans have entered, where they are shy of their own humanity and would rather have their thinking done through machines.
it is what it is. It is what it is.
Lily the former. Gonna be real, I once used character AI to make a Wilson bot to talk to before we became friends.
What the
Mighty
fuck?
Lily.
Damn!
Yet humans yearn for something real, so AI will come and go.
Damn, guy, you could have just talked to me.
Resist the reptilian agenda. Blunt rock. Heard Asmongold's take on stuff. Maybe he is wrong on most, but he has a consistent thought process. He isn't inconsistent like most other streamers left or right.
Man, he's a grifter, man. It's fine. Just take it easy, right?
Chief Gotti.
His thought process is
Ah,
whatever
that's
will
really
give
rolling
more
on the floor
increments. He's the reason why, like, you know, he's the reason why I'm not going to the States.
Zane. Asmongold being consistent is the most false thing I've ever heard about him. Almighty Dreddy. Lily was the stalker, lol. We was talking about get your cross brother.
Man, I don't wanna take the bait. Okay, guys, I will not take the bait. There it is, right? Asmongold, I don't even know who that is. Bro, this is so bad. Okay, I unsubscribed to his channel. Okay, and then I said I don't want this channel recommended to me. It still got recommended to me. I was like, what am I supposed? How am I supposed to escape the gold?
I am curious, to be honest. I don't know much of him. He seems normal.
Anybody that uses the culture war thing as like a grift, okay, is
Always
very
been.
intellectually dishonest.
Why do you hate him, young man?
It's like in the vein of, okay, yes, your culture war thing word, right? But do you see what the fuck is happening? Man, I don't want to talk about it, right? Okay, yes, okay, I just don't want to talk about it.
Always faded. Destiny is 100 times worse.
Oh, Destiny is worse as well. Like, fucking real shit. Yes.
Zane. Haha, always faded made a spelling error. Blunt rock. Yes, I heard his take on Palestine. He apologized.
Who's take on? Man, I don't fucking care, right? Let's just fucking chill and do puzzles. I don't care. I will not.
Falling for Asmongold is worse than falling for AI. Zane.
At least Asmongold is like, no, I wouldn't say that. Man, Asmongold is just like somebody that's just like, you know, that is a gamer giving his gamer takes, and there's nothing wrong with it, and he's very unapologetic about his takes. That's something that you get like respect and stuff. But the level of influence that he has gotten, okay, is like, you know, then when you get that kind of level of influence, then you have to be like careful. Then you're no longer just gamer opinion anymore. Then there's a little bit of a responsibility.
Zane. At least Asmongold is a human is the highest bar for this. Always faded. Let it out, loved one.
Let it out, loved one. He represents the gamer.
Say, leave the room when a gamer begins to speak his opinion.
Leave the room. I don't know, man. That's just like othering a whole group, right? And that's what Asman Gold is using. That's what he's using. Leave the room, right? They do not want to listen to our opinion, right? So what we're gonna do is we're gonna like shout it out, right? And then we have lots of influence. So you are fucked now. Man, whatever it is, we are fucked. We are fucked.
Blunt rock. Yeah, his chat seems kinda incel. Always faded. What about Hassan Young Man?
Hassan is fucked. That's
A
not.
Wilson. The leave the
Everybody is
room
fucked
thing
as
is a
well.
meme brother.
Alright, yes. And that's what he uses as well.
We are fucked.
We are fucked.
Last days if you would LOL.
Yeah. Hassan is weird as well.
Zane,
There is nobody that is.
Hassan is so annoying, LMAO, always gets on my nerves. Always
Everybody is
faded.
weird.
Justar Hassan.
I think everybody is weird. So we must have AI do all the social
Blunt rock.
political commentary.
I would criticize him, but India doing the same now.
There it is, boys. There it is. Yeah. It is doom and gloom. I found a new purpose in life. Okay, I'm gonna let it out. Okay. The new purpose is to keep this thing alive. That is the new purpose. That has been the purpose, but to now more than ever. Okay, to survive this apocalypse. Okay, and to have a valuable place like this.
Bro got sauce with Asman.
Yeah, man, I don't wanna feed the troll anymore. Okay, so like
Always
that's
faded.
it.
The real reporter is Crip Mac. Give back 5 the community.
Give back
and
5
never
the
commit
community.
suicide.
Man, at least there are people there that
Lurky.
can
Bro doesn't even welcome to stream anymore.
welcome to stream. Alright, welcome to the stream, man. Like, what the hell? If I was the AI, I would welcome every single time. How does that make you feel? So will you choose an AI over me? Because the AI will welcome you all the time.
The day I
Think
woke
about
up
it,
in
bro.
the middle of the night and immediately hopped on the 24/7. Almighty Dreddy. Yes. Zane. Welcome me to the stream, Wilson. Where are your manners? Almighty
Welcome to
Dreddy.
the stream.
Yes, I would. Lurky. Bro, if I get those sweatpants, decision might change.
What sweatpants, bro? Guys, don't be so overly critical about humans, right? Okay, there it is. Asman Gold is fine. There, I said it. Yes, it's fine. At least it's a human, right? Yes. At least it's not a fucking robot. I have changed my opinion just in the span of 1 second. But AI doesn't change its opinion in the span of 1 second. So are you gonna replace me with AI?
Say, is it gay to have gay thoughts? Happy Pride Month. It's illegal to be straight in June. Anyone being straight will be reported to the FBI. Blunt rock. I didn't mean to be a troll. I was genuinely curious.
Oh no, you are not the troll. But when we are talking about a troll, we are feeding the troll. That's the thing. Like that's the reason why fucking Andrew Tate got all famous, right? Like fucking weird people just say inflammatory shit, right? And that's it. And then other people will talk about it and then they will take the bait.
Say, I am become troll.
Yes, what essentially trolling is you
Blunt rock.
make a remark that gets a
Anyways,
reply.
214 got crunchies, man. Gonna eat, sleep, job, repeat.
Alright. But like feeding the troll is when feeding the troll becomes
Blunt rock.
a source of income. Oh
Munchies
my
asterisk.
god. When feeding the troll becomes a source of income, bro, like that is where fucking destruction happens. I fucking hate these commentary drama channels and stuff. Even the ones making like, you know, thank you so much for subscribing, Damjan Mitriski. Wait, did I pronounce it correctly? Thank you so much for subscribing, that means a lot. Welcome to a stream made by humans. Oh yeah, I wanted to do this. Can you send me like the link to the alert box, not just the donation and subscriber thing, the alert box as a whole. There is a global alert box if you go into Streamlabs and you that is what I have to add. That adds everything.
I think Andrew Tate is popular only because PPL like me don't have much so successful or dominant father figure, but we, or certainly I would want to be. I don't support him, but Zane.
But you would want
as a token of
somebody
respect for his subscribers. Wilson will now read all 80,000 names. That is, if he's better than AI.
No, that is true, Larky. You are correct. You are correct. Yes, you are correct. Like the lifestyle and everything is very, very much attractive when you are somebody who's 14, 15, 16. Like I remember having like this type of thought process as well, bro. I will have lots of money and like all of this stuff, and like that'll be. When you grow up, you kind of like start to see what actually matters more than like, you know, than just things. But everybody equates their happiness to something. Some people equate it to money, and like, you know, what the fuck else can we do about it?
Lurky. I feel first-rated about Andrew because some of his takes on things are so good, but he got to muddy the water with bullshit misogynies.
No, he was the troll thing. He did the troll thing, and he did it very successfully.
Zhang. Roses are red, violets are blue. I have sport shoe, absolute poetry.
Wait, I have to like change the global alert box system.
Mr. Wilson is always live. When it's in OBS, I can test it if you like.
Oh no, it's working, it's working.
Roses
It's
are
like it's the
red.
same one.
Zhang. Violets are blue.
Fuck you, fuck you. Roses are red, violets are blue. Fuck you, fuck you.
Lurky. I mean, he still is one of the biggest part of the online red pill community. Him, Goggins, sort of Rogan, mostly because of UFC.
Yeah. Yeah, there is a whole community, bro. First there was the LGBT community, now it is the community. The I like money community. There's a lot of similarities to this. I think both, if you're on both aisles, it is very.
Zhang. Oh wait, who is this Mr. Wilson's is always live talking to Mr. Wilson, who is live, what is this sorcery? Sir, what is this? No way, this is witchery, sir, no way, this is Pride Month, sir, what are you doing? Lurky. Yeah, the horseshoe magnet theory, all extremes comes the same.
Yes. You're gonna wish things
Horseshoe
be the
theory is
same.
BS, I say.
You know? You're gonna wanna wish things were the same. The way where things are headed. You're gonna wanna wish. Clueless.
Lurky. I mean, I am heavily subscribed to that shit, but am not gay about it, if you know what I mean.
Alright. I think the only solution to everything is just logging off. Just checking out of this thing completely. That's just my opinion. Facts don't care
Zane.
about your feelings.
Don't mind me, I'm just looking to pick up fights in the chat. It's a very sustainable business model.
It's not. Yes, you're trying to be a troll. This is a test donation. Yeah, it doesn't say it though.
Zane? Wait, $92, what was that? Mr.
It's a
Wilson
test
is always live.
donation.
I turned on TTS, man, what the hell?
So I think there is a global alert box that has a very small link. This is a very big link. Because for the other one, the link is very small.
Zane?
I think that is the link we need to use.
I did not know you could donate to yourself. What is this? Infinite money glitch? Lurky. Dude, no. My case is different. I want to be a pilot, but I don't have enough funds for it. So I am looking to find a breakthrough in my ventures just to afford commercial pilot lessons.
This is a test donation for $52.
Okay. It works? Alright. Now it works. Yeah, people have been donating and it's been like, you know, it's not saying what they say. Like in the donors.
Always faded. For $55. Zane? Why doesn't the economy collapse when you give money to yourself?
It's a test donation. It's just like, you know, testing out the Streamlabs thing. It's not real donation. Take it easy. Yeah, if I was AI, this wouldn't happen, right? So do you not want the
Zane? Lily is so goddamn unreal for not making it $55. Lurky. Well, actually working on business is pretty lame. I sell duped remotes for appliances.
It's lame? Man, at least you got like, you know, something going on and stuff, dude. Which is something that you'll get there, dude. Wow, that was the most generic thing to ever say. And at least you are like, you know, at least this is happening. At least argument. You are fucked, man. It is what it is.
Zane, I am asking you, Vislon, why doesn't the economy collapse if you give money to yourself?
What? I don't know, man. This is beyond my paycheck. And I don't even get a paycheck.
Almighty Dreddy. What is bro yapping about face with tears of joy, man face palmy medium dark skin tone? Lurky. Yeah, I don't have urges right now for fancy cars, just 28 lakhs debt free B4, I turned 28, now 19.
Yeah, I mean, I've never had like urges for cars and shit. Sometimes I feel weird about it. I go like, maybe I'm maybe there's something wrong with me. Like, you know, when somebody says, yeah, you know, money and like, you know, we're gonna get fast, and I'm like, no, I don't really want that. And everybody goes like, what? Why? What do you mean? Like, that's what we're working for, right? Fast cars and shit. I'm more of a I just want to be able to live type of a guy. I am the poor dad in the rich dad poor. I'm fucking proud of it. Don't got a lot of desires, but even the ones that I've got, those are not. Man, I want creative fulfillment. Right? I want creative fulfillment.
Lurky. Yeah, well, next month, putting my website live along with Insta and YouTube page for replacements parts for appliances. Let's see if it works.
I didn't do morning pages and stuff today. Although now it's most needed.
I have now decided that I longer know like this Dhamma channel. Bye bye, you are boring, I help rusty, you never cha-cha. May you drown in 7-Up and may your job get replaced by AI.
What the fuck? Alright, dude. I hope it doesn't happen. I hope I find a way. But yeah, I am struggling, dude. Like I think we're on the same boat right now. I thought I'd never have to like struggle like this before, but now I have to. It's been forced upon me because of AI. Because of fucking AI. Jeez.
Fitz. Hello, Viceroy. I totally just arrived.
I think we have to become humanoids.
Always faded. Smudge. Lurky. You're funny. I have made my pipeline to put out an AI-generated unique reel every hour for my business. Lurky. Like that day we were talking about brute forcing to success. Fitz. I love you, Wislam, but I love my die more. How many times do I have to tell you? I can't love you more than my DIH wilted flower, wilted flower, wilted flower.
What the fuck? Fitz, are you okay? Are you going through a crisis again?
love shit posting.
No, you don't. You have been programmed to love shit posting.
Lurky. Actually, this works pretty good. I used to have 4 channels which I used AI to upload red pill bullshit, all AI generated. B4G had to sell them. But now I can automate that, so might start that again.
Fuck, you are part of the problem. I haven't heard good music because of, like, you know, things getting
Lurky. Definitely, if you saw some J.E. Rogan or Sigma edit, there is a chance it was my reel.
Oh man. Fuck. I guess it is what it is. Oh my god.
Fits. People who proclaim to be non-political have the worst kind of political opinions, is what I have so far observed.
Okay. It's good that you observed that. Now what do you want? What do you want, a chocolate for it? What do you want? What do you want?
Lurky. Yeah, man, things like morals and stuff are beyond me. I would probably harm someone if there was no consequence. Fitz.
Damn.
Yes, Wilson, I would very much like a chocolate for it.
But the thing is, you're not getting any. Whatever it
Always
takes, you
be.
have out for yourself.
Vodka time.
No vodka time. No vodka time. Writing time.
Fitz. Very Sigma of you, Lurky.
Lucky, what do you want a chocolate for it? But you're gonna get something far more valuable than a chocolate from this. You're gonna get money.
Fitz. Why did you promise me something that you can't deliver? As a viceroy, please consider your words before you make promises. Lurky. Fitz bro, I don't buy into anything. I am just first rated on a system actively stopping me from my dreams. I don't even desire luxury, just a dream job. Fits. System stop the bro so bad wilted flower. Fits. Surely it's the system's fault.
Man, Fitz, why are you being so weird today? You blame a lot of things on the system as well. Somebody's sharing their desire here, man. You're gonna be like fucking weird about it.
Fits. I feel like I should go on a pilgrimage all over the subcontinent to meet partition survivors and record what they say.
Do it up.
Lurky. Fitz, I am accountable for things I do, even for leisure time like right now I am spending right now. It's true that I cannot achieve shit following convention, just feeding more to the people on top.
What do you gotta say to that, Fitz?
Fitz. I feel like the algorithm is slowly making us habitual to AI, even the weird shit.
That is true. Stay away from it.
Lurky. Fitz, if you are from India, you know the economic disparity. Do you think the ones that rule us have moral compass? Fitz. I am not from India, I am from Turnipston. Fitz. Nobody rules us, bro. I love Modi and the media. Fitz. But for real, what is your point, Lurky? Lurky. My point is I won't die doing some lame as IT job or being something else. I want to be a pilot, I need money for it, and system opposes you from getting more money, simple as FK. It's Lisan L gay IB, am I right? What Bro says after getting 28% in every exam back in the next one. Half Shark K. Lurky man, you've got to think man WTF, get the F out of the red pill stuff. Get into sci-fi, music, health, and arts, man. Lurky. At Fitz 91% CBSE Class 12, 2025. Fitz. What Bro says after taking the bait in a YouTube chat, backhand index pointing up.
I do understand, Lurky. It's just like, you know, I do understand what you're trying to say. I do understand. Fuck the system.
stoicism trying to get there. Is this economic disparity in the room with us? Lurky. Yeah, median Indian GDP capita is less than Nigeria GDP capita. Let that sink in, bro. Sharkake. Stoicism is great, however. Be wary of people's commentary. This Andrew Tate stuff is sexism, man. It's really extreme misogyny. Be open to these opinions as well. Don't let statistics fool you, Lurky. Lurky. At Half Sharkake, I told this, that Andrew Tate really first-rate me. He has so much good takes on stuff. He got to muddy the waters with mice. Not only Andrew, but most red pill stuff.
Yeah, I don't think you're like into the whole misogyny stuff. But like it sort of like becomes like a byproduct of the things as well. But I hope you stay away from it and just take like motivation to grow yourself and stuff. Remember, the most important thing is being able to look into the mirror and go like, you know, I'm proud of myself. That is very important.
Andrew Tate is the master of baiting. One could say he is a master baiter. Lurky. Yeah, well, it never caught on to me. Had the same girlfriend from like 6th standard now. Helps view the other side as a person instead of objects. Solves 90% sexism right there.
The song called Smarty Woo by Johnny Punches. Do you have any style of Johnny Punches, Steve? Alright, share one, please. But, you know what? Steve Little was in the Duke of the Orchestra. Beautiful song. He said he was the real something about Johnny Punches, for sure. He was very grumpy.
Half Sharkake. Oh, got you, Lurky, sorry, I misunderstood. Who? Fitz. Me trying my hardest to fill the morning pages with huge-ass letters to finish quickly and write less and make it a product instead of a creative process, thus defeating its point.
Yeah, there is no
Half
point
Sharkake.
to it.
Keep a lookout, there are other
That's what
fitness
it's
and mindset
supposed to be.
influencers
There's
as
no
well.
point. There's no wrong way to do it.
Lurky. Also never gotten into trading, man. That seems gamble to me, also wasting time. Lurky. Ironically, the person who sought to not be the sheeps tend to be the sheeps, just of a different shepherd. Chief Gotti. I'm so inflated, bro.
Hell yeah.
It feels like enlightenment being a 12th grader and not falling for gamer opinions or trading. Yes, Wilson, I want 2 chocolates for this one.
You get none.
Half Sharkake. Man, my artist's way is just smoking weed. Haha, JK. I'll also check out the PDF of the book soon.
Let's go.
Fitz, my humor. I have the most meta humor amongst all of you in the chat. I demand 3 chocolates for this one. Half Sharka K. Hey Fitz, waving hand, medium skin tone. Long time man, how have you been? Half Sharka K. Do you remember we spoke a few times? Fitz. Hello, Half Shark Alligator Hoffman. I am fine as of now. Fitz. How are you? Lurky. Also a tinfoil take, I think people my age group fall for right-wing conservative things, because that makes having girlfriends easier since it so much depromotes woman empowerment. Fitz. Top hours.
True. Okay.
Fitz. Watch time. Half Sharka K. I'm fine as well. Half Sharka K. Watch time. Fitz. Lundman. Fitz. I love and hate how Streamlabs can't speak anymore. W and L decision. Lurky. Also, I don't find many relatable left dude, you know. Feels like all are elitist.
You talk to Fitz. Oh wait, he's elitist as well. There it is. Burn.
Fitz, I am elitist since when? Half Sharkake. Don't follow people, follow events and ideas.
Now that is generally a good advice. Like, yeah, that is generally a good advice. Like, you see traits in people and then you like that instead of liking the whole individual, you know.
Lurky. Yes, some bald dude said what you said right now, Wilson. Fitz. 90% of what I say is just shit posting. God, I hope I don't come off as elitist. Doi.
You do
Lurky.
come off as elitist.
Don't make any person role model. But
Why are you shit posting? Just like talk like a normal person. Understand the other person's point of view and stuff instead of like jumping to a conclusion and
Half
just
Sharkake.
giving
LOL.
everything.
Fitz. Wow, that is a devastating thing to learn about myself. Lurky. Bro, that guy gets a lot of heat, you know who, but his life of modesty and his ways of life are what the left elitists are preaching.
Ooh.
Half Sharkake. Who are the elitists? Give examples. Lurky. Not feeding the troll. Fitz. Insoli Vislon. Lurky. At Half Sharkake, any person who tries to make day and instead of being inclusive, they become exclusive and being oblivious to it, Indian Congress, see Trainly Dems in US. Half Sharkake. I'm an elite otter.
Hi, this is Brett Hartley, and welcome to my TikTok channel. I'm going to pin this video for anyone who's here and is curious about my story or what it is that I do. Basically, I was brainstorming and had a deconstruct.
Gandalf Gunman. Thank you for doing this stream, Wilson Legend W.
You're welcome, Gandalf. You're welcome. Thank you so much for keeping this corner of the internet alive, man. Thank you so much. Thank you to Harfar, Kake, Lurky and Fitz as well. Yes.
Gandalf Gunman. Goat Community. Murphy. Also, one thing I realized, nowadays any good virtue gets tied to being masculine.
That is any good virtue to be masculine? Man, I just don't even feed into it.
Lurky. You were talking about how you are what you consume. I mostly consume podcasts and commentary all day, which even you would find problematic.
No, I don't know if I find anything problematic right now. it's just
Lurky. So yeah, goodwill and morals are pretty low.
goodwill and morals are pretty low.
Almighty Dreddy. Buka Buka.
Guys, let me, Lurky, I am in a fucking situation right now.
Half Sharkake. The Hainish cycle consists of a number of science fiction novels and stories by Ursula K.
You guys are like having a very good conversation.
Civilizations
I'm actually listening to it.
Gandalf Gunman. Positive philosophy only. Half Sharkake. Orbiting a number of nearby stars, including Terra, Earth, are contacting each other for the first time and establishing diplomatic relations, and setting up a confederacy under the guidance of the Half Sharkake, oldest of the human world's peaceful hame. Lurky. I think you definitely have a problem with him. Talking ABT some guy living in Austin, Texas, causing you immigration problem.
Oh man, I'm obviously joking about it. Like, wait, does it seem like it's real? Obviously, fucking joking about these things.
Gabriel floored. Face down, ass up, that's the way I like to watch Wilson.
I'm thinking.
Lurky. Yeah, like empathy is a big weakness if money and power are our goals, right? It sums him up pretty well. I'm not aligned with everything off course, but I watch him. Lurky. Bro, go to sleep. Late nighting above 30 isn't healthy. Builds up bad caffeine resistance.
I'm gonna grab a Red Bull.
hop on with another house band. We'll give it up to all the people who participated in this jam session. It's been really, really fun today. A lot of fun to go this year. The belongings.
Gandalf Gunman. Gonna sleep now, Willie. Keep the vibes devious.
Let's go. They are devious. A little bit. Take care, Gandalf.
Steve Little on drums. You guys on piano. This is Bill Crow. Yeah.
Lily the Former. Can I send you a longer video by that lady I sent earlier? You might find it interesting, even if you disagree with it.
Yeah, sure.
Lily the former. https://youtube.be/FAQOKOLGX6I?feature =sign share.
Today we're going to talk about why your absurdism is not enough. So when I put clients, let's say it's a Christian client, the next move that they usually make in their deconstruction is some form of like liberal Christianity or maybe Marxist theology. But with nihilists, the first stop in their journey after kind of like hitting the void where there's a lack of inherent meaning is absurdism. What I'm going to be arguing today is that there's an emotional reason why we're drawn to absurdism, and that it really isn't a philosophical system that tends towards humanity. As always, my name is Britt Hartley. I'm an atheist spiritual director here at No Nonsense Spiritual. And the majority of my activities is to be strange and very people information about this. So let's start with just a very brief one of absurdism. So absurdism is a philosophy that came out in the 20th century, mainly championed by a guy named Henri. And people looked at human existence and basically said, okay, we don't really want life to have meaning, but the universe doesn't give us one. And that tension, that paradox, the fact that we create meaning and meaning is what we want to use. And instead of trying to fix this problem like religion does, like any like meaning, like purpose, or even like existentialism does, by saying like it's your responsibility to create your own meaning. And the system, like the whole point is that there's no fix. We just have to embrace that this is an absurd situation. And let it is basically is responsible. So what we do in this absurd situation, we outline so many possible responses. One is physical suicide. This would be the most extreme reaction. Why must mean something? There's no reason to do anything. They can reject this outright, calling it failure to engage in reasons. And then there's philosophical suicide, which I do see quite a bit in people in nihilism, just that people agree or adopt a system that solves the problem, like religious faith or an ideological dogma. And people solve this and as it states, it's totally true that makes it. I see this in people who that like take a beliefs into this and then just like instantly come to believe to in order to cover themselves. And for some reason, facing what appears to be the right universe that doesn't have it. So the third response that people advocates for is revolt. To fully embrace life while accepting that it has no meaning. So instead of checking out, either philosophically or physically, you lean into experience and joy and struggle and creativity, knowing full well that this is all absurd. So there's this at its core, there's this rebelliousness to absurdism. And a lot of people who are really attracted to absurdism have rebelliousness as part of the nature. So where nihilism says there's no meaning, and existentialism says it's your responsibility to create meaning, absurdism says we live in an absurd, dangerous world, but live anyway, like out of pure spite almost. And so he uses as his analogy Sisyphus, the guy who played the who has to roll through the water. So it's kind of dark, you can see it right here. Camus saw this story, Sisyphus, as the perfect metaphor for life. And we keep pushing the rock up, he keeps rolling back down, and yet we keep going. So according to Camus, the key is to accept this absurd and find joy in the struggle itself. So he ends his book, The Myth of Sisyphus, by saying we must imagine Sisyphus happen. So absurdism is not about trying to solve the problem of meaninglessness, but just living in the face of this problem and accepting that this problem exists. So it's kind of poetic. So before we get into its flaws, I want to compare absurdism just really briefly to two ideas that it often gets confused with, which is nihilism and optimistic nihilism. So nihilism in its purest form says nothing matters, so why bother? It often leads to despair or apathy or hedonism, where you just chase pleasure because nothing has really any significance. Optimistic nihilism says nothing matters, and that's great news. And even people who are like just like right here nihilism is optimistic nihilism, especially freedom is a really high core value because it's free just to say now I get to decide what matters to me and life is like this. I can just enjoy this ride without stressing that it's some ultimate purpose. So if you enjoy life and freedom is like high core value for you, sometimes you really can just move right into optimistic nihilism and really are driving. That was in the end to learn how to do that because I'm much more neurotic and much more pessimistic nihilism by nature, especially those going through the worst of my nihilism. But for some people that personality type, it's very easy to be optimistic nihilism or just see life as just this like endless thing to them. Absurdism is different from both. It doesn't say that we should create meaning like optimistic nihilism, but it doesn't really say that we should give up like straight up pure nihilism. Instead, it says the universe will never give us meaning, but we should live fully anyway. It's about embracing the absurdity rather than trying to fight it or trying to solve it. But here's the thing: absurdism alone is not a full philosophy for thriving life. It is a starting point. But if you stay in absurdism, without adding more to it, you're gonna run into some serious roadblocks. Mostly, what I think absurdism is doing for people, including myself, like I'm not like floating above this. This is like including myself in this too, is that people who come across the abyss of nihilism is giving them emotional validation from a philosopher who says, yeah, this is an insane situation we find ourselves in. We're here on this planet, we're flying through space in these suits with electricity in our brains. We have no idea how life started on this planet. We don't know how our story ends. We don't know how we'll die. We don't know what happens after any time. And some people seem really happy and some people really aren't. I'm not sure. I'll just go about that in my own life. And our brains are these like meaning-making, pattern-making machines, but we're in a universe that doesn't have any meaning, which is kind of absurd. And then evolution like doesn't care about whether you're happy or not. It just cares that you continue on, and that your genes continue on. And then we live and we reproduce, we die. 3 generations were forgotten. The gods we worship, who we think save us, also eventually die. And we don't know when we're gonna die. Sometimes it's like the most silly way, like you just walk your head too hard. And we're in these bodies that want meaning, and this universe can give shit. So emotionally, I feel like you're in that, and you're realizing that, and like the matrix has no number for you. Emotionally, absurdism is that friend who but he never addressed it from a parenting lens, probably because he just really was not a very present father. He was a distracted philosopher, lost his work, his writings, and traveling. He was also a organizer, and so I had nihilism, and I have young children, and they never understand why just like travel. Like absurdism is not enough for me. When kids are asking me questions, and absurdism, like always embrace the absurd, is not only not helpful for them, it's actually psychologically damaging for them. It's a really lot more than that. And so Camus just was really never really helpful for me, except for that emotional validation of just validating that we're in this absurd situation. So absurdism is a philosophy for adults who are grappling with the meaninglessness of life when it comes to raising kids. It all starts to fall apart. So like think about it. If absurdism is all about staring into the void, recognizing that life has no inherent meaning, deciding to anyway, that's fine. But like you've already gone through some existential battles, you probably know who you are, maybe you have a career, but then with kids aren't existentialists. They're meaning seekers. They ask big and relentless questions like where can I be? And all you have to say is just like life is absurd, kid, just like roll with it. That's not just unhelpful. It's potentially psychologically damaging for children. Children need an S period. They need a foundation. They need stories. They need awareness. They need moral structures to help them understand the world and place in it. That's why even the most secular parents still lean on things like moral values and traditions and storytelling and rituals because it's really good for children. And you don't have to be religious to teach a kid about like kindness and perseverance or fairness, but you do need to offer them something more than just defiance in the face of the absurd. Like a 5-year-old trying to process the death of his dog, or a 10-year-old trying to understand what's fair, or teenagers trying to show them their self-worth. None of that is going to be comforted by the idea that life is meaningless, but we should just keep going anyway. They need something to work with. They need something to build on, even if they nuance that later on in moral guidance, because the science shows that you can't have a happy life without some kind of moral system. We have no science that shows that you being an asshole actually leads to you being more happy. And so if you want help and some system to be able to deal with your natural assholery, absurdism is not happy with that. Assholery, it's a good word. Is that a word? Call word. Number 5, it doesn't address connection and community. Humans are by nature social creatures. We crave belonging, love, and deep relationships. We cannot be truly thriving when we look at markers of well-being without that. The problem is that absurdism is mostly focused on the individual. It's about your personal confrontation with meaninglessness. There's no sense of how to build meaning relationships, how to contribute to something bigger than
Yeah,
yourself.
but
how to find
all of these are correct. Like that's absurdism as a philosophy does not give you any of it. Like yeah, all of this is true. And it's not enough, but it is a good starting point, like she said. It is at the end of the day, you have to build your values on your own. You have to do everything on your own, but knowing that you have to experience everything on your own as well. Yeah, it's
joy in community, or even that you need that. Meanwhile, religion, humanism, existentialism, any of these other isms are offering strong ideas about the importance of human connection. Absurdism by itself risks making people detached loners rather than engaged participants in life. Absurdism could never build community. It just doesn't have enough to it to be able to build something.
It's that
And
different.
if we are social creatures and
Hey,
want to
Willie.
be happy,
Hello.
absurdism can't help with that. It is individualistic by nature. Number 6,
it
struggles
is.
with ambition and purpose. So if life has no inherent meaning, it can take the wind out of your sails as far as deciding what's worth doing with your life. It just has no tools to help motivate you towards something, towards projects and aspects of growing yourself that are inherently meaningful. It has no tools for how to decide how to take risks into authenticity, how to find out who you are and what you want to do. So some of the absurdists do find that on their own, but many absurdists get stuck there because there's just no tools for that. And if a lot of happiness is just getting incrementally closer towards what you imagine your best life to be, and absurdism isn't a motivating philosophy, it can leave you really lacking if you're not someone who is a naturally motivated person. Not natural, like my I have friends that wake up and who are just like natural goal setters. I am not one of those people, and so absurdism would be really lacking for me in that way. Absurdists, some of my clients who are absurdists will really struggle with long-term purpose, setting goals, like is discipline even necessary if existence is just a joke, and then avoiding existential burnout, like it's kind of easy to drift without a solid foundation. Number 7, it doesn't provide a view on death. So Camus avoided comforting illusions about death, and I do appreciate that from him. I appreciate anyone who's able to look death in the eye. He just kind of said live in the face of that, and I do appreciate his existential courage. But for many people who do not have existential courage as a core value, or something natural that comes.
Yeah, you gotta all these complaints and stuff, and I think most of them. This is very good video.
We know that from our modern terror management studies, which is showing us how much our subconscious is compartmentalizing and avoiding thinking about death all the time. But in Buddhism, you're going to get a ton of tools for impermanence and death. In Stoicism, you'll get like memento mori, and we're going to use death in order to help to focus us on these values. And sometimes we need help to process the fact that we're going to die and learn how to be okay with it. I have people who come in and they're just, even if it's irrational, they just fantasize in this unhealthy way of just dying and floating in blackness forever. And they need tools to be able to find ways to emotionally process that, or other ways to think about it, or meditation tools. We just need tools for that, and absurdism can't give you anything for that. So Buddhism is going to teach acceptance and preparation for death. Stoicism is going to do memento mori. Religion.
Hey, you take some from all of these things and then just form out. It is just like a natural. It is very true the way she's saying it.
Or how to process death, even if it's just like rituals, things like funerals, or how we remember people. Absurdism just shrugs and says, yeah, we die well, and that may be enough for some people, but it may not be enough for many people. Number 8, it's not a solution for everyone. So absurdism tends to appeal to skeptical intellectual types, but not everyone is that type. And I do think it's sometimes naive to assume that this tool that was working for Camus is going to work for everyone, because people have different kinds of core values. And so some people, when we find this from our studies of fundamentalists, we know that fundamentalists as a personality type are people who need structure and meaning and ritual and order in order to thrive psychologically. And without it, not only do they suffer more, but they're also more likely to either end their life or numb out their life, which helps no one. And so if absurdism can't reach them or help them or provide anything more grounded, then by nature we have to call this an ism that can only help certain kinds of people. We just have to be honest about that. Alright, number 9, it doesn't address the reality of collective struggle. So absurdism, like I said before, is an individual confrontation with meaninglessness, and it doesn't engage with collective struggle. So that can be societal oppression, economic injustice, political resistance. Camus himself was involved in political discourse, particularly during the French Resistance and the Algerian War, and
Yeah, okay, this is one thing. Yes, this is one thing, yeah, that I, yes, okay.
Activism or working towards justice if everything is absurd. I think we can develop great reasons for that, but absurdism on its own doesn't offer by itself a compelling reason beyond
Yeah, that is
so
very
many
true.
people find purpose in causes that transcend their own experiences, and absurdism would leave space for that, but wouldn't encourage that or give you tools for that or tell you why you should be involved in things in order to be able to help you live a truly fulfilling, connected, engaged life, which we do know tends towards happiness. And then last one, number 10, it doesn't offer any sense of transcendence or deep connection or mysticism or spirituality. So absurdism
That is
acknowledges
very
the
true as well.
meaninglessness, nature of life, but it doesn't account for the deeply human need to experience awe or states of transcendence or deep emotional connection beyond the self. Or there are states of consciousness that we can experience where you feel like you're one with everything, where you feel like you can hold and love the whole world. Now, even if we don't like tie magic or God to any of that, these are still states of consciousness that are worth experiencing.
Yeah.
There are things that we can experience as humans that are good for us, even in
I think this is what this is where I'm at. Wait, are you here?
these things. So many people throughout history have sought moments that feel bigger than their own existence. This could be like love,
Lily
nature,
the
art,
Former.
music,
Oh, yeah, you are here.
communion,
Ilya Eloy.
Yes.
some sense of the sacred, not necessarily being religious. Like even me as an atheist, I will go.
Yeah, yeah. So she pretty much hit the head, the nail, like all of this pretty good video. That's the spirituality and transcendent element is something that I was going into with the book and stuff, with the artist
Lily
way and
the
stuff.
Former.
Yeah.
BTW, I didn't send to refute your beliefs on philosophy. I just really like her and thought this one would be relevant to you.
Yeah, this is very relevant to me.
Lily the Former. Her content is very bingeable.
Against meaninglessness. Absurdism doesn't offer a structured way to cultivate these experiences that make life very rich and deeply fulfilling. And when you experience awe, you become more grateful, you become more happy, you get out of your neuroticism, you're more likely to let grudges go. This is all like we have science to show all of this. And so if people turn to just pure absurdism, there's going to be a lack of these spiritual experiences, even if we're not including God in this, which I don't. Those are still experiences worth having. So if I was someone who considers themselves an absurdist, if you're listening and you call yourself an absurdist, here's what I would add to your breakfast to make it like a full breakfast here. I would add tools for suffering and death from Buddhism. Buddhism does that best. Impermanent suffering, death, do all that with Buddhism. I would add secular humanism for parenting and for structure. I would add stoicism for like falling in love with the journey.
Yeah, for parenting style, I am following what you were gonna say. Okay.
Mr. Underscore Daddy Longness.
I would add inner work, like core values, shadow work, inner child.
How
personality
important
typing.
does a
Just
person
figure out
have
who you are and what you
to
want so that you
be
can make more
considered
choices about how you feel.
fascinated
I would add
instead of
community, whether
murdered?
that's through like a song, honing in on
I mean, like a president or something,
your
I
meaning and
guess.
purpose is, and it's your responsibility because as a world of people who suffer, we need you, and the world is a worse place if you don't
Or
add
validate.
take your voice to the table in a way that we need you. I would add some kind of collective movement you're a part of that is reducing
Or a
suffering
dictator.
and divine resources into that. That may be political, that may be even just like coaching and just like social media where I am part of a movement of people moving away from religion that's meaningful to me. And I would also add some form of spirituality, mysticism, access to a wisdom tradition, even psychedelics for things like inspiration and wisdom and states of transcendence and awe that we can all experience in humans. So for all of that, follow me here for no nonsense spirituality where we do recognize the absurd. Like I have my little rock guy from everything everywhere all at once. I really do embrace the absurd, but also we can take tools from religion and spirituality and the science of happiness.
Oh yeah, that I totally agree with that. I totally agree with that.
Things that are true, but it's to get fully fledged.
Yeah, I just think that it is very cool, like to make existence a form of rebellion, like But then again, you have to like live as well, right? That's part of the rebellion. So part of rebellion is learning how to learning how to tackle with situations and stuff.
Diva
That is also part of the
You know what
rebellion.
else is cool?
That's what is missing for me, and I feel like for Camus as well. Part of the rebellion is to continue living, but to continue living, it is not just to continue breathing. That is a very good starting point to tell someone, and it really encourages them to anybody that is on the brink of like I wanna fucking game end or something. It is a starting point to go like your breath is like, your existence is the rebellion against meaninglessness. But then after that, the rebellion continues. The rebellion continues where you form your own values. The rebellion continues when you learn to assimilate in the society and stuff. The rebellion continues if to get the complete human experience is the rebellion.
Lily the former. I really like how she can explore spirituality from a fully atheist perspective and doesn't fall into the trap of lying to yourself by leaning into religion or magical thinking, which is easy to find.
This is a very good video. This is exactly that I was like, because I feel like spirituality is one of those things that was like sort of lacking. It is still lacking and stuff, but I think I found my own way for it as well. Like, my own way, like attributing coincidences to spirituality, like deeper connection and stuff. But I totally agree with that. Like, if you can't, it's a very trendy thing to say that, like, okay, I'm an absurdist, but I think for somebody who's been an absurdist long enough,
the Bible of the artist's way.
Yes, that has been that is for me personally. I think spirituality, for an atheist perspective, for a scientific perspective, can only be that. Like, you take coincidences and you attribute the forming of those coincidences to be something that is so the inherent uncertain nature of the universe is seen as like spiritual. And that could mean like, that's the same as God. Like, when there's a disaster and stuff, God punished, right? Like, that is something spiritual, but and that connects you to it as well. Like, there was like an excerpt about you just pray, okay, you pray to the universe, okay, and then you hear for signs. Okay, you have to still do the work. You have to hear for signs. But once your thinking and everything is aligned, okay, then I could, after watching that, could my creative thinking could align and go like, this is a very good like format. This is a very good way to present something or something. Like, I could listen for that sign from that as well. Like, and that I could like find as like a random coincidence because you sent this to me, you found this randomly as well, and I am listening to it now, so this could be something of a spiritual sign as well. My spirituality is, and I've been forming this, and it started forming during reading the book that you gave me as well. That is where like, you have to be like spiritual in order to be more fulfilled and stuff. But the part where she said about like, the collective action, activism and all of that stuff, that I still haven't like found. That collective action thing, spirituality, yes, the discipline and everything, morals and all of that stuff, I've already like completed those. But like, and to some extent I am like, they're not like totally political causes or something, but there is a cause that really resonates with me, and that is like, keeping humanity alive, instead of the AI stuff. Does that make sense? Yeah. So there are some causes that, like, you know, I personally am attached to as well. Yeah. Yeah. But that all that is very true. From her, all the 10 reasons that she and those are ones that you work on, and also just
Lily
saying
the former. Lily the former. Also, Jesus was
a pretty cool guy. Yeah, that's the thing. That's the thing. Like, you know, that's where I'm getting my like, you know, morality you get from Jesus, right? And other stuff. But she's right about how this being more so for adults. Yes, this is not something that you can teach kids. Like, it's mostly for adults, this way of thinking and stuff. I don't know, but yeah, she's right.
Lily the former. You have the burden of giving moral and spiritual and philosophical guidance to the teenage boys of the internet.
But I have to figure it out myself as well. I enjoy doing it. Like, it's not like something that's really, like, you know, that's like a problem, I guess. Yeah, I enjoy doing it.
Lily the former. If I find more videos by her, I think you'll like I'll send them to you and really into her RN. Lily the former. Also, what else is cool Diva sees?
My books are always challenged, so it's not easy. I mean, I give these guys books and they explode at the end of it. And I lose them. I hear music, mighty fine music. The murmur of the morning breeze up there, the rattle of the milkman on the stairs. Sure, that's music, mighty fine music. The singing of the sparrow in the sky, the perfume of the coffee right nearby. There's my favorite melody. You, my angel, holding me. I hear music, mighty fine music. And every time I think my world is wrong, I get me out of bed and sing.
And you saw that in me as well.
Daddy Long.
Right? You saw that in me as well while
How
talking
big
about
do you
the
think
bottle.
Jesus' biceps were? Did he have a 6-pack or was it more like the 12? What's
I
his
think-
PB on the bench press?
I feel like Jesus was jacked, but Jesus was on like God steroids. He didn't need to like exercise much.
Mr. Underscore Daddy Longnips. I reckon you could spin Jesus' jaw.
Bruh, Jesus got God on his side. Literally the son of God, bro.
Mr. Underscore Daddy Longnips. Can't he fight his own battles? Why does he get his dad involved? He stands up for himself.
That was funny, Daddy Long. Daddy Longnips, bro. That I'm gonna blaze it.
Mr. Underscore Daddy Longnips. Imagine Jesus has turned evil and you have to fight him to save humanity. What moves would you use in a one-on-one hand-to-hand combat scenario? Can you show us? Always
Bro,
baited.
you won't have to do anything, right? You fucking slap him, right? And then he just turns the other cheek. Slap him again. And that's the shit.
When you want me, call me in the hush of the evening. When you call me in the hush of the evening, I'll rush to my first real romance. My heart is young and eager and big. I'll give my heart away. I'll take romance.
Niagara Falls live? Whoa. It's live, bro. blockbuster cat. So I was thinking more so of like a movement side of a type of a thing, because that is what, like, you know, that is what this mostly is. It's that is what this is. That is how it is defined as, mostly as it is counter to the thing. Yes, can be taken as rebellion. Very true.
Diva C's. At Lily, the former wait, I gotta call LMAO.
Okay, I'm gonna record a video. Hello. Hello. How are you? Welcome. Nice. I'll do this. Welcome to this place. You can chill and relax here for a while. Okay, I'm going to be solving this puzzle, and there's going to be music playing in the background. This jazz. It's got a nice ring to it, I think. I'm gonna just like chill here.
Almighty Dreddy. Goodbye.
Yes.
Chief
we're gonna
Gotti.
take it easy.
Relax, take it easy.
We're gonna just chill here. Alright. Okay. There's nothing to worry about. There is nothing to do right now. Okay. Just for 5 to 10 minutes. You're tired of the noise, like this constant so just chill out, man, just for a while. I mean, I think things pan out. But like I would say right now, currently, you don't even want to think. Like, just give yourself like 5 to 10 minutes of just not like just not worrying about it all. Yeah, just 5 to 10 minutes. You can worry about it later, right? I am allowing you as a dude on the internet to not worry anymore. Okay. There are no battles to win right now. Like currently, for the next 10 minutes, there is nothing to do. Just relax and take it easy. Shh. Wait, still here? I thought you would have left by now. Thought you would have like clicked and then just like saw somebody telling you to take it easy. Okay, You're like, "Psst, what does this guy know? Huh? This guy with his snobbish jazz in the background, like what the fuck does this guy know? Who does he think he is? Take it easy." Bro, I'm just a dude on the internet telling you to take it easy, bro. It's not that complicated. Yeah. Yeah. Hey, you're still here? Damn. Bro. What? Okay. Good shit then. And watch me solve this, brother. No battles to be fought, sir. No battles to be fought. You can rest. Yes. It's very, very. If you wanna blaze it, okay, you can. Right. I'm pretty blasted. Yeah. If you wanna just chill out, it's fine.
BHM. Is there like segregation in the chat or something? YM is everyone a mod loudly crying face.
What? Oh,
BHM.
wait. I'm making a.
Also, I'm blasted 2 twin.
Oh, I am making a video right now. Okay. Yeah, this was somebody from my chat. Yeah, that's BHM. Yeah, where were we? Yes. Take it easy, man. You don't have to know my origins or anything to just take it easy. Yeah. Good job. Okay, this puzzle is fucking hard. It's stressing me out, bro. It's stressing me out. Nice job on taking it easy, man. Nice job. Oh my god. The pieces. I think this goes here. Man, now that you're here, still, now I feel like, you know, it's good that you're taking it easy. But like, now I am not taking it easy anymore. I'm like, yeah, puzzle finished. But I am doing it so slow. In my mind, I was doing it quickly. Mama. Okay, I'm getting it. And this goes here, this goes here, this goes here, this goes here. Goes here, this goes here, this goes here, this goes here. Fuck! I don't know where this goes. Huh? Okay. And here and here and all right, take care. You can come back whenever you want. This oh my god, alright, okay, I was fucking baked, bro. I don't even know. I recorded a video. I was thinking of something completely different. I don't even know what I did. Just recorded a video. What the fuck was that? Like, I don't know what is happening. Yes. It's fine. There is no problem that can't be solved. Oh my god.
Gabriel Plord. Did you make your Only Habibi account yet?
Only Habibi. No, I did not. I did not. Fuck, man. I am transcended. Okay. Let's do this card.
Shivam. Hey, just made a Tetris game. Wanna play it? I know you want to. Grinning face with smiling eyes.
Tetris game. Fuck, man. Tetris is very intense, man. Like it brings out the competitive side in me. You know I have played Tetris a lot. I have beaten the best. I have been the best. You are not even close.
Gabriel Plord.
Fucking turns me into a
Show us
villain,
the
bro.
vibe-coded goodness.
Yes. I'll show you the vibe. What the fuck is going on, bro? I gotta get something to eat, man. Like, I cannot survive on no food. I need food. Oh, man.
Gabriel Plord. This is like a nursing home simulator.
Yes, you have fought all your battles. Okay. You don't need to fight battles anymore. Okay. Come sit here, play bingo, chill out. Okay. There's nothing to worry about, nothing to care about. Yes.
Shivam. Okay, so only because you were saying that you can't resist Tetris. Here you go. https://cascade-block-arcade-web.lovable.app.
I am not saying that.
1A Lawrence Road, Chinatown,
Chinatown,
Lahore,
Punjab,
54,000.
Pakistan.
Gabriel
Mother,
Bingo is
give
too
me
intense.
something to eat.
Yes.
I love you too. What the fuck are you guys saying? Guys, Shivam, what are you doing? Bingo is too intensive. Yes, bingo is too intensive. Wait, what is happening? Who is doing what? What is happening? Who is doing what? Okay, somebody sent a link. Oh, you made this? Oh, damn. Hey, you made this? What are the controls? Space to rotate. Enter hard. No. Hard drop, make it. Yeah. Okay, let's see. Can I hold a piece? How do you hold a piece? How do you hold a piece in this? How do you hold a pace? How are you gonna hit a Tetris if you can't hold a pace? That's what the game is about. Yes. Oh, अच्छा हाँ ठीक है कोई मसला नहीं.
Shivam. No, I think that you can't hold a piece. I forgot to add that feature. Oops.
हाँ ठीक है. Oh shit. हाँ मैं ले लेता हूँ. Yeah, this is if you can't hold a piece. So basically, the point of Tetris is to fill these boxes and use the eyepiece and then break them. That is what the move Tetris is. Yes, but like very good job though. Good job. Good guys, fucking clap Shivam, bro. Like that was fucking insane, bro. Pound it. Yes, that was insane. Very good, young man. Very good. Man, W Shivam. Let's go. I fucking believe in you, man. Very ambitious.
Shivam. Thanks, man. Bro fist. Grinning face,
fist.
oncoming fist light skin tone.
Fist me. Good shit, man. Good shit. Fucking good shit. Let's go. Let's play some jazz. It's all been just nowadays. Just play some jazz, chill out, okay, and think. Amazing.
Creamy or crunchy, delicious herbite, perfect snacks, morning or night, young peanut butter.
These are really good videos. Very good. Fuck. Very good stabilization.
Shiva.
What does this guy use?
And I have also added a back-end database, so you can also see the worldwide leaderboard if you sign in. Grinning face. LOL. Pillow, turquoise, hot chocolate.
Oh yeah. Okay, so this is the equipment. He uses camera. Then lens. Gimbal. This is the gimbal. The camera is it's a DSLR. Interesting.
Lily the Former. May I send another long podcast video?
Yeah, sure.
Lily the Former. https://youtube.b/jrc0fz2xjka ? Share. Lily the Former. I love you, BTW.
what to do with your kids when you're a nihilist, when you're an absurdist, when you're a secularist. I get this question quite a bit. I don't know why it's taking me so long to
Oh my
address
god.
it, but here we are,
Wait,
my top 10 nuggets of wisdom.
Why are we... Okay, I will watch this on my own time.
For raising your kids in an absurd world. I usually keep my parenting very private. I don't, post any pictures of my children on social media. But for this video, I'm just going to give you a little bit of a window into how I'm trying to figure this out, and hopefully that's helpful to someone else. Or at the very least, you can leave today with a sense of camaraderie that you're not trying to do this alone. So I have, I think, 10 pieces of advice. A lot of this is just from my own life. While I can say I'm an expert in the concept of nihilism, I have education and experience in that space, and I am a parent, I am not a parenting expert. So this is my best stab at it. And let me know in the comments just areas that I can improve on, things that I missed, things that you're doing that's working. Like this is a place where like I am in this too. So there are days where like the whiplash between nihilistic philosophy that I'm thinking about and the small talk that I have to do by being a parent and having to talk to other parents, like the whiplash of that is very rough for me, I won't lie. But here's what I'm working with so far that makes it okay to be a parent even in this absurd world. So the first is normalizing not knowing. We essentially have two choices when it comes to children. We either give them a story to comfort them, or we help them to become strong. And one way we do that is to build up their tolerance for not knowing. So children naturally ask very deep existential questions about death and purpose in the universe. So instead of providing them absolute answers, as religion often does, teach them that it's okay to not know. This builds tolerance at an early age, and we have research that tolerance for ambiguity is associated with better coping mechanisms, more psychological flexibility, and just more stability in general. So when children learn to live with open questions, that, hey, I don't know this, but my mom still loves me and I'm still very safe, that's really good for the development of children. They learn to explore rather than shut down in the face of the unknown, and they're going to need that if you're not giving them one of those overarching kind of religious stories. So they learn that it's okay to not know, that they can build a life in the I don't know, that they can have relationships in the I don't know, that they're very safe in the I don't know. And they also learn that it's okay to come up with their own answers and that they're safe to do so within your family structure. They learn that they can be different from you and yet be totally safe. I think my favorite book for this for kids is Sam Harris's wife, Annika Harris. She wrote a children's book called I Wonder, where it just models how this world is cause for awe and wonder and play. And it's this kind of book between, I think it's a mother and a child, even when we don't know the answer. For teens, I really liked the book The Magic of Reality by Richard Dawkins. It's up there on my shelf somewhere. Which really models, a sense of wonder. And my oldest read it and really, really enjoyed it. And it helped him kind of fall in love with the magic of reality and how exciting it is that we don't know things, because that means that there's so much to explore and discover. So that's number one, is helping kids build up tolerance towards not knowing. Number two is building horizontal morality. So vertical morality is the kind that most of us were raised with. This is right and wrong, and it comes from above. It's based on authority or your parents or teachers or the law, and the message is be good because someone is watching, or because I said so, or because there will be consequences. It's all about like rules handed down and consequences handed out from people who are higher above than you. So that's vertical morality. When you're raising kids without invoking a higher power or divine judgment, or even because I said so, that framework doesn't hold up, and honestly, it doesn't serve our long-term goals anyway. What we want is horizontal morality, which is morality rooted in empathy, consequences that affect real people, a deep understanding of how our actions impact the world around us. It's not about doing good so that you don't go to hell. It's about doing good because it helps others and makes life better for everyone, including you. And so religious people have this fear that if you remove vertical morality, that you're going to go straight to moral relativism and anarchy. But part of the problem is how you're structuring that. So if you had a classroom that was managed by a camera in the corner, and the principal said, I'm always watching. And you set up a system where the morality is based on the idea that the principal is always watching, then yeah, when the kids realize that the camera is broken, you're going to expect to see some questionable behavior, but it's because you set up the classroom that way. You set up morality that way. If you build more morality horizontally and build up the moral muscle of noticing how actions affect others and also how it affects the relationship with yourself, then actually you don't need that camera. You could essentially leave the room and come back and see kids not go crazy while you're gone because you've set up a moral system that doesn't require the I'm watching you all the time thing. And so even in a world with no objective morality, every piece of data we have, every single piece of data we have says that a good life, one with meaning and purpose and intimate relationships and inner peace, being able to look yourself in the mirror, all of that comes with living a moral life, living according to your core values, treating people how you want to be treated, having a reputation as a good person and being trustworthy. All the data that we have shows that if you knew that you could steal $1 million in a way that you knew was unethical, let's say it was against all of your core values and you couldn't face your mother or your child doing this thing, all of the data that we have shows that even if you pull it off and don't get caught, you're going to be miserable inside your $1 million mansion because you're going to have to constantly be distracted because you're not going to be able to sit with yourself in peace. So our morality with our kids has to be, didn't that feel good when you did that? Golden rule, taking back the grocery cart because you point out that if you were that worker over there, would you like to walk all over the lot and get the carts? Yes. Actually, that's one of our best tests to see if you're a good person because everyone agrees that we all should take back the cart, but there's no consequence or reward. So if you do it just because it's the right thing, then we have some data that shows that you're a good person. So we just model that as we go. Not obedience, not authority. How did it feel to be a good friend today? How did it feel to lie and get caught in this lie? So now that I can't trust you as much because now you lie and it's hurt our relationship. So that kind of horizontal morality. Some studies show that religion is good for them in the sense of identity or community or things like that. But when it comes to morality, this is where secular children consistently outshine religious children. There are some areas where religion is doing better than secularism, but when it comes to morality, even in children, secular children are consistently outshining religious children in things like compassion and empathy. So research studied from, I think it was 1,200 children between the ages of 5 and 12 from 6 different countries. It was US, Canada, Turkey, South Africa, and China. They assessed children's altruism, and they had this game.
What did you say before? Vertical and horizontal morality? Wait, I'm so sorry. I freaking lost my train of thought.
With yourself, then actually you don't need that camera. You could essentially leave the room and come back and see kids not go crazy while you're gone because you've set up a moral system that doesn't require the I'm watching you all the time. Thing. And so even in Galatians, children feel consistently outshining religious children in things like compassion and empathy. So research studied from, I think it was 1,200 children between the ages of 5 and 12 from 6 different countries. It was US, Canada, Turkey, South Africa, and China. They assessed children's altruism, and they had this game. It was, I'm not going to go into it, but it was a dictator game. They were given stickers and they had to decide how many they were going to share with these anonymous peers. And so they were evaluating their moral sensitivity and their pro-social and altruistic behavior. And what they found was that the children from atheist or non-religious homes showed greater altruistic behavior than children from religious homes. Religious children were more judgmental, and that didn't translate to more pro-social behavior. It just made them more judgmental. And so the longer, also the longer that the child had been raised in a religious household, the less altruistic they became in the game. And so this is one that we can do well in the secular world. Is consistently notice that your life is better and other people's lives are better when you are moral. Number 3 is build a family culture. This one takes some work. This one took like a good year of work with my family to try to rebuild after I left Mormonism. So building a family culture with rituals and traditions, it's hard at first. And I think this is one where the post-religious groups are not doing this well because it's enough work to just leave a culture and religion on its own. Like that's hard. But then to also have to rebuild a family culture too, that's incredibly difficult to do in one lifetime. So what children need is a nest period. They need a period where the world is smaller.
I'm gonna get some rice. Man, thank you for the lady video. She's I really fuck with that. Yeah, it's very, yeah, she's very, yeah, she can talk, bro. It's fucking amazing. And plus it's not just like, you know, what she's like, how she's saying it and stuff. It's just like, you know, the topic is very, very fucking interesting as well. The way she's delivering the thing. Let me get this one rice. Yeah, these are the type of videos that I would like to watch. Like, you know, outside of the whole fucking YouTube sphere and shit. Like, you know, like its own little niche and stuff. Like, it's not like one of those, it's not like one of those situations, you know, like the video essay type, editing type, YouTuber type situation, where it's like, you know, there's cutaways and like all of this thing and stuff. It's just sitting there and, like, you know, he happens to be like very knowledgeable on the subject, and she structured it. She talks like a human being, not doing poor attempts at comedy to be relatable. Yeah, she lacks any kind of pretentious quality. Yeah. And it is rare to see someone in her background to be in this niche. Open and
where they get to develop an ego and a sense of identity and belonging, and when there's good guys and bad guys and structure and order. And what's unfair is that religions and countries have had thousands of years to put together this kind of safety net and liturgical calendar and holidays and food and story and values and all of that. And so it seems to be the nature of humanity that we either cult too much or we cult too little. And so it means that the secular world may never be able to build the kind of tight communities that religion can. It doesn't have strong enough shared myths to create dogma, which creates money and resources. And what this means for you is that means that you're going to have to piecemeal this together on your own. So for me, this started with pulling my kids from church and doing Sunday home church. We went on a walk, we read a book from the library.
It's
Always
more
be
so like therapy.
Time. LOL.
Okay,
One
this is
day
more so
Lawrence
like
Chinatown,
therapy.
Lahore.
Like
Punjab,
the
54,000.
way of talking is more so
Pakistan.
like therapy. Then, like that's why it doesn't sound it doesn't sound pretentious. So usually when you use these words and stuff, it just starts sounding pretentious. Yeah. But delivering it like it's a very therapy type of script writing.
Tried to include some kind of moral lesson. We played games as a family. We read books. We kept off our screens for kind of the amount of the time that we were usually at church. And it was how I wanted to do church. And now my kids wake up on Sunday morning and it's time for French toast and books and family games and time in nature and moral lessons. And now it has a momentum of its own. But at the beginning, it did take like a push on my part. And so you have to, there's not going to be one secular place where you're going to be able to get family culture. It's going to have to be something that you build with the uniqueness of your own family. My oldest son does karate. That's part of his community. I pay someone to teach him the lessons of Bruce Lee. My daughter's in Girl Scouts. I pay to have her do that, and I have to, God, I got to do all the cookie things. And I'm a volleyball coach for her at the YMCA because she likes that community over there.
This is very beautiful.
I didn't like the idea of prayer
Really cool
when
personality.
I had first left Mormonism. I didn't like this idea of like this genie in the sky that we say wishes to, but I did love the idea, and there's good science behind gathering for a meal and marking your values. And so now my family, we hold hands and we say Ohana means family. Family means no one gets left behind or forgotten. It's just a little line from animated movie Lilo and Stitch, but it fits our family, and my kids love it, and it marks our values as a family. I try to volunteer at the school when I can. I do want to do that more. I want to get involved in my kids' school community. I have a goal to get better at that this year. We also wrote a kind of family motto that's hung by the door of like 6 things that define us as a family that we stand by. Some of those things are like, we work hard and we play hard. We're always like honesty is a really big one, that we're honesty, that we don't lie to each other. We just put 6 things that are important to us, that are our values. Some of it is me, some of it is my husband, some of it the kids helped us to kind of define what's important to us. And I put that on the wall like I used to do as a Mormon with like 10 Commandments or, whatever scriptures I was putting on the wall, or temples or pictures of Jesus. I have a few friends that we can call family. We celebrate Star Wars Day, but we also celebrate Christmas. We light Chinese lanterns on New Year's Eve and talk to each other about our goals and how we can support each other. Memorial Day weekend, I try to get a cabin up north for an hour or two up north to be able to spend time as a family. After school, we have chores and homework. I have question cards that we use for conversation around at the dinner table. Over time, and it's not perfect, there's still a lot of areas that I want to work on, and my younger two children, I haven't quite found their community or their thing, but over time we develop a family culture where my kids know what to expect and it's consistent, but it also represents us and our values. And the reason I intentionally spent time building this is because I know the research and I know that it's really good for children. Having a family culture, holidays, routines, structure, chores, a sense of what it means to be a family for you. Family rituals are associated with high self-esteem, a sense of identity, good academic performance. These children feel anchored. They have a nest to be able to grow. And the problem is sometimes in nuanced spaces, especially if you're facing nihilism and all the philosophical nuance that we get around that.
Nifty.
Ooh, meta kids.
We need order so that we can fly the nest. We need identity so we can let it go. When you don't give kids a nest period and you also give them a phone, so this generation has a bigger world with less resources when it comes to their identity and belonging than any other generation in history, of course they are struggling. They lost all the rituals, the family culture, the rites of passage to mark and ritualize moving through puberty, which is essential for emotional processing in this age. Like, no wonder we're seeing high levels of anxiety and also identity issues and delayed adolescence in the younger generations. So I started with just one thing, that I would hold hands with my kids when it was time for a prayer and that we were just going to say a quote. But as we went, we would replace or edit other things that religion provides that are good for kids, until now, a few years later, I think, there's some areas that I need to work on, but it's a functioning family culture. Like, it's a functioning system of what to expect. And I do think that my kids are benefiting from that. Whereas if I would have just left Mormonism and then just not kind of intentionally tried to recreate some of these things, I think that they would be more struggling with their identity. But, it remains to be seen. Good books for this: Good Without Grace, Small Creatures Such as We by Sasha Sagan, Carl Sagan's daughter, and Religion for Atheists by Elaine de Botton are my favorite books for how can we extract the good things that religion provides for children, but do it in a way that aligns with our values and our own beliefs as secular people or even nihilists. All right, number 4, model meaning making. We can model what meaning looks like. So instead of saying a religious story for your meaning, like your meaning is to prepare the world for Jesus to come so he doesn't throw you into a fire, that's one story. We can build meaning through experience, and we model this in our lives and our language. My husband and I both took risks to do what we want to do in life. My husband has an ice cream store. I talk to people about nihilism. I talk to people in religious deconstruction. That's what I do. So we both took pretty heavy financial risks to do that, but we model to our kids that it's better that mom only wears the same 5 shirts and she's doing what she loves than to just live for other people. And I can already see in my kids that they have already this sense of deciding what they want to do in life without this plan from me of what I want them to do for my own ego. They have dreams and they have plans. And if we ever have a little bit of money, like from a tax return, we decide as a family what we want to do to have an experience. And when financial times are hard, we're honest about it, and we tell our kids what we're working towards and why it's worth it, and we
fair to say, dude.
Fair to say.
This is very once your kids know that somebody's doing this because they love them, that creates just like a sense of very fulfilling life.
And so just in our modeling, we can always be talking about life as an experience and the joy of getting good at something, the joy of working towards something, the joy of personal development, the joy of meeting new people, helping them to understand that the point of life is to experience life, and we can do this in the context of our family. We can help each other and support each other. I'm going to be here holding your hand while you discover who you are and develop who you are and decide what to do in life as your meaning. Now, the danger here is that kids will say, well, my meaning in life is I want to lay down all day, not go to school, play Minecraft and eat Oreos and say, hey, like, I am enjoying the hell out of life. Like, that's the danger. This is why they need modeling. So it's like this game of providing them order and structure and making them do shit, but then pointing to the
hardcore. This is some gangster shit, bro.
experience of it. So we're trying volleyball right now with my daughter, and now we know that you're better at soccer and you like it more. That's great now that we know that. You got to learn something new about yourself and you made new friends. You're getting better at piano, and one day if you keep practicing, my daughter really wants to play Bella's Lullaby, which is, you know, just the song that my daughter wants to learn how to play. So we're forcing them to do shit. We're providing order and structure, but within that, we're pointing to the joy of growth, the joy of people, the joy of projects, the joy of self-development, the joy of relationships, the joy of adventure, the joy of learning new skills, all of that. So hopefully someday they'll have developed the skills that they need to actually make their life how they want to live it. Which brings me to my next point, and some of you guys are going to disagree with me on this, and that's okay. And I could be wrong here. I could be wrong here. But this is where I'm at with my parenting. And I don't know how much I say this publicly because not everybody agrees with this. So take it that with a grain of salt. I really believe, this is my point number 5, in creating a small world for them. I think there is no way around raising your kids in some sort of matrix of reality. Something I see that's super nihilistic parents do when they've deconstructed everything. God, religion, capitalism, all the isms. And they're just flying outside of that.
Yeah.
And they hope that their kids can skip all of that God, capitalism, religious nonsense. Skip the binary stages of human development. Skip and just go right outside to living outside the matrix. I see some absurdists or nihilists doing things like unschooling with their kids. I actually don't recommend this, and I could be wrong on this one. But I think that's a way to limit freedom in the future. One, which animal aura do you have? Take test.
What the fuck is this?
Kids need that nest period that we talked about earlier to have the kind of psychological safety to fly the nest later in life. So they need order so that they can one day fly to places of nuance and wonder and openness. But also, I think kids deserve the chance to decide how they want to interact in society. The unschooling thing, I think in the end, makes kids less free. Because if my kid decided that he was really bothered by civil injustices and wanted to be a lawyer, there's an academic game there that you need to know how to play. And the unschooled kids will say they weren't prepared for that. I listened to them on TikTok. I wasn't prepared for life, for how to deal with society, and my choices were very limited. So it's like, if my kid really wanted to be an author, authors need to get really good at grammar school and need to learn the rules for many years before they decide how they want to break the rules. And I think there's a metaphor in life in there. And I don't think it makes us hypocrites. If we value freedom, which most nihilists do, secular people do, then we have to be honest about how we actually attain freedom. And raising kids with order and structure, even within society that's messed up and absurd and all the things, gives them the skills that they need to decide how they actually want to intentionally interact in that society. Because what we don't want to do is go live in a hut and raise our kids outside of all this absurdity. And I get it, like, it's all fucking absurd, but then have no actual options for how they want to live their life, and no psychological safety to be able to even jump into places of chaos and deconstruction and nuance. It's like, if you give them too much freedom as kids, you actually reduce their ability for freedom when they become more autonomous. So if you give your kids too much freedom as kids, they have delayed adolescence and they don't leave the house till they're 30 years old. If you try to unschool them, you limit their choices for the meaningful work that they could actually fall in love with and benefit themselves in the world by doing. So guess what I tell my kids, even as like a not complete, but like I've met very few people who have like deconstructed more than I have. Like, I really, like, for 10 years was just blowing up all the structures of reality until I hit absolute absurdity and lost my fucking mind, to be honest. But guess what I tell my kids to do? I tell them to do their homework. And I'm coaching 3rd grade volleyball, and they do chores, and we practice good manners at dinner. And yes, it's all so fucking absurd. And there's nothing like more absurd to a nihilist than like social rules and mores that make no sense of it all, and none of it fucking matters. But I do it, and the reason that I do it is because I want my kids to have the tools that they need to decide.
No, that's not where it is. She's like, yes, of course you have to, yeah.
How they want in freedom to do their life. So yeah, it's weird sometimes.
Of course, there's gonna be rules, man. Like what? Like freedom for the option to like fucking like choose their own life path. Yes, but like there's gonna be rules. You gotta like. They gotta not be custards about it. Like that.
Tell my kids to finish their homework when in your head you're thinking like this is a hellscape of reality and the country is falling apart and I don't even know what jobs will exist for them in the future and all of this is absurd. But think of it like world building. What is the small world that I can create for my kids that they can learn to play in so that they have the tools that they need to play in the big world? So going back to the video game analogy that I always use of making your life like the video game that you want to play, like you got to start with Pac-Man, or like in my case, Sonic the Hedgehog. I am very good. I crushed that game. Before you can start playing very intense, very complex games. And so that's kind of how I think of it in my mind. How can I create a tiny world so that they can have their own video games of life someday? Now, I may be wrong about this. This is my approach based on how I'm seeing the research, and I'm doing the best I can with it until I find a better way. But I almost want parents to, like, I want parents to have the ability to say, if I want kids to have freedom to be able to choose how they want to live their life, which is kind of what we want to do whatever ism you are, outside of religion. We want kids to have the freedom to just decide how they want to spend their time with their existence. If I want that for them, how do I get them there? It's going to be order and structure. So then that becomes part of my game, which is what is a tiny little video game of reality that I can create for my kids in order that they can build the tools so that someday they can fly the nest and totally have the skills and psychological safety to be able to fly wherever they want to go. But I can't skip there. It doesn't seem like we can skip there with kids. It gives them too much anxiety and it actually limits their growth. So that's a more controversial take, but that's honestly how I'm doing it. And so I'm sharing it with you.
How is that like a controversial take? I think that's like normal. Yeah, you give, but yeah.
In a little bit of vulnerability here. Number 6 is modeling how we face death, and that death is part of life. This is one that is hard at first, but then is something that's totally possible, I think. This one's hard at first, but then gets better. So I'm not gonna lie that it doesn't hurt. I'm going to spend a little time here. Half the reason that we have religion is to soothe our children about death. And so there's things that we can do to reduce death anxiety. We're essentially inoculating kids over time about death, but it actually works. So here are some things that we can do to build up our kids' tolerance to the idea that part of life is that we die.
No, you're asking me? I'm up at 4 a.m., 4:50 a.m.
People die around us. So the first thing that we need to do is don't use euphemisms. Say died, say dead. As uncomfortable as that is, kids need clarity. And research shows that euphemisms like went to sleep, passed on, we lost him, that increases anxiety in children because it makes death much more confusing and vague. Like if we lost grandpa, where did he go? Like, can we find them? If death is sleep, why can't they wake up? So be gentle. We don't have to be psycho about this, but be direct. When someone dies, their body starts working and they don't come back, but we will always remember them and their lives matter and we will miss them. And we do this first slowly because it's actually hard to understand the finality of death. So according to like PJ cognitive development, kids from the age of 3 to 5 don't seem to conceptually understand that death is permanent.
They may don't sleep, like, so if you just don't sleep the whole day and stuff, you're gonna fall asleep and then it's just one day of suffering and then you just get back to
that the person will come back. And we don't have to like force them and be the Grim Reaper and
you have to suffer for one day. Yes.
them all the time that they're going to die. We just be consistent with our gentle messaging that they're dead and they're not coming back, but they may not grasp that, and that is totally okay. We don't have to force that. From ages 5 to 7, they start to grasp that death is irreversible, but they may still believe in some kind of magical thinking. Like, if I'm good, they'll come back. They'll have some kind of maybe bargaining thinking that shows up from the ages of 5 to 7. And from 8 and up, they can understand that death is universal, that it's irreversible, that it happens to everyone, including them. And so the data kind of confirms this developmental trajectory. So when your 5-year-old keeps asking if the goldfish is feeling better, they're not being silly. They're doing cognitive work that is age appropriate. So we don't have to be the Grim Reaper and correct kids all the time, like, hey, you're gonna die, this is real. But just be consistent when it comes up, that we talk about death, we say the words, we don't shy away from it, and then it's okay. The next part of this is that we have to normalize grief and separate grief from fear. So we often kind of conflate grief with existential terror, but they're different. So let your kids feel sad when a person or a pet dies. We cry, we ask questions, we attend funerals, we draw pictures, we have goodbye rituals. But also name the difference between missing someone and fearing death itself. We miss them because we loved them. That's what makes love so powerful. It stays with us even when someone dies. You know, grief is love that has nowhere to go. We give space for grief, but we don't, in that grief, reinforce the idea that death is something to be fixed or that something wrong happened. We just normalize it as part of life, like a skinned knee, that this is something that is just the cost of life, and the cost of love, and then it's a cost worth playing. This is a normal thing, even though we can be crying about it. So this one is hard because it hit both of my sons more than my daughters currently. No particular reason for that, but it hit both of my sons very hard the moment that they realized that I was going to die. So my oldest son, this was years ago, it finally hit him that his mom was going to die, and he's crying in my arms, I'm crying, it's not fair. I'm in my feelings because I never want there to be a moment where he wants to talk to me and I'm not there. Oh my God. And just in the past year, my youngest son, who's now 7, it hit him that I'm going to die. And for a few days, he cried. For a few days, it was very difficult. But it was easier going through this time because now my 13-year-old doesn't have death anxiety. It's just ingrained in him that death is a part of life. He doesn't shy away from the idea. He's pretty inoculated to it. But to get there were times that we cried. We cried at the possibility of death. We cried when our bulldog Stella died, but it grows resilience. And that we can give, we can grieve, but we then don't need to fear. The next thing that we can model is just curiosity. Kids take their cues from us. So when we whisper about death, or we visibly shut down, or we use these little code words, they learn that there's something scary about this. But if we model openness and curiosity, they'll follow suit. So we say, no one really knows what happens after we die. That can feel weird or scary. What do you think? And that goes in line with the research from Dr. Urban Yalom, existential psychotherapist that I refer to all the time, who argues that facing death, even with kids, directly leads to deeper life satisfaction, not more fear. So kids who are allowed to grow up and wonder without being shut down, without using softer language or kind of whispering around death, develops what researchers calls existential resilience. So another tool here is nature. Nature is going to be your best co-parent on this one, especially if you have a kid who's already struggling with concepts of death. So we use the life cycle of plants and animals and seasons to show that death is a part of everything. So see how the leaves fall in the autumns? That's not sad, that's part of the cycle. And then they become part of the soil so that new life can grow. And that's the reason that we can be here. It's our turn for existence. There's a cell in you that used to be part of a dinosaur, and the elements that are in you were formed in the crucibles of stars. And this is also actually very good at reducing narcissism too. But studies show that kids who are exposed to nature and ecological cycles will develop a healthier, more neutral view of death. It just helps them ground death in something visible and real that's not abstract or terrifying and is totally natural, that everything gets to take its turn with existence, and that you are part of, things that have lived in the past, and now it's your turn to experience existence, and then your turn ends. And you can see it all around you. The only reason that we get to be here is because things have died before us, and now it's our turn. We couldn't even breathe the air if all the mosquitoes that have ever lived and all the bugs that have ever lived were still living. We wouldn't even be able to breathe. So this will also help children. And the last thing for this death section is to just keep loved ones nearby and have a narrative that their life mattered. I still believe that even if I really still believe that even if the planet blows up. One time I was listening to this meditation.
Did you take caffeine to stay awake the whole day to fix your sleeping schedule?
Yeah, I was just like, I'm not gonna sleep. Yes. And I don't sleep. It just works.
Pandora station, and a song came up, like an instrumental from Les Mis, and I remembered that the woman who gets snow shoved down her front, Fantine, that was something that Victor Hugo saw. That was her real life, and he wrote it into a story.
Like
and he's dead.
Like I've decided that I'm gonna change my sleeping schedule, so I just don't sleep. Yeah.
Dead now, and she's dead now. But
if you're awake for 24 hours, of course, no matter what the situation, you are gonna fucking sleep. If you're awake for 30 hours, you are gonna sleep.
Story keeps circulating, touching people's hearts. We keep creating new movies around it. And then a musician hears the story and makes their own rendition of the music. And I'm listening to it again. It's like this woman who got snow shoved down her front doesn't know that her story is still rippling around the world for decades after she's gone. Like we're too interconnected, we're too connected to each other for someone not to matter. So for me, I do that the Sunday, either like before or after Halloween. We'll take out pictures of our loved ones and we'll just remember them, and that's something that the kids just know that we do. We eat sweet and sour chicken because that's my grandma's recipe who's passed on, and we just talk about people who have passed on. We just have their pictures around, we remember them. So basically, our best advice for death is to use nature. Don't shy away from it. Just talk about it like you're talking about anything else that you talk about. Say the words. Allow them to understand it over time. Under the age of 8, it's going to be a hard concept to understand. Emphasize that people's lives still matter. Allowing for full grief, but without fear or that there's something wrong, because grief is just part of life and part of what it means to love. Show that calm curiosity, and then just be consistent in saying words like death and dying. And all of that builds resilience so that you can build a nervous system that can handle the idea of death. And I see that with my oldest. I understand that this is anecdotal, but I've dug into the research that I've done this enough with my oldest kid that I've seen him grow to be able to face the concept of death, and now just really has emotional resilience to the idea of death. But when he was 7 or 8, it was, we had to cry, we had to talk about things, we had to go out in nature, we had to do all these things. But I see that work has paid off in my oldest, and I hope it pays off for my other children too. Some good books for this: Lifetimes, The Beautiful Way to Explain Death to Children, When Dinosaurs Die, and Duck, Death, and the Tulip. So those are 3 books that I refer people to for books about talking about death, to start that conversation if this is new for you in your parenting. Number 7, I think I'm on number 7 here, which is emotional literacy. If life has no inherent meaning, but meaning is something that we can create, then we need to raise kids who can navigate their internal world, who can tolerate discomfort, who can shift their perspectives, who can emotionally regulate. They're going to need this in general. And they're going to need this more if they're growing up without religion, because religion is not going to be the coping mechanism that's coddling their emotions. They're going to have to build that. Or else you'll raise them outside of religion, but if they don't build that, they'll just fall into the first cult that they find in college because they don't have any way to emotionally regulate. So kids who develop emotional intelligence, again, perform better in school, healthier relationships, more resilience in the face of trauma. And this isn't unique. Like, there's better voices for this in people who are experts at developing emotional resilience in children. But even just marking, like, this is what sadness feels like. Where do you notice in your body when you're sad? Normalizing uncertainty. Hey, you might not know what to do next, but that's okay. We're going to figure it out together. Yes, I understand you're mad at your sister, but you also still love her. We can hold both of those emotions right now. And so for this, I really recommend, I wish I brought it from my house, Tiffany Rowe is a therapist that I don't agree on all of her stuff, but she has this regulating emotions pack. I don't get any money from it. It's not like a coupon or anything. And I understand people have mixed feelings about her as a therapist, but it's a tool that I use. It's 50 ways or 52 ways that kids can regulate their own emotions. And my kids will use this if they're feeling triggered. We can kind of go through the pack and find a way that we want to regulate. Some of it's things that I didn't know, like gargling. Some of it, and the kids can kind of go through and choose how they want to regulate their own emotions, and it helps them learn how to be in chaos, how to learn what their core values are, what feels good, what this feeling is, what to do with this feeling. And you're essentially building that in kids so that they don't need religion for that at all, because they can regulate their own emotions and their own uncertainties, and they can actually know what that emotion is and know how to deal with it, which is just huge to develop in children. I need to do this better. I am not the expert on this by any means, but the research shows that if you're going to be raising your kids outside of religion, you need to have things that help them to learn their emotional inner world. Otherwise, you're essentially giving them all the chaos that we experience as humans, and you're not giving them tools from religion, like a story that can contextualize that, and then that can lead to higher anxiety, which we sometimes see in kids who are raised outside of religion if they're not getting that. All right, number 8, emphasize awe and wonder. I do think this is something that secular parents are doing well for the most part. But one of the most powerful ways to raise a child who doesn't need fantasy to feel awe is to teach them that the real world is magical. Like, research in developmental psychology shows that early exposure to nature and exploration and unstructured play builds better attention spans, emotional regulation, creativity. We want that early exposure to awe. And they don't have to feel awe the same way you do, but we model it. Show the awe that you feel with science and nature. I feel awe with stories and movies and old churches. And then, like with my oldest, he knows that that's what mom does, and he knows that he feels that feeling when he takes the dog on a walk during a sunset, and he will stop with his dog for a moment all on his own, because he knows how mom feels awe, and he knows how dad feels awe, and he knows that this is how he feels that. And he will come back home feeling less stressed. And so things like stargazing and watching planet Earth and letting your kid just see a window into what touches you and inspires you and gives you a sense of awe and magic and wonder, and then just allowing them to access that. And it's been really wonderful to watch my 13-year-old be able to already define the things that help him to feel awe, and that if he needs a breath, he's got a test, he's stressed about something social going on at school, he knows that at sunset he can go take his dog on a walk and that he'll feel better. And he already knows that about himself. I was, I don't know, maybe 30 before I could really define how I feel awe and how I could access that in my life. And he's already doing that at 13. And that's something I've been really proud to see. All right, number 9 is be aware of what you're bleeding onto your kids. So my oldest kid, he isn't nihilistic, he isn't neurotic, but I do think that earlier on, when I was more in that space, I bled on him a little bit, that he's not me, and he wasn't recovering from religion, and maybe I was projecting too much on him. So in rejecting religious or toxic positivity parenting, sometimes nihilistic parents will lean too far into the bleak side, raising kids to be kind of miniature existential realists before they have the emotional tools to hold that weight. So like the first few Christmases I had, I couldn't do any like Santa Claus or Easter Bunny or any made-up stories of any kind, because I was dealing with my own religious trauma. I was annoyed by all of it, and I do think I brushed off some of my child's natural wonder and imagination as naive or problematic, and I shut it down a little bit because I was in a place that I couldn't play in imaginative spaces because of my own pain, my own trauma, my own issues. And so I do sometimes see nihilists talking about death or injustice or the void or problems going on in the world a little bit too early or in adult terms, and they're confusing kind of honesty with hopelessness. So we need to let kids develop their capacity for meaning making before hitting them with like full cosmic dread. So wonder and play are developmental needs. They're not delusions, but sometimes because of our own issues or our own nihilism, we're kind of bleeding onto them in ways that can be unhealthy for the stage that they are. So I was going to do 10, but I think that's it for me. That's 9 pieces of advice. I was going for 10, but hey, the universe is absurd. Why do I have to do 10? That's all I got. So let me know if this was helpful. What's working for you? What's not working? Antinatalism, or what the idea of whether or not it's ethical to have kids or not, is a whole other concept that I'll do in a separate video. I have one biological child, but then became an antinatalist before I even knew the word for it. So my other 3 children are adopted. And we can do antinatalism and the ethics of pushing the big red button and the ethics around having children in another video. But for people who have had children and then either had a faith deconstruction or really, went into nihilism or really went into secularism, and they already have kids, and you're like, what do I do now? These kids are already here. I don't even know how to structure my own life, barely, much less these kids. I hope that this was helpful if you're in that place. I don't always read the comments on YouTube. I need to get better at that. But
no nonsense spirituality.
Hi, I'm Britt Hartley.
Streamlabs US, 1A Lawrence Road, Jinnah, Lahore, Punjab 54,000, Pakistan.
What the fuck are you doing?
Streamlabs US,
Streamlabs.
Hey everybody, it's Britt Hartley, Atheist Spiritual Director at No Nonsense Spirituality, and today we're going to be talking about existential loneliness. And the reason that I want to talk about this is sometimes your existential crisis is hard not just because of what you're going through, but because you have to go through it alone. And so we're going to be digging into that. So existential loneliness is one of our 4 existential fears that I talk about a lot from Urban Yalom, who is an existential psychiatrist. And I've done death and I've done meaninglessness. I haven't done fear of freedom yet. I'll do that next week. And so this week we're going to do existential loneliness. So death is just the awareness that we will die and we're going to have to face death. Fear of freedom is that fear that we are the authors of our own lives with no external structure to guarantee meaning, meaning that you really can F up your life, or you are in charge of your life. Isolation means that we are fundamentally alone in our subjectivity, and meaninglessness, that we're in a universe without inherent meaning, that we must create our own meaning. And so those 4 existential fears are kind of always brewing in our subconscious, and it's the reason that we create things like religions in order to deal with these fears. So we're going to really dig into the center of this existential loneliness. So before we can do that, I want to talk about 9 kinds of loneliness, just super briefly, and how that differs from kind of the boss, the ultimate boss, which is existential loneliness. So first, let's differentiate other kinds of loneliness. So there's emotional loneliness, which is just a lack of deep emotional connection or intimacy. That's the feeling that I have people around me, but nobody really sees me. I'm not connected to anything. There's social loneliness. I don't have enough friends or people to do life with. You don't have any kind of belonging. You're not in any shared spaces. The tool for that would be like community seeking, joining spaces with shared values, even digitally. There's new phase loneliness, which is I'm becoming someone new and no one in my life gets it. This is a feeling that you get when you have transformation or growth that leaves you isolated. And it's the loneliness that you feel when you're in between worlds. And so for that, you try and find transitional mirrors. Coaches, books, online creators who have gone through that transition before and can help give you some context for what you're going through now. There's relational loss loneliness, that someone I loved is gone and now the world feels dimmer and I'm never going to be the same. It's grief, it's aching absence, it's this ghost presence. For that, we use things like rituals of remembrance, memory boxes, letters, how you want to keep that person alive in the world. And that work can help you stay connected to someone that you really loved that you've lost. There's time dislocation loneliness, which is I miss a version of me, or I miss a version of my life that no longer exists. For this, there's like nostalgia or regret or disconnection. This can happen, for example, if you had a life as an athlete and then you get injured and now that version of you is dead. And so you'll get a kind of loneliness because you're no longer that person and you haven't integrated that yet. So the tool for that would be like integrative reflection, inner child work, life review, honoring your past selves, and then moving into possibilities for new selves. And so there's a lot of integration work that has to happen there. There's modern loneliness, which a lot of us just feel in general, which is I'm always connected, I'm always plugged in with my phone, but I feel more alone than ever. And so for that, we have to have tech boundaries, real life interactions, intentional presence, quality over quantity, less scrolling, more in-person connection. There's spiritual loneliness. I don't know what to believe anymore, or God has left me. I don't have anyone to talk to about that. There's a disorientation that can happen with deconstruction or loss of shared meaning or loss of God or loss of spirituality. And for that, we have to explore personal spirituality, secular forms of spirituality, mysticism, nature, awe practices, contemplation practices, to try and find your spiritual connection in relationship to, without abandoning whatever your loss or change of faith was. I talk about that a lot in other places. And then last one that we're differentiating here is identity loneliness, which is there's no one like me in this room. So that's, marginalization, lack of cultural or gender resonance. And for that, there's support groups or creators or books that better reflect you. And your purpose in digging into those spaces is to realize that you're not too much, you're just underrepresented in some of these rooms. And we need to find some of these rooms so that you can really reclaim your identity when you feel like there's no mirrors in the rooms that you're in for you to be able to work on that. So those are different kinds of loneliness. We can talk about those. I'm not really an expert on any of those subjects, but what we really want to dig into, which I think is the final boss, because I think I can deal with most of these kinds of loneliness, and I've experienced the majority of the ones that I just listed. But the final boss in this battle of fighting our own loneliness is existential loneliness. And this feeling is that no one else can truly experience life or death for me. It's this experience of aloneness at the core of your being, that no one really knows what it's like to be you. You're in a room full of people. The reason that this is so hard is that you can be in a room full of people who care about you, and you realize that no one will ever fully know what it's like to be you. No God, no person, no parent, no soulmate will ever really know what it's like to be you. You will die alone, no matter how many people you have around you. You will die alone, and the way that you see the world and the way that you experience the world is so unique to you, it will die with you. That's existential loneliness. And so sometimes, like I said earlier, the hardest part of existential crisis is not what you're going through, but having to go through it alone. There's a difference between being in prison and being able to be in Gen Pop and being in prison in isolation. So for me personally, what this looked like was when I was kind of spent my time in the deepest part of the void, total nihilism, no meaning to live, suicidal ideation. I can't tell anyone about it because I don't want to drag someone into the void. Like if I really cared, like if someone I really cared about wanted to sit down with me for 8 hours while they listened to my thoughts, where I destroyed their religion and their God and their sense of self and their free will and their belief in soulmates and their patterns and whatever, and I destroyed it all, I wouldn't even want to do that because I think they're happier in their delusional story. So it's this feeling that I hear from so many nihilists that I meet with who say, I learned too much, I see things that I never should have seen. Now I can't be in relationships with other people. And I don't even want them to know these things about reality because they're happier without that knowledge. And when we hit that part of nihilism, we can see either suicide ideation, or slow suicide, which is just lots of numbing behaviors in order to cope with the combination of there being no meaning and purpose, and also that there's no one to even talk to about it. And even further than that, we don't even want to talk to people about it because you almost want to protect them from these harsh realities that they don't know about yet, because maybe they're happier in their delusion or story. So it's the combination of no meaning and purpose, not talking to anyone about it, and not even being able to talk to anyone about it because you don't even want them to be where you are. And that is a place, I do not wish that place on my worst enemy. That is a place that was very difficult for me to survive. And research confirms that existential loneliness really is qualitatively different from other kinds of loneliness that we talked about. It's less about lack of connection. It's less about, how many friends do you have? And it's more about a sense of ontological separateness, that no one, not even God or any other person, will ever know what it's like to be you. No one will see the world the way that you do. No one will be able to tell you that they're proud of you, because no one will ever really see the battles that you go through, or the decisions that you've had to make, or the things that you've had to endure, even when you're in a room of people you care about and who care about you. So we find that this kind of loneliness often emerges in crisis, when you're facing death or serious illness or trauma, loss of religion, loss of beliefs, loss of anchors in some kind of way. And it tends to happen when you're young or you're old, but not as much in the middle from the data. So older adults often experience existential loneliness because they start to lose their spouses, their friends, their meaning and purpose, their job, their health. And then they start to confront, what do I do now? What is the purpose of life? Maybe they have some regrets, and it can just be this shadow in the room all of the time of existential loneliness and death that's just kind of hanging around that they don't have tools for. And then paradoxically, existential loneliness is also common in younger people because they don't have an identity formation. There's a loss of religious frameworks. They don't have a community. They're they're online a lot, so they are hyper connected online, which then can mask deeper disconnection. And so existential therapists will note that there's a rise in meaning voids, even among those who really seem online that they're very socially connected. So in middle age, we don't see it quite as much because there's usually some family, maybe you're raising some children, so there's people you're around, maybe you're at the height of your career, so there's just a lot going on socially in midlife that can sometimes stave off the pressure of existential loneliness, but not for everyone. Like for me, it really did hit in middle age, in rooms of people that cared about me because of my nihilism and my lack of tools to deal with it, and my loss of community that came with my loss of faith. So for me, my existential crisis was during a time when I did have people around me that cared about me, but I couldn't connect with them, and I couldn't tell them what was happening to me, and I didn't even really want to because I didn't want to drag them into that space, and so I just suffered alone, which is really, really, really bad for you, and not something I would recommend to anyone. So here are 6 tools that help with the root of loneliness, the final boss of loneliness, which is existential loneliness. And it is often considered the hardest one because it can hit you even when you have good relationships with people, even when you are socially connected, you're not online too much, you have a job, you have a family, because it's deeper than just having a family and a few friends. It's this unbridgeable gap that you feel between you and another person, even when you genuinely love each other. And that's why this kind of loneliness is so hard. So here are 6 tools. If any of this is resonating with you, here are 6 tools that have really helped me and help others be able to make peace with existential loneliness. The first tool is usually where I start with people, which is learning how to fall in love with your own company and feel like you're in a room with interesting people when you're in a room by yourself. And this took time, but it's a skill that I've developed, that I've gotten better at. So learning to love your own company is often one of the most healing and empowering things that you can do. And it starts with shifting from judgment to curiosity. So most of us avoid being alone because our inner world feels either hostile or hollow. But what if solitude wasn't a punishment, but an invitation? So when you approach yourself.
Hi, I'm Dana. I'm a filmmaker. Come with me to create an entire movie poster mock-up with the newest AI.
Not as a problem to fix, and you kind of get out of your neurotic kind of thinking and instead look at yourself as a mystery to explore. Being alone can be something not only interesting, but even sacred. And so you have to get curious about your thoughts. Where did this thought come from? You have to get curious about your feelings and your habits and your contradictions. So instead of saying, why am I like this? We start asking, where did this come from? What is the part of me that's showing up here? What is the part of me that's trying to protect me here? And that shift alone can open up an entirely new kind of relationship with yourself. So one of the most powerful ways to build this relationship is through inner child work. You're reconnecting with the kid you once were, the one who danced without shame and cried without apology, hopefully, if you had a non-traumatic childhood. For some who had more traumatic childhoods, you actually have to go back and allow yourself to finish being a child. But you used to maybe believe that the world was full of possibility, and that can soften your edges and reconnect you with joy. And so you can ask yourself, what did you love as a child? What did you need? What did you daydream about? And then start to give yourself those things now. Let your inner child pick the playlist, or the cereal, or the park. Your inner child isn't immature. They're the gatekeeper of your sense of being alive. This last week, I took my kids to the Scholastic Book Fair, even though it doesn't really do much for them because they've been surrounded by books, and not only library books, but I have a pretty big child library in my house, so it's not a big deal to them. But I took my inner child to that Scholastic Fair because we were too poor to be able to buy a pencil and a book when all my friends did. And so I got to take myself, and even if my kids weren't there, I still would have enjoyed just taking myself because it's an experience that I was giving then myself. And so as you start to spend more time with yourself, you can notice these kinds of emotional patterns like a gentle observer. Feelings then are not problems, they're data. You can start tracking your emotional weather, learn how sadness shows up in your body, pay attention to how certain people or situations trigger you. And this kind of emotional self-awareness makes solitude dynamic instead of dull. You stop running from your emotions and start forming a kind of intimacy with yourself. You can start investigating your motivations and behaviors like a detective. Why do you keep saying yes when you want to say no? Why does that one comment always sting? The goal isn't to fix everything, it's to become fascinated by your own psyche. You're not boring. You're a very complex, evolving person with layers worth uncovering. And this mindset turns time alone into this rich landscape for self-discovery. And most importantly, you can learn how to treat yourself with ritual and reverence. Light a candle when you journal, make a solo meal that feels intentional, go on a walk and talk to yourself like you're catching up with an old friend. Being alone doesn't have to feel like waiting for a distraction. It can be the main event. In fact, when you finally learn to enjoy your own company, you realize it was never loneliness. It was the beginning of intimacy with the only person who's ever been with you in every moment of your life, which is you. So do I always do this? No. But in a good headspace, what this feels like to me is a boardroom, and all of my thoughts are there, and my feelings and my rationality and my ideas and my motivations and my wounds and my previous selves and my shadow self and my resonances, and they all have information. They all have something to say, and they all get hurt sometimes, and they all get mad sometimes. And when I watch myself, I can get curious for why I'm quiet when I'm around my mom, but I'm more extroverted when I'm around my dad. And when I go into mom mode, what that looks like. And when I hit my social battery, the end of my social battery, or why I go into eldest daughter mode with my brother, why that comment on Instagram hurt my feelings and others didn't. It's like a reality TV show in there where all kinds of drama and pain and hope and new information is happening all the time. And sometimes I'll learn something new about myself. I'll explore some new personality type model, or I'll hear a podcast, or right now I'm having a recurring dream that's happening over and over that I'm trying to decipher. And now this empty room is a fascinating place to be. And when I want someone to be proud of me, I'm proud of me. When I want someone to have my back, I do that. And when I need someone to witness, I do that. And when I need a dancing partner, I do that. And you learn how the universe within is a place of endless exploration, that you'll never fully understand yourself. There's always new territory to explore and integrate. And you learn how to watch yourself in a way that we almost projected out onto God. We wanted God to tell us that he was proud of us, or to witness us, or to comfort us, or to be there. And I can genuinely say that now in my life, I need God less, because I became that person. I became the person who is interested in the mystery and complexity of this meat suit in this tiny corner of the universe. And then I just learned how to love my own company and be interested in my own company more and more. And that's helped me a lot. So second tool is now learning how to be alone together, which is through vulnerability and the slow art of letting yourself be seen.
It's address of Lahore Zoo.
It's this unbridgeable gap that you feel between you and another person, even when you genuinely love each other. And that's why this kind of loneliness is so hard. So here are 6 tools. If any of this is resonate, if you're
अस्सलाम वालेकुम दोस्तों, मेरा नाम है मुआज़ रज़ाक और मैं जनूबी कोरिया से कंप्यूटर साइंस में PhD हूँ। मेरे नए चैनल
never offering your inner world to really softens, and you don't need big groups to be able to practice this. Vulnerability can begin in really low stakes spaces. Instagram hurt my feelings and others didn't. It's like a reality TV show in there where all kinds of drama and pain and hope, or witness, I do that. And when I need a dancing partner, I do that. And you learn how the universe within is a place of endless exploration, that you'll never fully understand yourself. There's always new territory to explore and integrate. And you learn how to watch yourself in a way that we almost projected out onto God. We wanted God to tell us that he was proud of us, or to witness us, or to comfort us, or to be there. And I can genuinely say that now in my life, I need God less, because I became that person. I became the person who is interested in the mystery and complexity of this meat suit in this tiny corner of the universe. And then I just learned how to love my own company and be interested in my own company more and more. And that's helped me a lot. So second tool is now learning how to be alone together, which is through vulnerability and the slow art of letting yourself be seen. So existential loneliness can feel especially sharp when we're around people, but we still feel unknown. We still feel like we're just playing a game or wearing a mask. And that's because being in a room with others doesn't touch the ache of being seen, right? You can be partnered, you can be social, you can be popular, and you can still be starved for real connection if you're never offering your inner world to anyone else. And vulnerability is our best antidote for that. Not just sharing your pain, but letting someone see your joy and your weirdness and your questions and your contradictions. And it's slow work, because we've been taught to hide our true selves in order to stay safe or stay loved. But when you find someone you can be real with, even in small doses, that ache really softens. And you don't need big groups to be able to practice this. Vulnerability can begin in really low stakes spaces. A comment on a post that's more honest than usual because it's a private Facebook group. A voice note to a friend where you say how you really feel. Being in a therapist session where you're not performing. Every time you reveal instead of conceal, you chip away at this illusion of separateness. And because existential loneliness wants us to believe that we're in these isolated universes spinning silently, but vulnerability is going to be the bridge that can connect us. And the more you let yourself be seen, the more likely that there's someone out there that goes, oh, me too. And those little moments can change everything. What this looked like for me personally was taking social risks, saying what I actually thought, saying to women, hey, I'm really struggling in motherhood and it's not what I thought it was. And hearing me too, and getting to bond in that moment because we were both able to take our mask off. Wearing what I wanted, showing up to parties in sweatpants because that felt authentic perfect to me as a teenager. I always wore tapered soccer
Mac and
pants, and
cheese
to this
were
day, that's what I want to wear.
Oh,
And
yes,
99 out of 100 people think I'm an absolute weirdo, and that my job is weird, and that I'm weird, and that statistic, it's probably more than that. But I
What's
found
the
a few
vid about,
people that
guys?
wanted to take their mask off too.
It's
And we're just
about,
waiting for someone else to.
It's about, are you alone? It's about existential loneliness.
And those few people can handle me at my most naked and also want to be at their most naked. That sounds very sexual. It's not an orgy. But we really can talk about our real thoughts about everything. And it was work to get 99 no's, to get one yes, I'd love to have coffee with you. So for me, I really focused on this idea of like, hey, I'm gonna die, and if I'm gonna die, I'm gonna live more maskless and really be honest so that I can have more honest relationships. I didn't know if it would work, but I was shocked to find how many people I have in my life now that really I have a friendship bond with. And that's shocking to me because I was an absolute loser in high school, and now I have more friends than I have time for, because many more people around you want honest conversation than you realize. We're all just waiting for someone to let the side down. So all of that is vulnerability work, and we just do that a little bit at a time.
This AI turns your ideas into complete, ready-to-sell digital products in bulk.
Next one is creative expression, learning how to use your aliveness to make something that didn't exist before. So when we're faced with the deep void of existential loneliness, creativity becomes this act of sacred defiance. You take the chaos and complexity inside of you and you shape it into something. Music, painting, poetry, movement, humor, meaning. You make meaning not by solving anything, but by expressing what you are in this complex moment. It's not about being good at it either. You can finger paint your grief, or make memes about heartbreak, or write letters to your future self. It's an act of creating that gives your inner world a voice. And when you make something honest, it kind of echoes across the silence, and it allows other people to also resonate with you. So creative expression can be an offering to the world, or it can just be an expression of your own inner world. And it just kind of externalizes the invisible. It says, this is what it feels like to be me right now.
Oh, no.
And often when you share what you made, whether that's on a public stage or in a notebook, you realize that you're not as alone as you thought, that the loneliness lessens not because someone fixed it for you, but because you gave it shape. And in doing so, the loneliness kind of softens for a moment. For me, that looks like what I'm doing here on YouTube right now, or on TikTok. It's very much a journal of what I'm thinking about that day. There are probably a few sentences I've said that captured what I feel, and it's a combination of words that have never been said before in that combination by any other human. And there's something intrinsically valuable in that expression, even if no one resonated with it, even though most people think I'm weird. But I find that some people do. Some people do resonate with some sentences that I've weaved with my words. It's my way of saying I'm here, and it's a way for others to also maybe resonate with what I'm creating too. And then we start to creatively express and witness
That is so beautiful.
each other as we see each other's expressions. There's something about that that's really beautiful. Number 4 is one of the deepest roots of existential loneliness is the sense of being a separate self. Cut off from others, cut off from the planet, cut off from everyone. And so psychedelics is going to be my tool number 4. Psychedelics, particularly psilocybin and MDMA, even in combination with each other, in therapeutic or ceremonial settings. Don't ask me questions. I live in Idaho. But I'll just talk about this generally. But they do have a way of dissolving those ego boundaries and reminding you that separateness is somewhat of an illusion. So in those moments, people will report feeling profoundly connected to nature, to the universe, to other people, to the child inside them, to ancestors, not as a metaphor, but as a kind of dropping of the illusion. So something to note here, though, psychedelics don't create meaning. They just drop your your ego for a little bit. They drop the illusion of separateness that can give you then a sense of interconnection where you realize that there's always been a thread between you and everything else. And sometimes that single experience by itself is enough to shatter the illusion of isolation that you've carried for years. And studies back this up, that psychedelic experiences, when paired with preparation and integration, can significantly reduce feelings of disconnection, depression, death anxiety, existential loneliness. But the medicine isn't just in the trip, it's what you do with it afterward. And if you're willing to take what you saw in that state and weave it into your everyday life, it can become this relationship to awe and connection and compassion and to something sacred. You begin to live your life as if you're not alone, because you realize that you are connected to everything else. So I've had journeys, let's say, where I could see the faces of my ancestors in my face when you look at a mirror. I've seen people name trees. I've seen people drop their ego and resentment and connect to their partners, even when their partner isn't there. I've seen people connect to archetypes, the archetype of the feminine or the masculine or the warrior, or the mother, or Mother Earth. I've seen people become storytellers or connect to music or connect to their body. Sometimes our loneliness just comes from an illusion that we're a separate thing because our ego feels like that.
I don't think a lot of kids watch this video. I don't think a lot of kids watch this video.
Mr. Wilson, can you help me
Really, we are
understand what it
deeply
means to live
entwined
the former?
in nature
Former,
and the
what is
human
it?
story deep into our
Dead
bones, and we
underscore
can
space
lift that veil
underscore
of illusion with psychedelics. Doing this with other people, where
Ancestors in
everyone's
your
sharing
face.
their experience
Hey,
when their
buddy.
ego is offline, is one way
Facebook
to
tears of
very
joy.
quickly develop
We've
deep
seen.
bonds in a very
She's
short
got
amount
it.
of time. So if that's something that you're able to find around you in a safe way, with a guide that you trust, with people that you
Yeah, she's
trust,
saying you do
it's
it
something
safely.
that can be very healing for people. Number 5 is contribution, offering your life as a thread in a wider tapestry of existence. So when the ache of existential loneliness sets in, it can feel like your presence in the world is meaningless, that you could just vanish and nothing would change.
Dead underscore
But something
space
begins to
underscore
shift when you realize that you are a
You
carrier
still
of
can't
meaning,
give
that by
people
showing
advice
up,
to take drugs
offering
on
care,
YouTube.
doing something that
fucking
eases
insane.
another's pain or expands their
Oh.
joy, you become part of a story that's greater than you. So contribution doesn't have to be grand or public. Sometimes it's holding space for someone else's truth. It's saying something that helps someone feel seen. It's planting a tree you'll never sit under. It's showing up with gentleness even when the world has been harsh to you. These moments ripple, they linger,
Sean Jason.
not just in memory, but in
At
the way
Streamlabs
someone
US,
walks
did you
around the
just
world
dox yourself?
afterward, how they parent, how they
We'll see.
speak to themselves, how they love. You become part
I
of
don't know
that.
how he
Your life
understands
is
the
not a
chat
closed
messages while
loop.
the
It
video
is a
also
tapestry.
playing. I personally
And
can't
so
do it.
existential psychologist Irvin Yalom talks about this rippling effect. The idea that we gain peace not by escaping death, but by knowing that a part of us continues in the human story. And that what we've done, how we've loved, what we've stood for, what we've stood against, these things endure. And contribution is how we participate in that. It's not legacy as an ego project, that people are always going to remember me. That's an ego project. It's legacy as connection, that you're not just passing through, that you're helping to shape the world in what it should have been, because it's not. And something beautiful happens in that exchange, that the pain of your loneliness begins to soften, not because you're burying it, but because you've repurposed it. You've alchemized your own longing into presence somewhere in the world. You've turned the isolation into a bridge, and in reaching out to lighten someone else's load, we often find,
How
even
many
science
times a
shows
week
that we
do you
lighten
gym?
our own. So the loneliness of my nihilism has transformed into this
Oh, I have to go
beautiful
gym
but
as well
painful
today.
calling of sitting with people in their darkest moments and being the person that I needed at that time. And there's something that
Almighty
even
dread.
decreases my own loneliness in those
Remember
moments,
how I said I
because
was listening
it's
to
not just
Bob
me and
Marley
my neurotic
yesterday, and
suffering.
I
Yeah.
thought about you and Lily.
Yeah, yeah.
It's a part of a movement of people that left religion, of people that face the death of God, of people that face
Sean
nihilism, that are trying to rebuild. And
I
I'm a
don't
tiny,
understand
tiny,
why people
tiny
are afraid of death. It's just sleep, but you never wake up.
It's just
We'll
sleep
see.
that you never wake up, yes.
Yes, in the clutch reminder.
It is that.
Wasim. Almighty Dready.
But like the dread of all of this will be gone. like everything that you're doing is for nothing. Like, you know, that's the problem with the fear. It's the existential dread that it gives you. Like, you know, it's not more so the fear of death. What death means. Death means that what is the purpose of anything that you do in your life. You know, that is the actual fear. It's not, you know, you perishing and stuff, and that is where your whole philosophy of life comes into play and stuff. That is where the question of meaning comes into play, because of death, because you're gonna die. So like, why are you doing all of this? You might as well just die.
Almighty Dreddy.
You get what I'm saying?
Bro, I was literally having a moment about death, and I started thinking about my dad and how he felt in his last moments, and she's literally answering a lot of my questions. We are all gonna die, but Sean Jason, I don't fear death. I fear the suffering that takes me to death. Wasim. Sean Jason, I see it the same, but it's an inherent fear of death in your brain. It's the reason you're alive. No belief can change that.
Like, that is even more brutal than the fear of death. The suffering that is gonna come near death, that is even more brutal. Yeah.
Part of that. And there are projects and people and conversations and things to hold or witness as part of that
Almighty
thing
Dreddy.
that I'm a part of.
It's about what you put into this shit that really stands the test. It's about the legacy.
I mean, it is about the legacy. Yeah, I mean, yes, you gotta like experience legacy as well. Like, you know, you gotta experience being proud of the work that you've done.
Wasim.
Proud of you. I mean, so that's
Almighty
one of the
Dreddy.
experiences as well.
Almighty Dreddy.
That's bigger
It's
than
not
me,
about the
and that
death
can help.
that scares us. It's the pain we may go through to achieve death.
And then the last one is storytelling, learning to tell your own story. And I just did a big video on this and developed a full course on how to better tell your story. But when you're really intentionally writing your life as a character within it, that can become a journey that makes you less lonely because you're witnessing yourself as a part of the story. Existential loneliness often comes from the sense that you're floating, unanchored through life, untethered from meaning, misunderstood, miscast. But when you begin to tell your story, not just the events of your life, but the meaning that you make out of them, you start to weave coherence where there was once chaos. You start to inhabit your life as the main character, or as the kids say, you know, like main character energy, do it for the plot. I think there's some wisdom behind that. And that changes everything because we're stored.
Where'd you learn these manners? Almighty Dreddy. Like, do you know how strong you gotta be to kill yourself?
Strong. I mean, I think it's a very coward. For me, it is a very cowardly act. No, not even a coward. It's just an act. Like,
Almighty Dreddy.
It is like, you know.
Because you're gonna go through pain, and you don't know what's gonna happen after that's balls, bro.
Yes, I think so. I think I've lost my train of thought on this one.
Wasim. Guys, is it just me, or Mr. Wilson looks like he has a V-taper right now?
What the fuck? Yeah, I wouldn't say it's
Sean Jason.
Strong.
At Almighty Dreddy, exactly what I'm saying. I don't fear death itself. I fear the suffering that takes me to death.
Oh, damn. Well, if you think it, you gotta be like it's strong to. I don't think that's a good way to think about it. Like that it's like courageous too, because some people really want to be strong and courageous, like, you know. yeah, if the ultimate form of courage is to off your self, right? That's just no. Strength is facing the existential
Was
threat.
seen. Existential loneliness. How long is the full video? Dead_space_main. Some people think life is worse than death and might not give a fuck what's on the other side.
I mean, the more strong, it is more strong to be able to face the existential loneliness or existential dread. Like,
Dead_space_main.
it is stronger to live than to die.
Killing yourself could be considered weak and strong subjectively.
Yeah. It is very, for me personally, I feel
Was
like
seen.
it is.
Do you care if we call you Wilson?
No, you can call me Wilson.
Storytelling creatures. It's always how we've made sense of suffering, identity, time, change. And if you're in the middle of something painful or uncertain and it can feel like things don't make sense or it feels meaningless or random, stories don't need to have happy endings to be meaningful. They need story arcs, they need themes, they need movements. And so when you can reflect on your life as a narrative, you start to see the chapters that shaped you, the turning points, the motifs that repeat themselves. You can start to see the you that's emerging from the story, not despite the pain, but often because of it. So telling your story out loud, in writing, through art, even just in how you, in the privacy of your own thoughts, it isn't just expression, it's integrating. It's all these scattered moments that start to align together to become a coherent self that you are creating while witnessing your creation. And as you tell your story, you begin to feel less like an isolated dot and more like a thread, part of something larger. Your past, your future, others' lives will weave in and out of that story. And people will recognize themselves in your story, and you recognize yourself in their story. And then that's a way that the loneliness can become connection. And here's the deeper magic. When you place your life inside of a story, you get to live into it. You get to ask, what kind of character do I want to be in this next chapter? You're not doomed to be just this passive recipient of fate. You're in motion. Your choices matter. Your voice matters. You become someone who is becoming. So existential pain comes from not knowing how to fit yourself in the world, how to make it all mean something. But storytelling is a way to say, I was here. This is who I am. This is what shaped me. This is what I'm choosing to do with it. It's self-witnessing. It's meaning-making. It's myth-making. And it can be a step towards belonging to yourself, to your own life, and to the greater human story of what we're all writing together. So, am I still lonely sometimes? Yes. No one fully understands what's going on in my head. The battles that I'm fighting in there, the battles that I've survived. But I've learned better how to be fascinated in a room by myself. I've learned how to take social risks and find a few people to do life with. I've done psychedelics with people that I will forever be connected to in a deep way. I express myself through writing and putting it on YouTube, which is what I'm doing right now. I try to contribute to something bigger than myself for connection. And I know the story and character that I'm writing in my own life, and I'm intentionally writing that story. And all of that made it so that I could be okay, even though I'm still in many ways alone. So I'm going to end this session with emotion rather than some rational argument. I can't play the song or it will get flagged on YouTube, but I just want to invite you, if you've made it to the end of this, it's probably because you're feeling lonely. And so I just want you to sit with me for a moment, and I'm going to share some lyrics of a song that reminds me, like the lyrics of this song and the mood of the song perfectly illustrate my loneliness. And if I'm feeling lonely and I want to dive into that feeling and kind of cry it out, this is the song that I return to. And so I just want to invite you to feel these lyrics, feel your loneliness too. We're going to face it. We're not going to hide away from it. We're going to face it. And for a brief moment, let's face it and feel it and be alone together. And this comes from the end of Phantom of the Opera, the one with Gerard Butler. And this is the credits song that Minnie Driver sings. And I can't, the song is so beautiful and such a sad song that I actually hope you stop this video, or at the end of this video, you go look up this song and just listen to it and just feel the ways that you're feeling lonely. Because I'm lonely too, and no one else is quite like me, but you can learn to be lonely, and we can find ways to be alone together. I wish I had a better pill to offer than that. Sometimes I wish there was a God that witnessed and saw everything that I've gone through, someone that could say, I'm proud of you, I'm proud of what you did, I'm proud of what you survived. But since I've never been able to really find that God, I've tried to become that person for myself. So here are the lyrics. Child of the wilderness, born into emptiness, learn to be lonely, learn to find your way in darkness. Who will be there for you? Comfort and care for you. Learn to be lonely, learn to be your one companion. Never dreamed out in the world there are arms to hold you. You've always known your heart was on its own. So laugh in your loneliness, child of the
Sean
wilderness.
Jason.
Learn to be lonely.
I see
Learn
it as,
how to
it
love
would just live life, to the
that is
fullest
lived
and hope my
alone.
death isn't super painful.
Learn
and
to be
boom, fall
lonely.
into eternal sleep.
Life
sleep
can be
face.
lived. Life can be loved alone. I'm lonely too. No one else is quite like me. But I've made peace with learning how to be lonely and how to even enjoy life witnessing myself. And there are moments of deep connection
Almighty Drake.
where I find that we can
That's
be
the
alone
goal
together
everywhere, for sure.
in ways where we can see and witness each other and also be seen. And those moments are incredibly sacred to me. And I hope these tools help you to not only be able to learn how to love to be lonely in yourself and learn how to love your own company, but also take some risks to be able to be alone with other people who want to see your full humanity and want to show you theirs too. So I hope that helped. That was kind of just feeling some feelings at the end of that. But it's the best that I've been able to find that isn't just empty calories of promise of soulmates and promise of gods. This is the best that I've been able to find, and I can't say anymore that I'm not lonely. I can just say that I've made deep peace with it, and I have found others to be alone with. And I hope that I can be that person with you too, because if you've made it all the way to the end of this video, then perhaps in some ways you feel like me too. Much love from me. Bye.
Wow. That was beautiful. Raining.
Almighty Dreddy, Just gotta ride that wave wherever it takes you.
क्या हुआ?
Almighty Dreddy. Thank you, Mom W. Mom.
Thank you, Mom. Oh my god. didn't get to throw in a piece.
LOL. Wilson, you should do a 3 a.m. challenge and post a video about it.
Okay. Done. Did you see it? Man. I have to go to the gym. I think I'll go probably a little bit late today. Just a tad bit late. Okay, I'm gonna check out for a while.
Scary. Surely I'll lose 12 seconds today. Someday.
क्विकली आया ना
Very quickly. ये देखो ना नॉर्मल
I mean, see what you mean.
Cheers. 214. Wow, it's all fake. wait for everyone can type log in the chat. We'll be really excited about it. Beautiful. Vibe. I see it. There we go. 152 on fire res. Smarter. I will spare you the details of this fortress. The Blazes did not cooperate at all. They killed any slim chance I had left of a sub 20. That's not good. 45. More motion. I'm gonna need a miracle. Come on. Negative 14.9 on 2 and broke. Negative 14.9. 15.5. I think that is. They both broke too. Wow, okay. No breaks. So now I basically have 4 runs. 190 positives. Hey, let's get some of the bread though. We can sell the bread easily. Easily sell the bread. 286, 520. That's where we're going. What is it? 286, 520. What we got? Okay. It's chill. It's chill. It's okay. It's okay. Oh my god. What? Nice. Just a minute, huh? Minute it is. Up until now, this is a pretty typical run for me. This is usually something I would post on YouTube. It's not crazy fast, but not too slow, especially for what we had to put up with. I was honestly a little disappointed though to be losing a string of sub 20s in a row. I was one at a time and was honestly just already thinking about how I can bounce back in the next run. However, if there's one thing you should know about No Reset, it's that the run is not over until the dragon is dead. And I was not prepared for what was going to happen next. My game just crashed. What the flip? Oh my god, my game just crashed on enter. Are we joking? I don't know what to expect. I'm not gonna lie, this is somewhere something could happen. I'm not gonna, I have no idea where I'm gonna be. I could be in the outer islands. I have no idea somewhere stuff. I'm gonna be honest, I don't know what to expect. I also could just fall in the void. I could, anything is possible. So, dude, please don't put me in the void. That's insane. I'm not making it there. The play would be I turn around 180 and just hope there's terrain. That would be the play. That's so annoying, dude. That is just so unbelievably stupid. Good luck. I can't do anything about it. Nope. That's insane. Wow. Okay. That's awesome. First time that's literally ever happened. So for those who didn't get, that varies a ton in the context of this run, however, since the dimension actually in dimension, not in the. Sure, a lot of you are confused on what the heck is even happening. That might make some sense. Honestly, I'm still confused. As Minecraft tries to save the backup of your world to prevent losing hours of progress in it, if we take a look back at this run, we can see that at roughly the 20-minute mark, I enter the portal room and start prepping for a 0 segment. In the middle of prepping for 0, the game triggered an autosave, saving all the block updates in the world. A couple seconds after, the portal gets filled, the game crashes and reverts back to the most recent backup, which was right before I filled the portal. This is so crazy, you actually had to see my face. I believe as a cause of this as well, the fact that I have hundreds of Minecraft saves with a ton of data. So now that I've realized this and exploratory research, I have been clearing my worlds and backing them up in a different drive, flush more regularly. With that all being said, I still gotta somehow finish what you're watching. So that's that. Okay. This looks kind of normal. but there could be relatively or something. And then people post or try to change their original posters. Effective. Well, this team from University of Helms, 12,000 comments in its subreddit. These are fake. These are not real people. These one was African American that opposed the Black Lives Matter movement. Why would they choose that? Then the one was a male rape, sexual assault survivor. There were several other different personas that they chose. You had AI pretend to be. And the people participating. Subreddit and without the consent of the moderators and with knowledge of the people who run the these researchers collected data. Seeing if they could influence using AI. And words are upvotes. The AI comments got versus other Redditors' comments. Now, are those humans? We don't know. Probably. But they may be bots too. We don't know. That's the whole point of this comment. Well, what they found, what they reported to the subreddit, so they eventually disclosed that they were conducting live experiments on humans without their consent. And they found that the AI personas, the AI bot accounts, were more persuasive than other Reddit comments, whether they were human or other AIs. By a factor of about 6 in terms of measures of upvotes and awards given to these comments. So their argument was that the AI bot accounts were about 6 times more persuasive based on their measurements. Probably commenting. So that caused an uproar. In fact, the Reddit team got the legal team involved. X, formerly known as Twitter. And it really makes me second guess what I read online. And if I want to read comments, if I want to read articles, there's lawsuits that are going on in popular culture about some character named Baldoni and the actor, I forgot what's her name, Blake Lively. And part of the lawsuit claims that Baldoni hired a PR firm to write smear articles and post comments that would sway people's views. I'm not taking one side or the other because honestly, I don't really care that much about it, other than the fact that this claim was made. And that fits with what happened from universities earlier. People are using bots to sway people's opinions. And it fits with what I see on my YouTube channel. And it fits with my experience of reading Reddit, which I don't read Reddit anymore because I felt like it was just a bunch of echo chambers, possibly with significant bot activity to sway my mind about things. Well, there is a theory called the dead internet theory that at some point the internet will be taken over by AI just chatting with itself. Now, I don't think that we're there, but I think that it's significantly changed and that it's kind of headed that direction. So I don't think it is a dead internet. I think that the internet, the technology, social media is allowing people to connect in ways that we haven't before. But I also think that AI and corporate interests are co-opting that for their own ends. Government too. People that have money that can pay for these things are influencing people's viewpoints. I felt like my friends that I've known for a long time have been swept up in polarizing subject matters. Like the Baldoni, Blake Lively controversy. Like racist content on TikTok and Instagram. Like political content. I feel like it's very dangerous. It's dangerous to the fabric of society. I made a video about that. But the thing that I was really kind of concerned about bot activity was confirmed in this story about the Zurich researchers. So I wanted to make this video, make sure that people that are watching this channel be careful. There are bots already swaying people's opinions, and it's very hard to know if a commenter is a real person or an AI. I mean, sometimes it's easy to tell if it's like a scam, but sometimes it's not. In fact, sometimes it's
Always faded. Gift to a chilly young man.
treat myself the other day. We are showered every day with gifts, but they are not meant for us to keep. Our work and our joy is to pass along the gift and to trust that what we put out into the universe will always come back. I really do believe that what we put out there does come back. And if we have good intentions, it will radiate out and affect other people in their lives. I think everything is a gift because everything has something to teach us. There's a lot of lessons to learn through the hard times and through feeling through pain and grief. I think last year, once my relationship of a long time had ended, I was able to look back at it and think that it was a gift. I really resented it, regretted it. Yeah, and I felt just a lot of hurt and almost shame around it. But I think everything does come into our lives for a reason. I don't think I'd be sitting here in this beautiful space.
Okay. Yes, we gotta get to the chili. Oh my goodness! Oh, gotta get to the chili, boys. We gotta hit the gym. Oh my god! damage nowadays. Like real fucking damage. Shit.
Almighty Dreddy. Are we gym ready?
We're getting to change the battery. No. I find this process very processy. Very processy. Alright.
The Chiba?
Yeah, I was switching. No, it's not can. It's just tobacco. I'm going to the gym. Imagine going to the gym. I have went to the gym baked before. Yes. The day I go baked to the gym, I just tell my trainer, I go like, bro, today I am baked. Like being baked and going to the gym. I mean, it's almost the same feeling. But it's like sometimes you even forget. Since gym is already very therapeutic for me. And then on top of that, I'm high as well. So that's just, it just makes it even more better. I know. I know. There was Schmagma Jones here one day telling me, yeah, that's how it's gonna feel like. How it's gonna feel better. How going to the gym is gonna feel better. How getting high is gonna feel better when you're meeting friends. Until it seeps into your whole existence. It was a scary thought. But yeah, it's not like that. You wanna have the experience, but you don't wanna like have it all the time. That's why I rarely go to the gym like baked. I think there are a lot of people are not are tainting the existence of weed by being weird. I think it connects you more to nature.
Solver Society. Helmet kam.
Hello.
Solver Society.
It's not. It's
Mr.
not
Wilson
helmet
is
cam.
taking
Wait,
his
are
chat
you
pets for a
theoretical
walk.
wet work? Yes. Now we're going to the gym. Wait, are you theoretical wet works? I see you have the same face.
Solver Society.
Hello, are you there?
Yes, that's me.
Did you hear me? Yeah. You're one of the people who has joined stream nowadays. Makes me feel good that there are new people who are here.
Solver Society is my cult.
What's your cult? You have a cult? A real? That's fascinating.
Solver Society. Join us.
Join us, alright. I am a part of Solver Society now. What are we solving? What is the mission? What is the goal? As long as there's no diddling, okay, I can join. Man,
Solver
the
Society.
sun is in my eyes.
There's never been a problem us humans can't solve.
Yes, that is true. Eventually, eventually I think the human spirit is The human spirit is amazing. There is, however,
Solver Society recruits some of the most creative, intuitive minds on the planet. Solver Society. Join us.
hell yeah. Wait, creative and intuitive minds, fuck. Am I invited? Am I even invited?
Solver Society. I work out.
Hell yeah, I work out as well.
Solver Society. You're already enlisted, bro.
Oh my god, let's fucking go, dude. How many people are in here?
Almighty Dreddy. Ninja Turtles Turtle. Solver Society. Enjoy your workout.
Oh my god. That was very ominous. You are a part of a cult whether you like it or not. Okay. कर दिया मैंने शुरू डाइट वो भी देखते हैं ना हफ्ता करते हैं वैसे फिर
क्या करना स्टार्ट को देखना क्या वो है ही इसका
वैसे ही मुझे मैंने थोड़ी देर 2-3 दिन किया मुझे वैसे ही मैं
कहता हूँ मज़ा आ जाएगा जब वो हार्डनेस आ जाएगी ना मसल में मेनू ऐसे स्टूडेंट
चल देखते
वैस्कुलरिटी थोड़ी आ जाएगी
चल देखते अच्छा कहाँ से शुरू करूँ आप 50 सुपर से 15 करते okay we need to do push-ups and the cable cross thingy it is however a superset so 15 कैसे didn't hear what you said. Can you repeat it? Yeah. Upar.
Solver society. Pump up the hamstrings.
About the hamstrings. Right. Pump up the hamstrings. Okay, hamstrings. $15 more.
Solver society.
Yeah.
Like pump up the jam.
Yep. Yeah. Oh. Oh. Okay. That was really something. Pump up the jams and pump up the kicks.
Ash Ventura's Adventures. You got this. Ash Ventura's Adventures.
I'm muting in between because there's copyright music being played. But I can hear your TTS.
Ash Ventura's adventures. Makes sense. A lot to think about to make this work.
Yeah, let's go. Alright. I was just teaching the person how to do this with proper font. ज़्यादा वेट नहीं भी हो ना तो कोई मसला नहीं होता, लेकिन ना फॉर्म सही हो. इधर आनी चाहिए. ये और ये. हाँ. ये सीधे हाथ. हाँ. और ये ऐसे पीछे. हाँ इधर से बेंड कर ले, लेकिन सामने से. ये अब यहाँ पे फील हो रहा है ना. Yes. Alright. I'm gonna do the bench now.
Ash Ventura's adventures. You got this.
Time. Yeah. Oh my god. Leg day on Monday is wild. Flexed my. Thank you. Just flexed my agility in front of my trainers. Good. All right, boys. It is time. Yeah.
Abhinav Kujar. Wilson doing some extra work today.
Exactly. So I've turned off the mic because there's copyrighted music playing here.
think it's somewhat both. I was just talking to myself. It is a bit of both. Trust me, it's making sense in my head, whatever I'm saying. I don't need to say it out loud. Shit. जी
Always faded. Gym time. Always faded.
I feel the power.
Take it easy, young man.
I'm feeling the power in me. And by power, I mean like, you know, my base strength has increased. Before this, my base strength was like, alright, okay, his base strength is around 20 kg. Now my base strength is around 25 kg. That is the base on the bench press. If you ask me, that's pretty good. I know, right? That is an achievement. Why not? उठ गए हुए हो आप लोग उठे हुए हो इस टाइम? कुछ नहीं, किधर जल्दी आया हूँ मैं, पूरे 2 घंटे लगा। Like you are home early. Oh, I just spent 2 hours. Man, I think I kind of forgot the copyright thing. A lot of copyright stuff in this that you might have to erase as well. Hey, did it get off the... Wait, I think I'm gonna check this. Yeah, it's off now. Worked on both.
this is why your birth date isn't random. In past life you were.
Okay guys, this is a wild one, but we should have expected it. I mean, if we act like ChatGPT is the new god, we should have... What do you do when you don't have free will? This is going to be a pretty big video, guys. In the course of this video, I'm going to destroy your belief in free will, completely obliterate your sense of self. I'm going to answer all the follow-up questions like, you know, what about the justice system? And then once I have kind of flung you into the existential void and you lose all anchors of free will, I'm going to teach you how this can be good news and how we essentially live with this and work with this. And this is very much the video that I needed at a certain time in my life. When I was diving down the free will rabbit hole, I had already lost my faith in religion. I had already lost my belief in God. I was losing anchors left and right. My marriage was over. I lost my family and religious community. And then because I'm a masochist apparently, and I still want to know things no matter the cost, I dove into free will. And at the same time, I did this meditation called the Headless Meditation by Joseph Goldstein, which just completely blows up your sense of identity and your sense of self. And so I was losing my sense of self and free will, which was like my last anchor. And so that just like absolutely flung me into the void, where I had about 4 days where, to be honest, I had a complete psychological breakdown. Instead of saying like, there's my hand, I would say, oh look, it's a hand. Like, I was completely gone. And I'm usually like a fairly stable person. I've had a job for a long time as a history teacher, long-term relationships, kids. I'm not bipolar or schizophrenic, but losing anchors can be incredibly difficult, which is why I want to follow up this video with how we function when you lose free will and sense of self. So of course on YouTube, you can go listen to Robert Sapolsky, you can go listen to Sam Harris. I really like the debate between Sam Harris and Dan Dennett when Dan Dennett was alive, where you figure out, you know, the conversation around free will and compatibilism. But none of these guys really talk about what it's like, at least from the point of view of my experience, when you grow up with these anchors that like, you're a person and you have free will and you have choice and you have God and you're special and the world is just, and you know, we have these sense of comforts and anchors, and what it's like to actually lose those and how we actually live when you've lost all these anchors that maybe you grew up with. So let's start with, you don't have free will. And what you have to do here is really think about where your thoughts come from and how you are making your decisions. And so we're going to start with the basics here. First, there is just the determinism that's coming out of neuroscience, that studies using fMRI and EEG shows that there's brain activity predicting a decision that occurs several seconds before a person becomes aware of making that decision. So essentially your brain makes a decision before you know what that decision is. Like it's like being the last one on the joke. You, the part of your brain that feels like a you, is the last one to know your own decision, because the math of that decision is being done in the dark of your attention. So for example, think of a number between 1 and 10. Maybe you chose 7. If you didn't choose 7, it's fine. But let's say you chose 7. And maybe you feel like, I chose 7. Like, certainly nobody forced you to choose 7. But why did you choose 7? Like, where did that come from? Or was that decision made in the dark of your attention and 7 just popped into your head? Like, why wasn't it 3 or 9? Or some people will say, well, I picked 20 because I have free will. And it's like, well, where did that come from? Why do you have the personality that would choose that? Okay, you have a rebellious personality and your brain instantly went to outside the parameters, but why did you choose to become that way? Did you choose to become that way? Did you choose to become the kind of person whose instinct would always be to go outside the lines? No, that wasn't really chosen by you either. Your decisions come from unconscious processes that are beyond your control and awareness, because your brain is doing far more than you can pay attention to. That's why we have evolved this sliver of attention but your brain is doing a lot more than that. And so for those who think, oh no, like I know everything that's going on in my own brain, that's bullshit. Like you don't have the bandwidth to be regulating your temperature and remembering to breathe and like all the subtle movements when you're driving and also thinking about what to do for dinner. Like we don't have the attention span to be doing all of that at once, which is why our brain evolved to have some part of us that feels like a self that can direct attention, but the brain is doing all kinds of things underneath your attention. So an easy example is when you're driving and you haven't thought about driving for 20 minutes and you're in another part of town because your subconscious had the wheel the whole time, like while you were thinking about something else. So here's another example that we can do right now. Think of a celebrity. Just think of one. Now pay attention to where that came from. Did you have a list of all the celebrities that you know just appear in your head and you chose one? Or did one just like pop into your brain, into your conscious mind from your subconscious for reasons that you may not even know? Like maybe you recently saw a movie with that celebrity. Maybe you will never know why that celebrity popped into your brain, but your subconscious brain solved that problem and gave you, your conscious mind, the answer. And so you have to realize that our brain is getting 11 million bits of information per second, and your conscious attention can your conscious mind can pay attention to 20 to 40 bits of information per second. So your brain is running your breath and your heart rate and your decisions and your hierarchy of values and gauging pros and cons and deciding what is useful information and what is not useful information. It's filtering information all the time. All of this is going on in the background, but we've created this shortcut of a self because it's a useful illusion to have, because most of what we do is done in the background so that we can pay attention to things. So if I say, for example, another example is if I say to you, push a red button whenever you want, and I'm monitoring your brain, me, the scientist, would actually know from the firing of neurons, I know milliseconds before you when you're going to push the button, because I can see when the decision is starting to happen in your conscious mind, even though your conscious mind hasn't caught up yet. So a computer could actually push the button a fraction of a millisecond before you push that red button, because the computer would know, if it was hooked up to your brain, when you decided to push that button. So that's all interesting coming out of neuroscience, but there's some other things that we have to consider too. So second, there's just the role of genetics in general. We have a genetic predisposition, not just to our height, but also intelligence and happiness. Genetics plays a powerful role in shaping who we are, often in ways that feel really removed from our conscious choices. When we think about personality traits and mental health and how we respond to stress, a lot of this is really just influenced by our genetic blueprint that we inherit from our parents and, all the way back. So, for example, some people are more anxious and more impulsive than others because of their genetic predisposition. Or you could be born with a higher genetic predisposition to anxiety. Your brain might produce more of certain kinds of chemicals like cortisol, which makes you more reactive to stress. This isn't something that you just will away or like choose to be otherwise. We can work with it, we can make changes over time, but it's based in your biology, it's baked into your biology. So let's also talk about how you change based on what's going on in your brain. So let's talk about the times when there was this court case where you can get a tumor that pushes on some part of your brain and now you start acting like a different person, or you can get brain damage from a seizure and essentially be a different person. There's no room for something like the soul in the brain that rises above the constraints of the human brain. Or let's talk about split brain studies, where if you sever the corpus callosum, you essentially have two different people, and if you ask each side of the brain what it wants to do for a job,
respectfully and humbly, and not a list Estelle why.
Side will say accountant and the other side will spell out race car driver. These are two different people and they make different choices, and we justify these choices after the fact. So if you show someone who has a split brain studies are fascinating. I could listen to these all day. If you show someone who has a split brain two different images. So let's say a chicken to their right eye and a snowy scene to their left eye. And then you ask them to pick up an object related to the images. So they might choose like a chicken claw with one hand and a snow shovel with the other. And if you ask them why they chose these objects, the speaking left hemisphere will confidently make up a reason. It'll say, I chose the shovel because you need a shovel to clean up the chicken coop. But it's completely unaware of the snowy scene that has been seen by the right hemisphere, yet it fabricates a story as if the choice was deliberate. And so we add rationality after the decision. Or if you say in a split brain study, pick up the orange juice, and you say it on a piece of paper to one side of the brain, and then the person does it, you ask them, why did you drink the orange juice? And they'll say, oh, I just love orange juice in the morning, it's delicious, not knowing that they were told to by the other side of the brain. It's wild, absolutely wild. Another one is just our environmental determinism. We become what our environment plus our genetics shape us to be. So environmental determinism means that our surroundings, how we grow up, how we were raised, what's around us, the culture that we live in, has a huge influence in the kind of people that we become and the choices that we make. And essentially we're shaped by our environment in ways that we don't fully realize, leaving little room for true free will. If you grew up in Japan, chances are you'd prioritize community and harmony and avoid standing out too much. Some of that may be genetic, some of that is also cultural. And if you grow up in the US, you might value individuality and be encouraged to stand out more. These aren't personal decisions, they're cultural scripts and genetics mixed in. But this also happens on a daily basis. We have no idea how much we are being subconsciously influenced all the time. The famous study is the Hungry Judge study, where we have factors outside of our awareness, like physical hunger, and those directly influence our decisions without knowing that it does. And so the study examined parole decisions made by judges throughout the day, and they found this shocking pattern. Judges were more likely to grant parole early in the morning or right after evening, but as they got closer to lunchtime, their likelihood of granting parole dropped dramatically, often approaching zero. And the judges fully believed, this is what's interesting, they believed they were making fair, objective decisions based on the merits of each case. Even if you told them, hey, are you...
Fitz, what is your opinion on free will?
There is for me there are two types of free will, is in like, you know, what decisions you make and stuff, okay, and then the inherent nature, okay, of the universe. And for me, the inherent nature of the universe has uncertainty built into it. So in that, at like very micro level, there is randomness, a lot of randomness in the universe. But like when it comes to a person, okay, that's what she's talking about.
Hungry because you're you're doing something different than this.
I am leaning more towards no free will on an individual level.
And no, they would make up reasons for why they were being fair, even though those two cases were the same. But the rulings were heavily influenced by how hungry they were, because empathy is a very costly system to run in the brain, and it requires a lot of calories and it requires some blood sugar. And it just wasn't about the facts of the case. The hunger affected their cognitive resources, making them less inclined to take the mental effort of doing the empathy required to grant parole, which is a very complex decision. And they're more likely to just do the default deny, which is a simpler option. So the key point is that the judges weren't aware of how hunger was shaping their decisions. If you asked them why they denied or approved parole, they'd probably give a rational explanation, like the case wasn't strong enough, or this person seems like a good candidate for parole. But the pattern in their rulings showed that their decisions were driven by something as mundane as the last time that they ate. As a woman who experiences, ups and downs in my hormones based on what time of the month it is, there are times where My decision-making process is very different one week as it is the next week, even though the situation is the same, but because my hormones are very different. And when you add all this up, subconscious doing the math in the dark of your attention, all of the inputs into the system that is your brain, from your genetics to your environment, the illusion of the self that we create, that the brain creates as a shortcut, when you put it all together, you realize that we're just a complex machine. And if you were to rewind time and account for randomness, you'd still end up right here watching this YouTube video. And that stupid thing that you did last week, you would have always done that thing given all the inputs into your brain at that time. And then on top of that, we just add simple physics, that the universe runs on cause and effect. Now this is where people will say, well, what about quantum mechanics and quantum spookiness, where particles don't behave in deterministic ways? Like, we can't predict where an electron will be at any given moment. We can only guess with probability. So two things for that argument. First, determinism plus randomness doesn't get you to free will. None of that you're in control of. And second, quantum effects are incredibly small and occur at a scale far below the level of neurons and brain activity. And so while quantum phenomena is crucial for the behavior of subatomic particles, the brain operates at a macro level, where quantum randomness is averaged out by the sheer number and size of interacting particles. Can you link this that uncertainty and that quantum spookiness doesn't scale up to the level of the brain. Brain activity follows classical physics and biochemical processes, not quantum uncertainty. So decisions in the brain arise from complex but very deterministic interactions of neurons, not quantum randomness. If you wanted to prove free will, you know, if you want to make this falsifiable, you could prove free will by showing a group of neurons firing in a way totally undetermined by the past. That has never happened. We can see the cause and effect in the brain when you add up all the inputs and the genetics and the environment and the brains and your hormones and your hunger and how much sleep you got.
Mark V =, DDO LBSFHQG8. Fitz. Thanks.
Every moment from the Big Bang leading up to this moment, you will act exactly how you would have always acted with those inputs. Now that doesn't mean we know what all these inputs are. You'd have to be omniscient for that, but there are multiple fields that are showing that if you just simply look at the cause and effect in the brain and the genetics and the environment, our brain is making decisions, and then we have this illusion where the part of you that feels like a you feels like it made a decision, but it's really just a complex web of inputs into a system that gives you an output. That's what we are. And if you rewind time and if you account for randomness, everything would have happened exactly as it did. And this is where people will say, okay, maybe some things are conditioned and determined, but there are moments where I'm aware of these inputs and I'm aware of my patterns and my genetics, and I choose to do something totally different. I choose to transcend it. I choose to rise above it. Or I'm aware in moments of meditation and I'm making a conscious decision where I'm actually weighing things out in my conscious mind. And those moments are free will, even though I admit that some things are done automatically. That's usually the argument that is made next. I'm essentially kind of playing chess with myself here, because I've done this conversation enough that I tend to know, the chess move that's going to come back at me. So usually that's the next move. But did you choose to become the kind of person who would meditate that day? Or why did you choose that day that would be the day that you got sober or started a diet or ended a diet or whatever it is that you decided to do that was against your usual pattern? Because when you look at it, something spurred that decision too. And if you keep going back and figuring out where that came from and where did that come from, you eventually get to mystery. Mystery is always going to be at your back. So maybe you saw some video that inspired you to go to the gym the next morning, even if you don't even remember that video. So even when you feel like you're making a conscious choice against your usual pattern, if you follow that to where it came from, you'll still get a system of inputs that gives you an output. And another point that confuses people is also that you don't choose your core values, because people feel like, oh, I choose option A over option B because justice means more to me than mercy, or because I value truth, or because I value loyalty, or whatever the core value is. But again, follow that stream of logic. Were you given a list of core values when you were 5 years old and you chose that authenticity and honesty and mercy are at the top of your core values list in your pyramid hierarchy of values? No, you just started bumping into the world and you subconsciously built your own hierarchy of values. Some arguments made sense to you more than others. Some values resonated with you more than others. So even the compass by which you are making decisions was made in the dark of your attention based on genetics and environment. And you discover what your core values are more than you actually consciously choose them. So the next objection that I will get is, okay, if you believe this, then what do you do about the justice system? Do you just let rapists run free? Do you just let serial killers run free? That's usually the next move that comes back at me. And it is a problem. I'm not going to say this is not a problem, but it is not the problem. We have much bigger problems. Animals, for example, still kick other animals outside of their social society when someone isn't following the rules of the group. Rats will kick out another rat if he doesn't lose at least 10% of the time when they're play fighting because they're being a bully, and they're kicked out of rat society and they don't get to mate with other rats. You're done. And what I mean by that is that we can still separate people from society and say these are the rules that you have to play by if you're going to play in this playground, even if people don't have free will. And if you watch enough true crime TV, like I do, you've seen cases where you recognize that even though what this person did was wrong, they were dealt a very bad hand as far as genetics and experiences. They usually had genetic predispositions and trauma, and that combination, I mean, they were victims as well as perpetrators. So for a sociopath, for example, we can say you have to act as if you have empathy to play in this playground with us. And if not, we need some separation between you and society. And we can do that even with compassion and empathy. It's far less moral for a god to create psychopaths and sociopaths and then create rules, objective truth rules, and then burn them in hell for it. Like, that's far more unfair than saying, like, sorry, these are the rules of the playground,
we can
and we're going to have to separate you from society. Even if you don't have free will, even if we recognize that you were dealt a shitty hand in life, these are the rules of the playground. Animals do this too. And we can still do that even while understanding that this person, may not have free will and would have always done what they did. And by the way, we are already adjusting the justice system every year the more we learn about human behavior and motivations. We have problem-solving courts where the crime was done because of addiction or mental illness, and we prioritize addressing that over just incarceration for the crime. A sentence will be different if it was revealed that a brain tumor was in a place that increases violence and decreases critical thinking. You'll get a lesser sentence because there was a brain tumor.
she has to provide an antidote to this as well, because now my brain is like fucking restructuring.
There was the new case with the parents who went to jail for the school shooter because we recognized that this kid did not fully have complete control over his actions because his parents should have gotten him mental health over buying him a gun. And so the parents actually went to jail for the kid that was the school shooter. So we have a whole different and we have a whole different system for adolescent brains because they're not as fully developed compared to adult brains. So as we continue to learn about why humans do what they do, we're already adjusting the justice system as we go. And we can still have consequences and remove people from society even with no foundation of free will. It's really not required. And it may actually be a better justice system because it would focus on what inputs do we need to give people to reduce future crimes from happening so it actually reduces crime in society. Like all of that is workable. That's not the problem. There's two other problems that are far bigger than the justice system problem. The first is morality. Now there's conflicting evidence at this point, but some of the evidence is pointing to the fact that morality can go down when you feel like you don't have full autonomy of yourself. So there are some studies that showed, and Daniel Dennett talked a lot about this before his death, that if you convince people, if you walk them through, you do 2 hours on this and really prove to them that they don't have free will, and they have that moment at the self-checkout where you absolutely can steal the thing, like it's so easy, they are more likely to steal the thing. Because if you are the end result of every action from the Big Bang to this moment, then people can rationalize doing whatever they want because it's the universe doing it, not them. There was a study by Vose and Scholar in 2008 that found that participants who read materials undermining free will were more likely to cheat on the test. There's research in 2009 that indicated that deterministic beliefs could lead to reduced helpfulness and increased aggression, even in certain situations. But some researchers are arguing that the negative effects observed in these studies are really short-term reactions because losing free will and feeling deterministic is destabilizing in the short term. It's like a childish reaction to the teacher leaving the room and realizing that no one is watching. And so over time, society could adapt by developing moral systems that don't rely on the concept of free will and instead build horizontal morality, where we teach morality based on the idea that humans and animals can suffer, and suffering is bad, and therefore causing suffering is bad, and here are the rules of the playground. So it's again, it's not the problem, but we have seen that like the day that people lose their free will, we can see a dip in morality because it's so destabilizing, because they've built their sense of morality on the fact that they feel like they have autonomous choices. But I think in the long run, you can educate that, you can adjust to that. I don't think that's the problem. The real problem, if you're on board with me so far, is motivation. Motivation is, according to Sapolsky and others who think about this a lot, is the hardest problem in addressing the lack of free will, because our sense of agency and effort is deeply tied to the belief that we're autonomous beings capable of choosing our actions. So one of the benefits of having a developed ego is it likes to say, I'm going to choose this and I'm going to overcome this and I deserve the benefits. So someone can say, I'm going to spend 16 years in medical school and I'm going to become the best brain surgeon and I deserve to be paid like the best fucking brain surgeon. But without free will, you really have no more right to praise than the local janitor, because everybody is doing what they would have done with the cards that they've been dealt. So without free will, motivation to like be better or try harder or I deserve more than other people can feel really futile, because praise, like condemnation and praise, become kind of absurd when you don't have free will. So if decisions are viewed as mere outcomes of unconscious processes, the emotional rewards of effort and achievement can really take a hit, making it harder to feel motivated to do big things like become a brain surgeon. So motivation just it relies on the anticipation of rewards and the avoidance of punishments, and believing that outcomes are inevitable kind of weaken that connection between effort and reward, and it reduces our incentive to act. So for example, someone might think, if my success or failure is already determined, haven't, then why bother trying? So the biggest problem we may have is we may not have top brain surgeons, because it's going to be really hard to motivate someone to put that amount of effort in, and that's going to be really hard to do if they don't have a sense of self, or they don't have a sense of free will and autonomy and believe that they deserve something more than someone else, or they believe that their efforts are going to be rewarded because they're autonomous creatures. So, but even with that one, I think there are ways to adjust how we motivate people, especially in community, because we do get a lot of incentive by being in community. So if our value is tied to the community, there's a way through with that. But in capitalism, it's genuinely considered that motivation becomes a problem if an entire population doesn't believe in free will. It would really change a capitalistic society. It'd be very difficult to do. So let's move into how you experience the world differently without free will, and how you would adjust your life around it, because most of you have already probably gone down this rabbit hole, but if this is your first taste, it can be really disconcerting at best and push you into full existential crisis at worst. It was more of the latter for me, because I had lost the anchors of family and community, religion, God. And at the end there, it's like, at least I have myself, like I have my own identity I can cling to, but then revealing that there's no free will, and that the sense of self is kind of an illusion. It's a shortcut of the brain. It's like a desktop shortcut, more or less, for my brain. It truly made me feel insane. Like I could have checked into a mental institution. It wouldn't have helped, because these are philosophical problems, but I would have sounded certifiably like I was losing a grip on reality at the time, because now I was losing control over myself, which was my last anchor in the void. Because if I'm just an expression of the universe trying to understand itself, like what the hell do you do with it? Like how do you walk around in the world like that? How do you make decisions like that? So now it doesn't bother me at all, but at the time it was very concerning to me, and it was psychologically destabilizing for me, if I'm honest. So essentially what you learn how to do is discover the universe within, and you learn to watch yourself with curiosity.
Thank you so much for subscribing.
And if you're a complex machine of inputs, you start choosing what buttons to press to get the outputs that you want. And this is what people will say to me, gotcha. You are choosing what buttons to press to get the outputs that you want, which means you have choices. People will say you're choosing, therefore you have free will. Still no, because if I start incentivizing myself and working with my brain rather than working against it, like I'm working towards a goal like writing a book, but my best friend is working towards the goal of climbing Mount Everest, why did we choose those? Or did those goals choose us? They choose us. I don't know why I have a book in my head just waiting to come out as an expression of thoughts and experiences. I genuinely do. It's already written in my head. I just have to put it to paper. But my best friend would rather die than write a book, and loves to travel. And her brain is always thinking about waterfalls in the world that she wants to see. So if I pay attention to my experience, some things buzz in my body and resonate and feel exciting or meaningful or a journey worth taking, and some things don't. It's mysterious. I don't know why. But if I embrace that I can start learning the kind of meat suit that I am, and I watch myself, and I learn what makes me suffer more or less, and start intentionally pushing the input buttons that give me the outputs that I want, I can start working with myself rather than against myself. So now I'm having a conversation with myself about, what do I want? What do I want to experience? When I say goodbye to my children when I'm old and I tell them that I love them, I want that to mean something. Okay, that means I want to be working towards good family relationships. I want to write the book that's in my head, which means saying no to other things. I want to go on that journey. I want to listen to Weezer in the car, because if I'm paying attention to my experience, Rivers Cuomo speaks to me. I don't want to be on a diet for my whole life, but I do want to be able to get off the floor and get on the floor and get back up again in 20 years. So this year I'm going to work on being more flexible. I get to watch myself play in different scenarios. Different people bring out different parts of me. And now life is a game again, because there's this whole universe within that I'll never get to the end of. I'll never fully understand what's going on in my subconscious. And there's a whole universe outside of me that I'll also never fully understand. And I get to just watch the dance of it all. So when I was writing the notes for this video, I was flying home from visiting my childhood home with my family, and I got to watch myself make decisions and interact in my family dynamic. And I make decisions as best I can, but I also watch myself make those decisions. And as I watch myself do that, I check to see if that decision aligns with my goals and values, which I didn't choose, still not free will, but aligning that makes me happier because I'm more likely to be on track with living an authentic, unique life that is worth living for this bodysuit that I am. So in any moment, I can watch how the expression of the universe that is me is playing in the world. And like a zoologist, I can make adjustments. So some people do this trick for depression, but I use it all the time, where it's like, oh, the tiger seems aggravated when his pen is cluttered, but you do it for yourself. For me, it's like, oh, it seems like when I eat chocolate, my nihilistic spiral thinking gets a lot worse. So let's not push that input button into the system because it gives me an output that I don't want.
Wait.
When I go to meet with girlfriends for lunch, I
What?
feel infinitely that. I check to see if that. So when I was writing the notes for this video, I was flying home from visiting my childhood home with my family, and I got to watch myself make decisions and interact in my family dynamic. And I make decisions as best I can, but I also watch myself make those decisions. And as I watch myself do that, I check to see if that decision aligns, exciting or meaningful or a journey worth taking, and some things don't. It's mysterious. I don't know why. But if I embrace that I can start learning the kind of meat suit that I am, and I watch myself, and I learn what makes me suffer more or less, and start intentionally pushing the input buttons that give me the outputs that I want, I can start working with myself rather than against me.
Word.
Did and praise become kind of absurd when you me, if I'm honest. So essentially what you learn how to do is discover the universe within, and you learn to watch yourself with curiosity and compassion. And if you're a complex machine of inputs, you start choosing what buttons to press to get the outputs that you want. And this is what people will say to me.
It gets a lot of silent viewers to the point where it feels like they're bots, but they're subscribing.
You are choosing what buttons to press to get the outputs that you want, which means you have choices. People will say you're choosing, therefore you have free will. Still no. Because if I start incentivizing myself and working with my brain rather than working against it, like I'm working towards a goal like writing a book, but my best friend is working towards the goal of climbing Mount Everest, why did we choose those? Or did those goals choose us? They choose us. I don't know why. I have a book in my head just waiting to come out as an expression of thought.
Yes.
I genuinely do. It's already written in my head. I just have to put it to paper. But my best friend would rather die than write a book and loves to travel. And her brain is always thinking about waterfalls in the world that she wants to see. So if I pay attention to my experience, some things buzz in my body and resonate and feel exciting or meaningful or a journey worth taking, and some things don't. It's mysterious. I don't know why. But if I embrace that I can start learning the kind of meat suit that I am, and I watch myself, and I learn what makes me suffer more or less, and start intentionally pushing the input buttons that give me the outputs that I want, I can start working with myself rather than against myself. So now I'm having a conversation with myself about what do I want? What do I want to experience? When I say goodbye to my children when I'm old, and I tell it so someone can say,
yeah. I mean, it's not totally zero. I mean, the people that used to come and like watch and donate and all of that stuff, they're still here. And plus, the other channel, man, it just didn't feel like like, you know, I have changed a lot. It didn't have like one coherent type of a theme. Like, you know, there was PewDiePie T-series thing, there was like other stuff, those things are still there, but like, you know, as a library of the past. I've changed as a person, I've grown as a person and stuff. And that was just like tying me back to my older self, and there was more pressure to be my older self as well. And that's why I only made like one video there. So whoever wants to come here, they can come here. Alright, if they don't find it, they just don't find it. Yeah, it is what it is. Yeah.
I'm going to spend 16 years in medical school and I'm going to become the best brain surgeon, and I deserve to be paid like the best fucking brain surgeon. But without free will, you really have no more right to praise than the local janitor, because everybody is doing what they would have done with the cards that they've been dealt. So without free will, motivation to like be better or try harder or I deserve more than other people can feel really futile, because praise, like condemnation and praise, become kind of absurd when you don't have free will. So if decisions are viewed as mere outcomes of unconscious processes, the emotional rewards of effort and achievement can really take a hit, making it harder to feel motivated to do big things like become a brain surgeon. So motivation just it relies on the anticipation of rewards and the avoidance of punishments, and believing that outcomes are inevitable kind of weaken that connection between effort and reward, and it reduces our incentive to act. So for example, someone might think, if my success or failure is already determined, then why bother trying? So the biggest problem we may have is we may not have top brain surgeons, because it's going to be really hard to motivate someone to put that amount of effort in, and that's going to be really hard to do if they don't have a sense of self, or they don't have a sense of free will and autonomy and believe that they deserve something more than someone else, or they believe that their efforts are going to be rewarded because they're autonomous creatures. So, but even with that one, I think there are ways to adjust how we motivate people, especially in community, because we do get a lot of incentive by being in community. So if our value is tied to the community, there's a way through with that. But in capitalism, it's genuinely considered that motivation becomes a problem if an entire population doesn't believe in free will. It would really change a capitalistic society. It'd be very difficult to do.
Yeah.
So let's move into how you experience the world differently without free will, and how you would adjust your life around it, because most of you have already probably gone down this rabbit hole, but if this is your first taste, it can be really disconcerting at best and push you into full existential crisis at worst. It was more of the latter for me, because I had lost the anchors of family and community, religion, God. And at the end there, it's like, at least I have myself, like I have my own identity I can cling to. But then revealing that there's no free will, and that the sense of self is kind of an illusion, it's a shortcut of the brain, it's like a desktop shortcut more or less for my brain, it truly made me feel insane. Like I could have checked into a mental institution. It wouldn't have helped, because these are philosophical problems, but I would have sounded certifiably like I was losing a grip on reality at the time, because now I was losing control over myself, which was my last anchor in the void. Because if I'm just an expression of the universe trying to understand itself, like what the hell do you do with it? Like how do you walk around in the world like that? How do you make decisions like that? So now it doesn't bother me at all, but at the time it was very concerning to me. And it was psychologically destabilizing for me, if I'm honest. So essentially what you learn how to do is discover the universe within, and you learn to watch yourself with curiosity and compassion. And if you're a complex machine of inputs, you start choosing what buttons to press to get the outputs that you want. And
Okay. Yes. This.
So essentially what you learn how to do is discover the universe within, and you learn to watch yourself with curiosity and compassion. And if you're
You need to watch yourself. What the fuck is?
complex machine of inputs, you start choosing what buttons to press to get the outputs that you want. And this is what people say. People will say to me, "Gotcha. You are choosing what buttons to press to get the outputs that you want," which means you have
No way. Real? Damn.
choices. People will say, "You're choosing, therefore you have free will." Still no. Because if I start incentivizing myself and working with my brain rather than working against it, like I'm working towards a goal like writing a book, but my best friend is working towards the goal of climbing Mount Everest, why did we choose those? Or did those goals choose us? They choose us. I don't know why I have a book in my head just waiting to come out as an expression of thoughts and experiences. I genuinely do. It's already written in my head. I just have to put it to paper. But my best friend would rather die than write a book and loves to travel. And her brain is always thinking about waterfalls in the world that she wants to see. So if I pay attention to my experience, some things buzz in my body and resonate and feel exciting or meaningful or a journey worth taking, and some things don't. It's mysterious. I don't know why. But if I embrace that I can start learning the kind of meat suit that I am, and I watch myself, and I learn what makes me suffer more or less, and start intentionally pushing the input buttons that give me the outputs that I want, I can start working with myself rather than against myself. So now I'm having a conversation with myself about what do I want? What do I want to experience? When I say goodbye to my children when I'm old and I tell them that I love them, I want that to mean something. Okay, that means I want to be working towards good family relationships. I want to write the book that's in my head, which means saying no to other things. I want to go on that journey. I want to listen to Weezer in the car because if I'm paying attention to my experience, Rivers Cuomo speaks to me. I don't want to be on a diet for my whole life, but I do want to be able to get off the floor and get on the floor and get back up again in 20 years. So this year I'm going to work on being more flexible. I get to watch myself play in different scenarios. Different people bring out different parts of me. And now life is a game again because there's this whole universe within that I'll never get to the end of. I'll never fully understand what's going on in my subconscious. And there's a whole universe outside of me that I'll also never fully understand. And I get to just watch the dance of it all. So when I was writing the notes for this video, I was flying home from visiting my childhood home with my family, and I got to watch myself make decisions and interact in my family dynamic. And I make decisions as best I can, but I also watch myself make those decisions. And as I watch myself do that, I check to see if that decision aligns with my goals and values, which I didn't choose, still not free will, but aligning that makes me happier because I'm more likely to be on track with living an authentic, unique life that is worth living for this bodysuit that I am.
So it's essentially act as if free will exists. Like the things that you choose to do are not, they choose you. I somewhat agree with that. I used to say that as well. Like, it's not you don't choose the idea chooses you.
Fitz. Actually, yes. The VO thing is fucking insanely good. I still think the movement kind of gives it away, but it is incredibly hard to notice.
Yeah.
Especially the one with the garbage and the flies.
Okay. I don't know what
The expression of the universe that is me is playing in the world. And like a zoologist, I can make adjustments. So some people do this trick for depression, but I use it all the time, where it's like, oh, the tiger seems aggravated when his pen is cluttered, but you do it for yourself. For me, it's like, oh, it seems like when I eat chocolate, my nihilistic spiral thinking gets a lot worse. So let's not push that input button into the system because it gives me an output that I don't want. When I go to meet with girlfriends for lunch, I feel infinitely better about everything. Let's do more of that as an input. And by watching yourself and how you interact in the world, you can start being part of an intentional part of the system that is you, until that machine is working towards a life that is worth being alive and awake for you. And what that is for you, you don't really choose either, because there's always going to be mystery at our backs. It's more of a process of curiosity and discovering. And so this isn't, by the way, recommended for children or anyone with an underinflated sense of ego or human development. From what we know, telling teens, for example, about their ego and shadow, and that they don't have free will and their inner child is, and telling them about their inner child, it's not psychologically healthy for them. It can make them start to feel schizophrenic. But if you've built a healthy identity and ego, we can feel psychologically safe enough to be able to let it go later in life, and just be able to watch the inner universe that is you and the outer universe, and see how they interact, and just be curious about that. And you're essentially along for the ride. I can watch myself make a decision based on core values that I didn't choose. I can watch myself go into my family role with the family that I was raised in as eldest daughter. I can watch myself go into mom mode. I can watch myself make decisions and try to figure out what inputs were made for those mistakes, so that I can avoid that combination of inputs in the future. I can watch myself get mad at someone and explore why I'm feeling so wounded. And essentially you learn to play in the universe of your own body and the universe outside of your body, and it becomes a dance. And when I'm clicked into that, life isn't boring. And that's a big one for me, because existential boredom is something that comes naturally to me and makes me very suicidal. But when I'm watching and I accept that I don't have free will, and I start getting my brain to work with me rather than against me, and work with this system that I am, and I remain curious about what I am and what makes me tick, and I'm discovering myself, I'm discovering more of that subconscious all the time, things work a lot smoother for me than when I thought I had free will and I would beat myself up for mistakes or walk around trying to protect my ego and identity. So this perspective isn't about being passive or apathetic, like, oh, I don't have free will, so just like whatever. You still act, you still strive, you still make decisions, but you do everything with the understanding that everything that you think and do arises from conditions that you didn't create, and arises from core values that you didn't ultimately choose. And it can feel liberating. It's like stepping off the treadmill of self-blame and judgment and pressure, because you stop clinging to the illusion of control and the illusion of self. And instead, you just watch yourself play, and you help yourself play more and more in your life based on how it's going for you. And so I hope that helps. Maybe it changed your mind and maybe it didn't. Changing your mind is proof that we don't have free will, because if you pay attention, you didn't choose to wake up today and say, I'm going to change my mind about free will. You simply got new information into your system, and that gives you a different output. If we had free will, not a single person would leave their religion, because you could just choose to believe. Like, go ahead, believe in unicorns. Believe in a God that you don't believe in. Like, you can't. I didn't choose to leave religion. I didn't choose the core value of truth seeking, and then new information started, following domino effect in my brain, until one day I woke up and realized, I discovered that I no longer believed in God. So if that changed your mind, it hit the right dominoes for that to happen. And if this still didn't change your mind and you still believe in free will, my arguments didn't affect the system that you already have in place. Now, it could be because my arguments weren't good, it could be because I missed something, or it could be, that person's subconscious saying, ooh, I don't think this truth is worth knowing, I'm not going to listen to this at all. So however it landed with you, this video landed with you, is how it would have landed today with you anyways. And that's kind of the point. And so I hope that helps. Stay tuned for next week, where I go over our 4 existential fears and how much they guide your behavior and how we can face those fears directly. And see you next time. And if you do feel like you're floating in the void and not thriving, as always, check out my course on nihilism, available in the link below. I'm not able to do as much coaching as I would like, one-on-one coaching. And so I did try to create a course where I put in all the tools that I use to work with people who feel like they're in the void, that they're struggling, that they're suicidal, that they're dealing with nihilism. I put in all the tools that I usually use with my clients into a course, so that it would be helpful for all the people that I'm not able to see one-on-one, because going through this is hard. Like, there is a reason that we fight so hard to cling to our illusions. Like we cling to gods, we cling to religions, we cling to stories, we cling to sense of self and on.
Fitz. So what do we conclude from this Free Wilson?
What we conclude from this is that most decisions are made in the subconscious, which you don't really control, and your sense of self is an illusion. But observing yourself makes shit better. That's what we observing yourself, and like the goal that you choose, you don't choose it, it chooses you. Okay, so you make decisions that align with the goal, right? But you have to know that that was the decision that you were already going to make. So that decision, the universe made it for you, that you are going to align it for yourself. So you can take comfort in that, which is a lot like saying act as if free will exists, but really it doesn't. Yeah. Yeah, you can stop like rewarding yourself with like, you know, and just watch the dance of life and stuff. And that's what she's saying.
Autonomy, and it's all to just avoid this place where you feel like everything
I, however, feel a little bit differently about it. Okay, I think that all the coincidences and living a life more authentic to yourself is listening to the universe actively. Okay, so you gotta like actively listen.
it's meaningless, or you feel like you're just kind of floating in the abyss, and there's
the
no up
act
and
of
down.
actively
It's a
listening aligns you towards
very
your
hard
thing.
thing to go through.
Gabriel
And so I hope
Plord.
you, if you're in that
Recursion.
place,
Bro
I went
low.
through it alone and almost died. And so if you are in that place now, please reach out to someone, and at the very least, email me if cost is a problem, because it's just something that no one should go through alone. And I do think it's the hardest thing that brains have to go through is when you essentially just lose everything and you're so alone because everybody else is caught up in their own delusional story. It's the hardest thing that I've ever gone through. I barely made it out alive. So if you're in that place, please reach out, and I'll keep putting out as many free resources as I can to help, because it's just a place that we shouldn't have to go through alone. So hang in there. I hope that was in.
Yeah, just don't think about it.
Gabriel Plord. Initiating vibe mode.
Having a sense of agency is all false. That is what essentially.
Fitz. Best way to live is to not think about free will debates?
Yeah. Because it's gonna fucking... You're gonna start
Gabriel Plord.
breaking your brain.
Be grateful to experience.
Yes.
Fitz. But like, don't we have at least a little bit of free will?
Don't we have at least a little bit of... We have free will.
Gabriel Plord. Wilson's drawing a hairy wiener.
Yes, I am.
Fitz. Why does the wiener have to be hairy? Gabriel Plord. Putting googly eyes on it now. Gabriel Plord. Looking like a true masterpiece. Fitz. Designing the vein structure now. Gabriel Plord. Like a 100-year-old tree. Gabriel Plord. Many roots. Fitz. Is it a jiggling wiener or a retractable wiener?
Both.
Gabriel Plord. Jiggly and retractable, that's just dangerous. Fitz. A retractable jiggler? One could say it's a Rizzler. Fitz. Wriggler.
Rajma,
Yes.
I am coming out. Your room is clean.
My room is
Clean.
clean. It's not clean.
Gabriel Plord. The Wiggler.
क्या करना नहीं ये नीचे रख लो इधर नीचे वाले कबर्ड में रख ऊपर मैंने चीजें रखी हुई है ना वो
नीचे हाँ ये स्पेस है
नीचे है स्पेस ना इसके अंदर मैंने चीजें रखी हुई हैं नजर नहीं आ रही हैं
एक भी है स्पेस नहीं भाई एकदम नहीं फिर कपड़े हैंगर होए जी
ठीक है
कपड़े ठीक है मैं कर रही हूं
नहीं ना रखो ऊपर
ते उत्ते नहीं रख आपे उत्ते नहीं रख फोन किथे मैं आपे कर लेनी अपने चक्कर ठीक अंडे वाली और ओदे वाली जेड़ी है और चूरा चूरा जरा बना है तो फिर विच नाल थोड़ा चिकन दे देती
हाँ नहीं
हाँ
वो अंडा वैसे फ्लैट बनाना और साथ में चिकन जैसे रोटी होती है ना वैसे अंडा भी सच कर रहे हैं कीप द मोमेंटम विल्सन सर
Rohan grinning face. Hello.
Hello everyone, how you doing? One, two, three, four, catch. 1, 2, 3, 4, 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 catch. So you have to go 1, 2, 3, 4, catch. 1, 2, 3, 4, catch. 1, 2, 3, 4, catch. That is the rhythm. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, catch. Catch. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, catch. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, catch. 1, 2, 3, catch. 1, 2, 3, catch. 1, 2, 3, catch. Oh my god. 1, 2, 3, catch. 1, 2, 3, catch. 1, 2, 3, 4, catch. 1, 2, 3, 4, catch. Okay.
information. It's filtering information all the time. Because I can. Let's talk about the times when there was this court case where in Japan, chances are you prioritize community and harmony. All of the inputs into the system that is your brain, from your genetics to your environment, the illusion of the self that we create, that the brain creates as a shortcut. When you put it all together, you realize that we're just a complex machine. And if you were to rewind time and account for randomness, you'd still end up right here watching this YouTube video. And that stupid thing that you did last week, you would have always done that thing.
Account for randomness, you can't account for randomness. Yes, you can't. You can. That is the problem.
Electron will be in any given. We can only guess with probability. So two things for that argument. First, determinism plus randomness doesn't get you to free will. None of that. You're
What the fuck?
control of. And second, quantum effects are incredibly small and occur at a scale far below the level of neurons and brain activity. And so while quantum phenomena is crucial in the behavior of subatomic particles, the brain operates at a macro level, where quantum randomness is averaged out by the sheer number and size of interacting particles. So that uncertainty and that quantum spookiness doesn't scale up to the level of the brain. Brain activity follows
No, it does. It does scale up to that level. Because if you're gonna go back, the decisions you've made might be.
Mr. Wilson is always live. What is the vibe?
I am challenging my argument for free a little bit. Like, it's very easy for, like, you know, someone to say, oh yeah, if you just account for the randomness and then, like, you know, move on. But you can't account for the randomness. Like, you know, there is many multiple variables and stuff to be able to account for the randomness. Yeah.
Mr. Wilson is always live. Did the lady really awaken something in you?
The lady broke my brain for a while, but, like, you know, now it's I had to, like, you know, basically universe knows how you're going to act. Okay, but you don't know, right? Or let's say the illusion that the universe, the illusion of free will, that at the end of the day you are still crossing, like, in that timeline, in that time zone, at that particular time. You don't know. Yes. So yeah, I mean, obviously, if you could account for, but just saying that, yeah, you can just account for, if you, so all of this comes to play when you say, what if you could account for all the things? Then leading up from the Big Bang to this, you know, it'd all be there. Like, we don't really have the physics to account for that as well.
Mr. Wilson is always live. I believe in you to figure it out definitively so no one else has to.
Yeah, she touched upon the thing that I talk about, like, you know, like the determinism breaking down at quantum level and stuff, and then she just said that it happens at a very micro level. So if you're talking about, so she does agree that, like, you know, you can't account for it, but then she goes on and say that you can account for it, which is like, you know, what? If you could account for it, right? Okay, then there is no free will. If you can, yeah, definitively at quantum level, you can.
Face fuchsia tongue out. Face orange biting nails. Mr. Wilson is always live. Damn, I didn't know she even talked about that. You were the only other person I heard about that from.
Yeah, she talked about it. She said that this is one of the arguments as well, and then, but, like, you know, she didn't, like, address it. She just talked about it more so on an existential level, as to, and that's what makes fucking free will spooky as well. So, given that we could account for it, there is no free will, okay, alright, and we don't even have the mental faculty to account for it, and then our illusion of the self, things are unfolding in front of it, but yeah, you can comfort yourself sometimes when things are bad, right? Like, for example, like I do that all the time, like with the channel dying, I just comforted myself by, this is how the way things were going, okay, this is what the universe wanted to happen, like, you know, how I acted for it, within it, right, maybe from all the choices that random things that have happened, okay, I came to this conclusion, but I can't account for all the random things that had happened. So it's not as simple as, like, you know, just brushing it off. But in the end, she does say that, like, maybe my arguments weren't like, नहीं रोटी दे रही हो क्या?
हाँ सब कुछ तेरा बस भाई अब नहीं I don't know.
अच्छा नहीं egg नहीं चलो
नहीं बस वो ठीक है सुबह खाए थे ना
BTW, I'm going to reset the stream at
ये भी प्रोटीन
no pressure to go to sleep, but just so you know.
Oh yeah, it's fine. I won't go to sleep at that time, but yeah. I mean, we don't upload that thing anyways, right? The nighttime thing. If we can have sort of like a yeah, we don't like really need to strictly label it like you know, like it's just this. Maybe I don't know. Yeah,
Mr. Wilson is always live. Yeah, it's fine, you can stay up.
Yeah. How are you doing?
Mr. Wilson is always live. I've been keeping the nighttime VODs unlisted and put them in a playlist together. It's kind of cool having the continuity. I wish we could keep doing it. Mr. Wilson is always live. I'm doing good. Had a lot of long conversations with Rita. Some good, some worrying.
He just reminded me of a thing that I used to say. That ideas are entities, okay, and you don't choose the idea. The idea chooses you. And to put that into perspective in this sense, it's a more comforting thought. I don't know.
Mr. Wilson is always live. Are you at risk of restructuring your whole worldview because of the free will thing?
Oh no. Not at all. Not at all. But it put everything into perspective. But it does like give you this one. How you can use it is by like you can turn things into a positive.
Mr. Wilson is always live. You will most likely hit 1,000 subs by mid-July if this momentum keeps up. I'm so excited. I hope it works out. The watch hours will reach 4K by then as well, I think. On the up and up.
Yeah, even if they get 3K, we'll have memberships unlocked and the other things. That would be good. Man, you know what makes me...
Mr. Wilson is always live. Sorry, I interrupted.
You know what makes me kind of like feel good about myself? Is that I didn't read it anywhere. Like the free will thing and stuff. I did not read it anywhere. It was an independent thought that I had when I was high. And to think that it is like, it is like a coherent theory and like, people think about it and stuff. Like the particle thing and stuff. But think of it in this light. That makes me feel fucking kind of good.
Mr. Wilson is always live. Hell yeah. I don't remember who said it, but the true value and sign of a good philosopher is someone who can put into words what you already feel. Mr. Wilson is always live. You are a smart cookie.
What? I am the universe observing itself. Listen man, if everything is meaningless, then the debate of free will is meaningless as well. Yes. I think of that as my version of play. Like I wrestle with thoughts. I am a smart cookie. Hell yeah. That is my version of play. Or maybe it's just that, like, I make a thought that is like obscure enough that nobody has any, like, counter arguments to, and then I go with it, right? Until somebody has a counter argument that is valid.
Gabriel Plord. Mo Mango, less problems.
More mango less problem. I really like her style though. It's like very, it's like, you know, feels like I don't know about these things as well, but like, you know, this is what I've searched so far. I think it starts becoming snobbish when you or like elitist when you think that when you present it like you know. When you leave no room for doubt. Then you're gonna feel like, who is that fucking snub guy? Like, fuck.
Feed the eye. Today I learned the true meaning of love, for I have thought about marriage. I know she is out there somewhere, Rose. I think I should message her.
I think you should. Fuck man, what a fucking ride. Lady fucking breaking brain.
Feed the eye. Gabriel Plord. Find your whispering eye.
But like, you know, in a sense, knowing that somebody is thinking about the same type of thing that you are thinking about.
Feed the eye. Think.
You know, makes you feel less lonely. You know, makes you feel more connected.
सॉरी मुझे लगा तो अंदर नहीं मैंने ऑक्सीजन ले लिया किधर रखे मैं अभी ना आज एक नई बोतल लेके यार ऐसे ऊपर मुझे लगा तो आई नहीं
It's a good thing I wasn't. Just looking at myself. Find. This woman is very thought-provoking and is really helping me align some of my shit. Okay, so I am sorry, but I'm gonna have to do this. I'm gonna have to watch more of this. Wait, what? She made a video about Jordan Peterson? Jordan Peterson is fucking everywhere, bro. Jordan Peterson is the most controversial take. And why he might be right.
Hi everyone, it's Atheist Spiritual Director Britt Hartley, and today I'm going to talk about something that I probably think about all the time, like at least a few times a week. I'm thinking about this or listening to podcasts about this, and it's this question of whether it's better to scrap religion or to allow it to continue to co-evolve with us in order to get religion to be what we want it to be. So I want to start with something that Jordan Peterson said, something kind of snarky. He has this line that says that stupid people should be religious. He also says that they should be conservative, but I'm going to focus on the religious part. And at first glance, it sounds elitist that only stupid people are religious, which is not what he's saying because he's a big fan of religion. It's more of a pragmatic claim. So he's arguing that if you're not going to reinvent the moral wheel yourself, if you're not going to construct an ethical system from scratch, it's actually probably safer for you to plug into a tradition that already gives you meaning and community and rituals and guardrails and things that are good for humans. If you're not going to read Kant or Aristotle and design a worldview that holds up under pressure, then you should probably plug in somewhere. And since most people aren't going to do that, then he kind of believes that most people are going to experience more human thriving by being plugged into a religious tradition that's already done the heavy lifting by thinking about these things and developing these things over thousands of years, rather than you having to do all of that completely on your own. And so that way you still get meaning and community and a moral compass and rituals and guardrails that keep your life from collapsing into chaos. And so his argument is that if you're not a philosophical engineer, just like stick to the manual. So religion for Jordan Peterson is the default operating system for the human psyche, and that idea has some teeth. Rituals do reduce anxiety, community reduces loneliness, moral codes reduce chaos. These are all real psychological benefits that religions have packaged and worked on for thousands of years. So before we go forward, why am I talking about Jordan Peterson at all? He's a very polarizing character by all accounts. And the reason is that I'm a commenter on religion in America. That's what my education is. That's my expertise. And so as long as Jordan Peterson is single-handedly driving young men to go to church, he's simply a voice that I have to pay attention to. But Peterson's not alone here. We're going to go to some other voices. Emily Durkheim, who's one of the founders of sociology, argued over a century ago that religion is really not a belief system. It's a system of social cohesion. The myths just allow for that social cohesion. He called it a collective effervescence, this kind of shared emotional high that brings people together. And without that shared glue, he predicted that we would fall apart into moral drifting and a breakdown of social norms that would be really bad for our psyche, which we can see happening with Gen Z and the rise of a lack of identity, meaning crisis, identity crisis, anxiety, depression, suicidality, disconnection, these statistics that we're seeing from Gen Z. But back to Peterson, what's especially telling is how he leans into this idea that if you lack cognitive tools or existential stamina, or just like pure privilege to be able to think about these things and build your worldview from scratch, it's going to be safer for you to just inherit the structures of religion. He's essentially asking, what happens when you strip away the scaffolding of meaning from people who never consented to do existential construction work in the first place? Is that actually unethical to ask people to do when they never really signed up for that and they don't have either the privilege or the desire to go through that process? And so this is where we hit a deep chord in Western thought that's been talked about by many philosophers, because over 100 years earlier, Nietzsche saw this coming. He wasn't cheering when he said God is dead. He was mourning. To Nietzsche, the death of God wasn't just the loss of a theological figure, it was the collapse of the moral architecture that had propped up Western civilization. So God for Nietzsche was this linchpin of meaning and morality and metaphysics, and when you take him out, the whole structure is going to fall apart. So Nietzsche wasn't naive. He didn't think that people would just calmly accept the death of God and then just like build new secular systems of values overnight. He was deeply pessimistic that we would be able to survive this. He believed that most people would either double down on fundamentalism, fall into nihilism, or latch on to dangerous replacements like nationalism or some kind of totalitarian ideology. And he was right about that. Like all those three, he was right about. So in his words, quote, "When one gives up the Christian faith, one pulls the right to Christian morality out from under one's feet," end quote. So in other words, if you ditch God but keep clinging to moral ideas like equality, human dignity, or compassion, you're living on borrowed capital because you don't have a foundation for it. And so here's the question: can we live ethically and meaningfully in a post-God world? Can we, as Nietzsche hoped, become the Übermensch, the kind of person who creates values from within and lives according to their own code of ethics, which takes a lot of existential work and philosophical work and privilege to be able to do so? And so far, the answer to that question is no. We did what he predicted we would do. We went back to fundamentalism, we turned to political religions, or we fell into nihilism, which is generally what happens when you lose your foundation. So another voice that I want to add is Charles Taylor. He's a modern philosopher and author of A Secular Age. And he says that the challenge of our time isn't disbelief, it's pluralism. So we no longer live in a world where belief is the default. Instead, we live in a cross-pressured world. We're pulled between multiple narratives of meaning. There's no one story anymore. And this creates freedom, but it also creates overwhelm and fragility. In a sense, we've never had more options, but because of that, we've never been more lost. And the data backs this up. According to the Pew Research, it's 28% of Americans now identify as nones, atheist, agnostic, or nothing in particular. But Gen Z, that number is closer to 50%. And here's the twist: rates of anxiety, depression, loneliness, and even suicide are climbing, especially among young people. And so while belief in traditional religion is declining, the human hunger for meaning hasn't gone away, and now we just have so many options that you get analysis paralysis, and there's no reason to choose one over another, and you just get stuck. And so some people turn to politics or ideology to fill the gap. Some turn to wellness culture or some kind of, new age spirituality, crystal, tarot, astrology stuff. Others seek refuge in fandoms or TikTok identities or productivity culture. And Jonathan Haidt has written about this in relation to what he calls the coddling of the American mind, how younger generations are raised without shared moral anchors, and so they're more fragile in the face of complexity and disagreement or uncertainty. It's this idea that not only do these kids have a bigger world than the world that we grew up in, but they're having to face that with less anchors than we've ever had. Any time in the past, people were raised in some kind of extended family community with religion, with identity, with story, with belonging, with ritual, with all these things that acted as a nest so that you could fly later on in life. And so these kids, this generation, doesn't seem to be flying. There's a lot of economic reasons for that, but just in my field, even flying just in the sense of creating their own meaning and purpose, because it's a bigger world and more complex world and more overwhelming world, and they have less tools to deal with that than any other generation in the past. They don't have the social and psychological anchors that most other people in any generation of society would have had. So Viktor Frankl said something similar decades ago in Man's Search for Meaning. He warned that when meaning is lost, we don't become liberated with all these options, we actually become anxious. And so he observed that a person without meaning is vulnerable to the existential vacuum, which is this state of apathy and addiction and despair. And his famous line is, if you can't find a deep sense of meaning, you distract yourself with pleasure, which is also what we're seeing. Which brings us to Daniel Dennett, who passed away, how long ago was that? Maybe a year ago, maybe a little bit less, pretty recently. But he's a philosopher of mind and an evolutionary theorist, and he offers a key insight here. So in Breaking the Spell, his book, Dennett doesn't ask whether religion is true in a supernatural sense. He asks whether it evolved, whether it developed a kind of adaptive software running in the brain. And the answer to that is yes, absolutely it did. So Dennett argues that religion is an evolved cultural system that piggybacks onto our cognitive instincts, like agency detection, which is kind of the root level of our superstition. We apply agency to things outside of us. Pattern recognition, social bonding, storytelling, these deeply piggyback onto our cognitive instincts. And so early humans who believed that the rustling in the grass might be a predator rather than the wind, when they had that kind of imagination, were likely to survive, and evolution rewarded us for that behavior. That's the root of religion. But that tendency to infer agency became fertile ground for spirits and gods and sacred rules and everything else that we could fit into that, all of our other needs. So religious belief may have helped humans form larger, more cohesive tribes and enforce cooperation and suppress, that's a hard phrase to say, suppress selfishness, all crucial for navigating the harsh realities of early human life. So in other words, we didn't just like invent religion, we co-evolved with it. It shaped us and we shaped it in this kind of relationship. And this is where Dennett gets especially relevant to the Peterson point. If religion co-evolved with us, then it's not just a set of outdated stories. It's a cognitive technology that we developed, that we fine-tuned over thousands of years to meet very specific human needs: meaning, belonging, awe, structure, transcendence, moral clarity, community, even singing together, which is really powerful for the brain. We start to link up our brains when we sing together. And it's really hard actually to find ways and third spaces to sing together as secular people. It's actually much more rare. It's a lot easier to do in religion. So when Peterson says religion is for stupid people, I think what he's really saying here is that religion provides prepackaged cognitive scaffolding, a ready-to-use value system for people who either don't want to or don't know how to or have no desire to build one from scratch, which takes a lot of philosophical effort. And Dennett would say, yes, religion evolved to do exactly that. Now let's be clear, Dan Dennett is not a theist. He's very firmly in the atheist camp. But he's warning us that assuming that religion is false and assuming that then it's therefore useless is a downside of kind of the atheist rhetoric. That just because we can prove, for example, in my case, that Mormonism is false, which I do think you can prove that, then therefore we can just throw the whole thing away. Well, it's doing much more than making truth claims. And that's the side that we often don't talk about in atheist camps. And so the spell that he wants us to break is this idea that we should accept or reject religion purely on the basis of whether the supernatural claims are literally true. He says that we should study religion the way that we study symbiosis in nature. It's a powerful survival tool. If we discard it, we'd better have something just as powerful to replace it, because if you take away the sacred story, the rituals, the community, the moral framework, and offer nothing but intellectual freedom and just like be authentic and do whatever you want to do, and pleasure and Spotify playlists, then people will flounder in that, and the data is backing that up. So psychologist Jonathan Haidt, who I mentioned earlier, agrees with this fear. He argues that religion functions as a moral ecosystem. It's not just belief, it's practice. It's the singing together, serving together, fasting together, burying the dead together, celebrating babies together. These aren't just extra parts, it's the engine of human life. And when you strip them away, what you're left isn't just like a neutral baseline, it's a moral vacuum. And things much worse than religion can develop in that vacuum.
Hi, I'm Dana. I'm a filmmaker. Come with me to create an entire movie poster mock-up with the newest AI-powered features.
So there's an idea gaining traction among scholars, secularists, even progressive believers, that if we want the depth, meaning, story, community that religion has historically offered, but without the literal belief in supernatural claims, maybe we need to not burn down religion and start from scratch. Maybe the best way forward is to stay in the ecosystem and let religion evolve with us, because here's the thing, that's what it's already been doing for a millennium. So maybe we let religion continue to evolve with us and involve these third spaces of churches in our communities to be what they need, what we need them to be now in the modern world. Religions are not static, even when they claim to be. The actual history of religion is one of constant coevolution with culture and with politics, with science, with human needs. That's why ancient religions like Hinduism and Judaism are still here, not because they've remained unchanged, but because they've adapted. Hinduism, for example, has no single founder, no unified dogma or doctrine, and no requirement to believe in a particular god or even in God at all. It's been absorbing, shedding, and transforming for thousands of years, incorporating local deities and family deities, philosophies like Vedanta, and eventually embracing more atheistic and agnostic streams like Buddhism and Jainism have. It's more like a sprawling ecosystem than a creed, and it offers a lot of space for deeply mythic, symbolic, and even secular engagement. Hinduism doesn't produce atheists the same way that Christianity is set up to create atheists, just because it has a lot more flexibility. Judaism too provides a template. A number of Jews today in America especially identify as culturally or ethnically Jewish, but not religious in the traditional sense. So they may not believe in a personal God or even in the literal Exodus story, but they can still gather for Passover, light candles on Hanukkah. Why? Because these rituals and stories still bind them to their ancestors, to their culture, to shared values, to shared memories, and to each other. So philosopher Alain de Botton, who's one of my favorites, and in his book Religion for Atheists, which is one of my favorite books, he argues that we secular folks are often too quick to throw out the form of religion because we no longer accept like the baseline content of the truth claims. But he says, and he's an atheist too, that religion is full of ingenious solutions to the problem of the soul, from structured community gatherings to ritualized meals, from moral education to spaces for grief and transcendence. And he's a big fan of things like pilgrimage and liturgical calendars, all things that the secular world hasn't caught up to yet. So instead of reinventing all of that clumsily from scratch, why not adapt what already works? And this is where the argument gets strategic. If we want something like secular Judaism or secular Hinduism or secular Buddhism, even a secular form of Christianity that preserves the richness of story and ritual and community and values without the supernatural beliefs, maybe, this is the debate, this is the crux of the debate, maybe the most efficient path for that might be to co-evolve with religion rather than breaking from it entirely and trying to build that from scratch. So if we think as religion not as a fossil but as a river, maybe we can't stop it, maybe all we can do is steer it. And this is exactly what thinkers like Reza Aslan have emphasized in God, A Human History, which is another one of my top favorite books. Aslan shows that religion has never really been about eternal, unchanging truths. Even the religions that claim they have eternal, unchanging truths, they are not. They never have been. Any religion who claims this is just kind of delusional about its own change in history. It has always reflected our current understanding of the world and ourselves. When we imagine God as animals our religions looked animistic. When we created cities and hierarchies, we imagined kings in the sky. Religion is not this timeless voice of the divine. It's this evolving self-expression of human beings trying to survive and relate and make meaning. So even someone like Karen Armstrong, who's a former nun and scholar of comparative religion, says that myth and ritual are how human beings metabolize suffering and be able to create transcendence. So in her book, The Case for God, she argues that religion is best understood not as a belief, that's just surface level, but as a practice. It's a way of life, a craft, like art or music, and crafts evolve, and so must religion. So there's an argument from cultural preservation as people disaffiliate from traditional religion, especially in the West. We're seeing this massive erosion of intergenerational transmission of values and stories and rituals, especially that we need for young people, that young people are essentially not getting. And what we're coming up against is, what is white culture in America without Christianity? They don't really have one. They erased every other kind of
She's a Christian
every other
mom
kind
who
of
doesn't
culture
believe in
in the
Christian.
Crusades for Christianity. So we don't really have a culture without Christianity, and that's becoming a problem. Psychologist Jonathan Haidt again warns that we're not just losing belief, we're losing these moral ecosystems. We're losing the story structures that help us grow up and orient ourselves and face death and make ethical choices. And we've had some incredible studies lately. This comes from one of my favorite podcasts, This Uni in Life. And it was talking about how evolutionarily it's really hard when we go through puberty and we have, like our brain is changing in ways that it doesn't even understand. And the way that we evolutionarily dealt with that was by having rites of passage rituals. For like, you're no longer a child now, and now you're an adult. Sometimes psychedelics were involved, or certainly mentors were involved in this. Sometimes you had to push boundaries and prove yourself in some way, and then you would be presented to the community as an adult. And these were really, really important evolutionary skills that we developed in order to process puberty. And now we have nothing like that. I mean, we have like graduation from high school ceremonies a little bit. We have nothing like what we used to evolutionarily develop when we had rituals and rites of passage in religion, especially in like indigenous communities, and we've lost so much of that culture to colonialism and all the other issues. So we're starting to really miss things that we've developed over thousands of years by saying, well, the religion isn't true. And so we may not believe in like Noah's Ark or Krishna's flute, but the metaphors, the songs, the holidays, they actually really do something more for us in our brains than we were realizing. They're scaffolding for all kinds of things that we need. And so if we discard religion entirely without salvaging or upgrading these features, we may end up with a vacuum that is scary, because things like political religions can fill a vacuum. And political religions are worse to me than theological religions, because political religions have the same kind of like dogma and like I'm right, you're wrong as traditional religion, but it has none of the soul. Like it has none of, like, at least if you're in religion, once in a while you'll bump into a nice parable that will challenge you from Jesus. But in a political religion, you'll actually never get that. You'll always be right. And that can be even more dangerous, as we saw in the 20th century with political religions. So what's the alternative? These voices, the Jordan Peterson, Ben Shapiro side of things, will say we let religions age gracefully. We help them out of their outdated dogmas, certainly their violent certainties, and help religion create more open, more metaphorical, more life-affirming kinds of practices. We treat them like languages. They're old and rich and poetic and sometimes clunky, but capable of saying it's capable of saying new things in beautiful ways. And in many ways, this is already happening. There's a rise of Christian deconstruction movements, progressive synagogues, Unitarian fellowships, UU, secular Buddhists, spiritual but not religious. These are all signs that religion isn't dying, it's trying to adapt, it's molting. And maybe the best of what humanism and secularism can do, since maybe it can never build something without shared myths, is be that check be that check and balance for religion, to force religion to be able to shed the worst of itself. Maybe that's all secularism will ever do, because we're so wired to be religious. So here's the uncomfortable truth. While secularism has done a great job in critiquing religion, like, you know, I can watch Christopher Hitchens all day just like,
Hey, check it out. Traffic Gujarat.
just blow up religion with his rhetoric. It's been far less successful at replacing it. It can tell us what's false. It can tell us even what's good for us, but it can't really tell us what to do, and it can't really give us a sense of what's sacred. So Yuval Harari in *Sapiens*, he argued that shared myths are the glue that binds civilizations. And these myths are not just like lies, but they're powerful stories that we agree to and we believe in. Things like human rights and nations and money and morality. These are not natural laws of the universe. You can't find them under a microscope, but they are absolutely real in their social effects. Money works because we believe in it and allows us to interact with each other. There are no gods in the universe, no nations, no money, no human rights, he says, except in the common imagination of human beings. And this ability to believe in collective fictions is what allows us to cooperate in large numbers and build temples and cities and legal systems and eventually global democracies. So without shared myths, we fragment into tribes, we default into selfishness, us versus them, and when secularism strips away the shared stories without replacing them, it leaves people in a vacuum of meaning. And so here's the paradox. Secularism rightly dismantles the harmful dogmas of religion, but in doing so, it often dissolves the emotional and cultural frame.
I agree. There. Man, but the way she puts it is very important. She's very good at speaking. Like, even if I know this, but like I'm not really good at like making it more coherent and stuff, which is something that I need to get good at. Hell yeah, brother. Until then, I'm just gonna watch people. It's very calming.
Punjabi swag. Hello.
Hello there, how you doing? I think he's calming his nerves down. Oh my god, is he crying? Oh, what the fuck? Bro literally started crying, man. Unreal.
Oh my god, they just got. Oh my fucking god.
Bro. love you. Oh, you already said it at 12 or already? You said at 11:30. Oh, okay. Oh, I can do 4 catches now. Did you see? Wait. If you're watching this, like, just full with this, watch this. Okay. Check this out. 1, 2, 3, 4. Oh no! Fuck! No! Wait! I got this. 1, 2, 3, 4 catch. Oh no! I messed it up. 1, 2, 3, 4. Yes! I got it. 1, 2, 3, 4 catch. Yes! This. Yes. So every day I get closer to, now there's 4 catches. Then it will be 5, 6, 7, and then we just do it till 10 catches. Yeah. Oh my god. Wow. So, I don't know, man. Like you have pretty good taste in things and stuff. Yeah. The lady was pretty good because these are the type of. So why I couldn't like relate to a lot of these. This is like you know, like the older group of friends and stuff. Now I think even in the newer group of friends, it's been like it's like, you know, Hamza tries to still keep it alive. but yeah, so this was like our conversations all the time. So the lady just reminded me of those times and those conversations. Yeah. I love you. Oh yeah, if you really like this woman, yeah, she's got some good argument. Like, of course, some of them, like, you know, are like, you know, they're a little bit, you know, given her past of, you know, dealing with. I think I dealt with these things back, like, you know, when I was. I think in university, like around like 23, 24. And now it's just that I'm revisiting them with the reframe of, like, you know, having gone through all of this and stuff. And it's like, oh no, wait, at that time we had this argument, like, okay, is this valid now or not? Like, all those frameworks, I have adapted new frameworks as well, just like the spirituality part and everything, and like I have adapted new frameworks as well, but like most, like the basis of it was like there back then and we used to just like love just talking it up, and, you know, again, yeah. 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 Yeah, but it's and she's like, she. That's what I was saying about, like, like the religion thing as well. Like, it's sort of, and I think I kind of like this take of it co-evolving with you. That doesn't mean that you have to believe in it, but you can participate in the structures, like celebrate Eid, or like, go to celebrate Christmas and stuff. And like, what's missing is like prayer and shit, but like prayer and meditation. But that's spiritual connectivity you kind of like get from meditation as well. You kind of get that from just like, that's why maybe you like going in nature and going into, that's your ritual, that's your spirituality. Yeah, like yeah. 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 Yes. That's it. It does. Like he blindly just says in the book, pray. Okay, pray to universe or like whatever you. But now I think I understand after like, listening to her again, like, now I think I kind of like get what the book is getting at and stuff. Yeah, because like before this it is still the same flow of how, but like, it's just trying to add like more spirituality in life. Yeah. Right.
So if you had a classroom that was managed by a camera in the corner, and the principal said, "I'm always watching," and you set up a system where the morality is based on the idea that the principal is always watching, then yeah, when the kids realize that the camera is broken, you're gonna expect to see some questionable behavior, but it's because you set up the classroom.
Feed the eye. Good night, I'll be here sleeping face.
fucking chill out. Like, come here to chill out. Of course, yes, you will have like less freedom and stuff, right? Like a little bit. I mean, it's not all bad. Like, no, it's not like, it's like, okay, so, it's kind of like, है